The Prodigy and the Diamond by Angela E. Johnson. Narrated by Grace Noble. To my readers, thank you for taking this journey with the Fernley family. Your unwavering support, whether through heartfelt emails or uplifting comments on social media, has been an immense source of joy and inspiration. Each message you've shared, every word of encouragement and positive review has fueled my passion for storytelling and helped bring the family's world to life. Your love for this family has truly touched my heart, and I am endlessly grateful for your kindness and enthusiasm. So here's to you, dear readers, for taking this journey with me and the Fernley family on their adventures. Angela E. Johnson. Chapter 1. Oliver Fernley, the youngest of 7 sons, was tired of living life as everyone expected. His mother, Gigi, wanted him to be a respectable member of society. She and his father had raised him to be a gentleman. His eldest brother, the Earl of Grafton, expected each member of the family to behave with the decorum befitting their position within society. Everyone did as his brother expected. No one wanted to be known as a disappointment, but somehow Oliver felt like he had let everyone down. He wasn't living up to his potential. Yet, even with this clarity, he didn't understand how to go about increasing his standing within the family. For Oliver, each day started much the same as the previous. He was a master of musical instruments. There had never been an instrument he couldn't conquer, and therein his future had been decided. In his youth, he'd been declared a prodigy. As he'd matured, society had claimed he was a maestro, sometimes a virtuoso, but his students simply referred to him as a tutor. Although the students and their chosen instruments changed from one home to the next, it was truly all the same. Oliver would eat a modest morning meal of dried toast with a half glass of juice or a cup of tea. He would then go to his first appointment. On Monday, he would begin at the Gallagher home for violin lessons with young Peter. The poor boy hated the violin and never practiced, evidenced by his lack of progress. If it wouldn't be in poor taste, Oliver would find a way to protect his ears from the screeching of the bow as it slid along each string. But he wanted to encourage his student. So instead of wincing each time Peter pressed heavily upon the strings, Oliver smiled pleasantly as he attempted to guide the young man through each chord, lending instruction that might one day convince the boy that with the right pressure of bow upon strings, a violin could make beautiful music. His second appointment of the day would be piano lessons for Miss Nielsen, followed by harp lessons for Miss Caroline Nielsen. That would take him to midday, where he would find his way back to his bachelor pad for tea. The Nielsen girls were dedicated to their craft, which made lessons more enjoyable. The only problem he had when in their home was the incessant giggling. They were terribly silly girls who laughed at everything. With his schedule in place, Oliver did as was expected of him. That was until his old friend, Lord Merriweather, invited him to an afternoon at White's. With his Monday lessons finished, Oliver saw no reason to decline an opportunity to spend time with his friends. He hadn't seen them for nearly a year since they had recently returned from a tour of the continent. He didn't begrudge his friends their grand tour. He'd begrudged his decision not to have accepted Baxter's generous offer to pay for him to go with them. It would not have injured his position as a musical tutor to spend time in Italy and France. He likely would have gleaned inspiration from the trip. But his duty to family had overpowered this desire. Moreover, the timing had been inconvenient. The previous year, his family had learned the true nature of his father's death. The Fernleys had believed the passing of their patriarch to have occurred due to natural circumstances, but it had recently been revealed that the previous Earl of Grafton had been murdered by one of his oldest and dearest friends. It had been a shock equal to that of a bolt of lightning. Oliver's world had been shattered. Everything he thought he knew about life and love and friendship had crumbled with the discovery. Even now, a year later, Not a moment went by that he didn't ponder the direction his life would have taken were his father still alive. Pondering what could have been was never wise. He was certain that with the guidance of his father, he would not feel so forlorn over his choices. If he hadn't lost his father so early in life, he wouldn't spend his days in the drudgery of work that should be enjoyable, but left him exhausted. There had once been a time when he'd found his profession fulfilling. But as time wore on, he was becoming burned out, his passion for teaching music waning. Lately, he desired a compelling purpose to pull him out of bed each morning. The previous purpose had died with the knowledge of his father's murder. It was strange, as his father had passed away 6 years previously. It was the renewal of that pain over the last year that had become the final breaking point. Oliver knew it would only be a matter of time before all the emotions he feared feeling each day finally surfaced. For now, he would continue to suppress what he could to hide the pain ripping apart his soul. In his opinion, he was the only one in his family who thought upon the matter. Each of his brothers had gone back to his respective duties without much discussion upon the topic. Baxter, as the eldest, continued with his duties as the magistrate. He attended to his seat in the House of Lords and discussed politics exactly as he had before the world had turned upside down. Archie had retreated to Scotland with his wife, where he had written another book. Phineas hadn't even bothered to return to England. He and his wife were on an archaeological site in Greece, which had been too important to leave for the trial and conviction of their father's murderer. Gilbert continued to sermonize each Sabbath as the vicar in the parish near their ancestral home. His new favourite topic to speak upon was forgiveness. Perhaps Oliver needed to forgive the man who had killed his father, but it was all very confusing, and each time he thought upon it, he wanted to scream. So he decided it would be best not to worry about forgiveness until he was able to deal more completely with his errant thoughts. Fletcher went back to his duties as a barrister. He'd attended each of the hearings for the men involved with the crimes surrounding his father's murder. His view of the situation was logical, formulated based on legalities and not on the emotions he might feel as a son of the man who had been killed. This reaction, most of all, made Oliver tremble with unspoken anger. Their father's demise was not something to be studied and debated within the halls of justice. But Fletcher was coping with his feelings far better than Oliver. He had to admit Fletcher might understand something far more valuable than he did. It would be unfair of him to believe Cornelius had gone back to his life without any thought of their father. His life had changed quite a lot, but he never spoke about the situation. Instead, he went about his duties, holding everything inside, which was the example Oliver decided to follow. If suppressing feelings worked for the brother just older than him, it would work for Oliver. Inside, he was suffering. At times, he missed his father so intensely that tears found their way through his resolve. A memory, the smell of country air while riding a horse, rosin on his father's violin, could be potent reminders of what he had lost. His father's violin had been the only item Oliver wanted from the estate. On the hardest days, he would open the case and hold the violin, reliving the memory of the last time he'd heard his father play. Oliver was thankful he'd been able to control his emotions around his mother. Gigi had not hidden her emotions, but as the brave woman he'd always known, she'd handled herself with the greatest of decorum when amongst society. He knew she only allowed herself to mourn in the hours she spent alone, a mourning more deep now that they knew the true circumstances of the previous Earl's passing. Baxter had been a stalwart support for their mother, setting the ultimate example for his 6 younger brothers to follow. Consequently, Oliver knew his duty was to stay in England and establish his profession instead of traipsing around the continent with his friends. It had been the more sensible thing to do. At least, that was what he told himself each time regret plagued his mind. With all the pressure he'd put upon himself, mixed with memories of his father, it was no wonder Oliver was down 6 glasses of brandy and £100 in for a bet he could not win. The room spun and his vision blurred as he rubbed at his eyes, attempting to focus. Where were we? His words came out as little more than a slobbering of sound as he attempted to pick up the glass one more time. He needed to whet his thirst before continuing the game. He tipped the glass up to find a few drops slowly sliding down the side, leaving him parched. Finished 5 glasses ago. What is wrong with you, Fernley? Merryweather took the glass from him and pulled him away from the table. I will see to your losses. Oliver considered offering a list of everything wrong in his life, but he was certain somewhere in his muddled mind that he had started drinking tonight to forget his problems. He hadn't ever tried drunkenness before, but now that he considered his situation, he was quite happy and feeling very little stress. Danvers laughed. Not a chance, Merryweather. Is Fernley a man or a baby? Oliver wasn't about to let Matthew Danvers make a fool out of him. I will have your winnings to you by the end of tomorrow. At least, that was what he tried to say. Instead, it came out a bit convoluted. Sober up, Fernley. Danvers pushed away from the table, making Oliver's head spin ever faster. He wasn't particularly fond of the feeling. He'd never been drunk before. He would have to see what the morning brought to decide if this was a proper way to forget his concerns. For the life of him, he couldn't remember what they were at the moment, which made him quite happy, even if he was nauseated. Leaning against Merryweather, Oliver stumbled out of White's, allowing his friend to lead the way. They were out in the cool night air when he cast up his accounts. It would have been horribly embarrassing if he cared about anything, but he didn't have the energy to be ashamed of himself. Oliver woke with a headache. He deserved it. He went through the motions of the day, starting with a tasteless morning meal and 4 tutoring sessions. By the time he left his last lesson, his headache had risen to a new level of pain. It was as though a sharp pin had penetrated his temples like a pincushion. He was ready to send a letter to Merryweather and Danvers, claiming he was too ill to join them for the evening's soirée when he remembered the sum of money he owed his friend. There was no way around it. He would have to go no matter how unwell he felt. £100 was a tidy sum. He could pay it. He wouldn't even miss the money, but did he want to be known as a fool who gambled and lost? Perhaps with his head no longer inebriated, he could win the money back. In his nicest frock coat and starched cravat, Oliver joined his friends in Merryweather's coach as they sped through the streets of London toward the night's events. You look awful, Fernley. Still feeling the effects of last night? Danvers's lips were turned up in a slight grin. What brought you to such a low point? Oliver knew his friend would use whatever he said against him, so he chose to stay silent. There was little reason to try to explain his emotions, especially when he didn't understand them himself. The gaping hole left by his father's loss would never dissipate, but he could find happiness with the memories once the shock of the murder settled. He could still take a trip to the continent. His brother Phineas would welcome a visit. Arranging travel would take little effort on his part, yet his duties were forefront in his mind, which made him stay in London. Leave him alone, Danvers. Merryweather was one of those friends a person could count on in any situation. As a viscount, his friend had opportunities Oliver never would enjoy, but he was lucky to count the man as one of his closest friends. I wager you are thinking about the sum of money you lost last night. Not at all. Oliver reached into his frock coat and removed his purse. What was it? £100? I'm surprised you remember. Danvers quirked an eyebrow at the purse and then held his hand out to stop the transfer of funds. Why do we not make this interesting? What do you have in mind? Oliver had hoped his friend would challenge him to another round of dice or cards. Merryweather instantly became Oliver's protector. I will not have you cheating, Danvers. I asked around White's this morning, and it seems you were the cause of Fernley's overindulgence last evening. I was complicit, Merryweather. Oliver would not allow his night of poor choices to be thrust upon another. He had been taught to accept the consequences of his decisions, good or bad. I promised to keep all drink away from you this night. Danvers's cheeks rose to reveal the wrinkles around his eyes. Let us make this an interesting challenge. It is £100 after all. You could use it to buy clothing in this year's fashions." A sinking feeling settled in the pit of Oliver's stomach. He'd never been on the losing end of Danvers's challenges, but he knew more than one man who'd been ruined by the fellow. "I'd prefer to pay the money and be done with it." The shame of handing the banknote over would quickly fade as they were in the privacy of a carriage. No one ever needed to know that Oliver had hastily lost such a significant sum. Oliver opened his purse, determined to end this embarrassment once and for all. "You have not even heard my challenge yet. Why not give me a chance to prove I have your best interest at heart? I am aware of the trouble you have made for others. The only person you care about is yourself." Oliver removed the thin note he'd prepared before leaving his bachelor pad. Danvers refused the bank draft. "You are a music tutor, Fernley. You cannot possibly part with such a high sum." Oliver had never told anyone outside his family of his small fortune. He was quite well off for a seventh son. A few years prior, one of his elder brothers had married the daughter of a tradesman who seemed to have the Midas touch. The investments Mr. Davenport made on his behalf had ensured Oliver would never want for money. Merriweather released his purse from a hidden pocket and removed a bank draft of his own. "I should have stayed by your side last night, Fernley. It is my fault you are in this predicament." "Stop now. I beg of you to respect my wishes. There is no reason for either of you to pay for my mistakes. I am capable of repaying my debts." Oliver again tried to press the banknote in Danvers's hand, but the infuriating man refused. "Hear me out. I have the perfect solution for all of us. It might even fix what ails you, Fernley. When we arrive at Rawton House, I will choose one lady for both of us to court." Oliver looked from Danvers to Merriweather in confusion. "For a laugh? What a dreadful jest. The winner will be the gentleman who convinces her to fall madly in love with him. If neither of us wins and she chooses another man, we both keep our money. If you win, I will relieve you of this debt. If I win, I collect the bank draft." "You have already won my money. Collect the draft now and let us be done with this foolishness." Oliver pushed the draft toward him. Danvers held up his hand, stalling once again. "Very well. I will sweeten the wager on your side. I will also provide you with an introduction to my cousin by marriage." "Why would I care to meet your cousin?" Oliver asked. Danvers sat back against the plush light green carriage seats. His arms folded across his chest as though he were a genius. "Oh, have I not told you about my connections?" Danvers waited in a dramatic fashion for both Oliver and Merriweather to shake their heads before he continued. "My cousin Marcus recently married. Marcus's wife is the niece of Maestro Frederick von Heusen. As you well know, the maestro is always looking for a prodigy to exploit on a world tour. If he agrees you are naturally talented, he could whisk you away from this little life of nothingness for something far greater. Can you imagine playing your instruments in front of kings and queens?" Merriweather copied Danvers's posture, folding his arms across his chest and leaning against the plush cushions. "As Fernley's friend, you should perform the introduction without a wager. Where is your loyalty?" Danvers laughed. "Loyalty is a fickle friend, my dear Viscount." "As unreliable as a wager." Merriweather licked his lips as he slowly shook his head. "I do not like it." Oliver knew matters of the heart could turn ugly if mishandled. He would rather not injure the sensibilities of a woman, no matter how much he wanted the introduction. The money meant nothing to him. Well, perhaps a little, if he were being honest, but not enough to tempt him toward this path. "If you triumph, I will pay you £500 and perform the introduction," Danvers said. Oliver knew his friend was jesting, now that the sum had risen to such a ridiculous sum. "Are you mad?" "Completely," Danvers said with a laugh. "Yet I am thoroughly intrigued." Merriweather grumbled. "What is the game, Danvers? How do you plan to ruin Fernley in this challenge of yours?" "Ruin? It never crossed my mind to injure our dearest friend." "Out with it! What is your game?" Merryweather's tight jaw showed he was nearing the end of his patience. A slight pause and then a disappointed shake of the head were punctuated with the clopping of horse hooves on the cobblestone streets. "I wish you would stop assuming everything I do is aimed at ruining my friends." "Who is the lady you wish to expose?" Oliver asked. "I have not yet decided." Oliver had known his friend too long to not understand when the man was telling a falsehood. "Your ears are bright red, Danvers. Who is she?" "Very well." Danvers let out a loud sigh before straightening in his seat. "It would be far preferable to pretend as though I am picking her out of a crowd. But if you cannot wait to hear whom I have found for our little game, I will gladly share this very moment. Miss Hannah Anderson." Oliver burst into laughter. "You are mad!" Merryweather's frown somehow deepened. "Society's proclaimed diamond? She is all the rage and hardly an easy catch, as she is surrounded by every eligible bachelor in London." Danvers's grin widened. "That is why this is such a great plan. Both Fernley and I will attempt to win her favour. As I am the better option, I am assured of my winnings. Therefore, I do not have to feel guilty about taking the money, since I allowed Fernley to drink so heavily when he lost last evening. It is a blight upon my character, you see." "You want me to believe you are doing this for me?" Oliver would never understand Danvers. It didn't matter how long they had been friends. The man was impossible. "Not at all. It is purely selfish on my part. But if we both happen to steal a few kisses in a starlit garden, I would consider taking a few pounds off the sum." Danvers's cheeky reply did nothing to alleviate the angst that had suddenly fallen heavily in Oliver's chest. Oliver glared at his friend. "What makes you the better option?" "I will inherit a fortune. You will not." Danvers had the class of a dock worker. Yet even with his crass response, he was correct. If Miss Hannah Anderson were seeking a fortune, he was the better option. "If you choose not to accept the game, neither of us will think poorly of you, Fernley. In fact, I will consider you to have a firm grasp of confidence." Merryweather's attempt to bolster Oliver's pride was lost as Oliver considered the challenge. Not only would he receive an introduction to Maestro Frederick von Heusen, but the lady in question was a prize to be won. Miss Hannah Anderson was the envy of every debutante entering society. She was beautiful. From her golden blonde hair, peaches and cream complexion, bright blue eyes, and delicate figure. And if the rumours were true, she was enchantingly witty in conversations. She was truly a diamond worth seeking. Oliver shook his head with sincerity as his plans hit a wall of reality. Miss Hannah Anderson would no more think of me than she would a chimney sweep. He held out a banknote and forced it into Danvers's hand. It was best he not think about Miss Hannah Anderson and the possibility of winning her heart. He was likely to make a fool out of himself if he did. Danvers refused the banknote once more. "May I remind you of one other part of our gambling last night?" Oliver's body went slack as he tried to remember everything that had transpired the night before. Had he spoken of his father? Had he cried in front of his friends? Would Danvers expose him for the weak man he had become over the last year? He tried to remember every moment of the previous evening, but nothing came to mind. Everything after his third glass of brandy was a mite blur. Adjusting in his seat, Oliver held tightly to the cushions as he tried to control his shaking voice. "I suppose you must. You all but told me there was not a woman in England who you could not win. Will you prove yourself untruthful?" Instant relief flooded through his body as he remembered spouting off the stupid claim. It was something he never would have said sober. But it was far better than many things he could have claimed. Regaining his composure, Oliver narrowed his eyes at his friend. I was inebriated. I likely claimed to own the crown jewels. Danvers's eyes were filled with mirth, his face bright with humour. No, Fernley, you did not mention the crown jewels. You told me there was not a heart you could not steal. I am now calling you out on that claim. Either you prove you can beat me in a fight to win a woman's heart, or we meet at dawn, and you can name your second. Merriweather burst into laughter. What a joke! Danvers, you are ridiculous. Very well, I will not call you out, but I do expect you to follow through. Elsewise, how can I trust anything you say in the future? Oliver wondered for the millionth time why he had associated with Danvers for so many years. You make friendship difficult. £1,000, and the introduction to the maestro, if you defeat me by making the diamond fall in love with you by Lord and Lady Grafton's soirée. You are giving me 10 days to make the most sought-after lady in London fall in love with me. I have not even received an introduction to her. Merriweather, are you not acquainted with the family? Danvers asked. Merriweather grumbled. I have known both Miss Anderson and Miss Hannah for many years, but I will not involve them in a scandal. It need not be a scandal. Danvers kicked Oliver's foot. What say you? Oliver considered his options. He had spent the last year lamenting the predictability of his life. This would certainly put a wedge into his schedule. He took a deep breath and squared his shoulders. He was ready to show his friends he wasn't the poor 7th son they considered him to be. He had coffers brimming with coin. At least he wanted them to believe as much. He was worth £10,000 and hoped to gain more with smart investments. Let us strike hands on the bargain. I wager that Miss Hannah Anderson will be deeply in love with me by my elder brother's soirée. Merriweather grabbed Oliver's hand as he stretched forward to take Danvers's. I cannot in good conscience allow either of you to make this wager. Fernley, have you lost your senses? Perhaps I have. Instead of taking hands, Oliver nodded to Danvers. He would not go back on his word, and he would win this wager by his ability to charm a woman. After one afternoon in the company with Danvers, the lady in question would be sure to realize that despite his money, his lack of class, chivalry, charm, and decorum could not compare to the gentle kindness of Mr. Fernley. Chapter 2. Hannah Anderson took one last look in the mirror to check her styling before turning to her twin sister. Why would Lord Sumner end your courtship so quickly? It seems rather odd. Clara sighed as she sat, very unladylike, in a chair near the fireplace. I have gone over it so many times, Hannah, and I have no idea what I did wrong. Tell me everything you have done since the courtship began yesterday morning. Hannah tried not to look back at her reflection, but something seemed out of place, and she needed to discover the problem before they left for Rawton House. Clara used her fingers to remember each interaction with Lord Sumner since their father had arranged the courtship. When he arrived for tea, I spoke about all the things we could do this season. Tell me more. What exactly did you suggest? I thought it was a splendid idea to attend Mr. and Mrs. Adams's masquerade as Romeo and Juliet. Would it not be lovely to show we are star-crossed lovers? Clara's eyes went dreamy as she looked to be imagining just such a situation. Hannah didn't want to tell her sister it was a bit much for the first day of a courtship, but she would hold her critique until every detail was shared. Is that all? I might have suggested with my blonde hair and his red hair that we are bound to have gloriously beautiful children. Another very big issue she would have to discuss with her sister. They had been reared by the same governess and mother. It seemed odd that none of the lessons on modesty had been absorbed by her sister. Then he kissed my hand in the garden, and it was so beautiful I cried. Discovering the problem with her hair, Hannah waved over her maid and pointed to the section that didn't seem right. As the maid worked to unpin and restyle each blonde curl, Hannah decided she must respond. Any lady, no matter how generous her dowry, would send a man and his fastest steed galloping for his country estate if she behaved in such a fashion. Really, Clara, what possessed you to say such things? Moreover, many a gentleman has kissed a young lady's hand. It is not something to cry over. Tears instantly filled Clara's eyes. Hannah knew she'd been harsh, but it was time she helped her sister understand that spinsterhood would be far worse than learning to behave properly. As the maid finished with her hair, Hannah nodded in approval. Pinching her cheeks to bring out a natural rouge, Hannah decided she was ready to leave for the evening's events. Clara stood as well and glowered in Hannah's direction. You could do what I have done and still have a line of suitors waiting to ask for your hand. Why did you get the best of our family beauty and I am stuck with the leftovers? Hannah found her handkerchief so she could dry her sister's tears. We are identical. Outside of this awful blemish on my face. Clara pointed to the scar that marred her cheek from an injury 3 years previously. The scar was a result of falling from a horse. Clara's cheek had split open and then healed, leaving a white line with branches stretching out from the tip of her nose across her cheek and into her hairline. You are far more beautiful than I. It is your overactive imagination that gets you into trouble. She pulled her sister out of the bedchamber and down the stairs so they wouldn't be late for their scheduled departure. Her father and aunt would be quite grumpy if they had to wait in the entryway. Hannah chose her dark blue wrapper to offset the powder blue of her evening frock and then chose to forego a bonnet. The maid had worked tirelessly upon her hair and it would be inappropriate to arrive dishevelled. She was certain everything was set for the perfect night when their father met them in the entryway. His lean figure and handsome features were smartly styled, showing he was completely out of mourning and ready to enter the marriage mart once more. Hannah only hoped he would wait until she and Clara had found their matches. Her mother had only passed away 2 years previously. Her father took visual inventory of what they both wore. His eyes roamed their faces and hair with an expectation of perfection. Hannah waited, purposefully holding her breath until she received his nod of approval. Once she was able to relax, she noticed Clara had also let out a relieved breath. But before father finished his appraisal, he growled out a harsh comment. Clara, I am disappointed to hear Lord Sumner has left for his estate in Cornwall. Will he return before the season is out? Clara fumbled over her response. That is to say, he did not inform me, sir. Do you not wish to make a match with Lord Sumner? I do, very much, sir. Clara's head was down, her responses barely audible. Her father continued speaking. I do not know what has come over you. You must rally and find the wherewithal to snatch up a husband. I understand, sir. Her father lifted her chin with his hand and then frowned. It is that awful scar that causes you to be second to your sister in beauty and confidence. A pity. Hannah wanted to defend Clara, but she knew it would do little good. Since their mother's death, their father had grown increasingly tired of his duty to both his daughters. She knew they only had so much leverage with him before he decided to send them away to the care of one of their aunts. She and Clara had agreed upon entering society that it was best not to vex their father. Clara nodded her head as though she agreed with his assessment. I am sorry about my appearance, father. Aunt Newport's voice echoed from the top of the staircase into the large entryway. There is nothing we can do about it now. Keep the right side of your face turned away from the light of the candles. It might give you an opportunity to speak with a few gentlemen before they see a blemish. Let us hope your father can convince another man to court you before all is lost. Hannah grabbed her sister's hand. Their father and aunt had gone too far. If their mother had been alive, she wouldn't allow such degrading comments. Hannah spoke loud enough for both her father and aunt to hear. It is hardly Clara's fault she has a scar upon her face. Can you not approve of her hair and this beautiful party frock before we leave? Very well, Her father placed a gentle hand upon Hannah's face. "If only Clara was as unmarred by the world as you." Hannah squirmed out of her father's reach. There was no way to help him understand what it did to Clara when he spoke so harshly about her features. "We must leave if we are not to be late." She and Clara sat on the opposite side of the carriage from their father and aunt as they both droned on about the expectations for future marriages. Her father didn't care who they married as long as they were both matched by the end of the season. Sponsoring 2 daughters in the same season was taking a toll on his pocketbook, and he reminded them that this was to be their one and only season. Aunt Newport spoke about returning to her husband and children. She hadn't wanted to travel to London. She was doing a favour for her brother, since Hannah and Clara needed a female chaperone. If they did not find matches this year, their aunt would not return for a second season. She wanted to remain in the comfort of her own home. Holding tight to one another's hands, Hannah and her sister exchanged amused glances when their father finally reached the subject of their dowries. They had proper amounts to secure a good match, but their dowries were less than those about which the wealthiest in society boasted, so there wouldn't be any concern they would attract fortune hunters. When the carriage stopped in front of Rawton House, Hannah and Clara followed their aunt into the ballroom, leaving their father behind to chat with one of his acquaintances. Swept away by the crowd, Hannah finally released the tension that had built up over the past 20 minutes with their insufferable father and frustrating aunt. Aunt Newport found a chair near the refreshment table and the doors to the veranda where she could watch her niece's every move while also taking in the gossip. Their aunt found satisfaction when on the carriage ride back to Anderson House she could regale them with stories of ruin, describing who had returned from a walk in the gardens in a dishevelled state. Hannah guided Clara to a convenient spot, close enough to the queue for dancing and a comfortable distance from their aunt and father, while they waited for the party to begin. Whispering so only Clara could hear, Hannah admitted, "Sometimes I wish it were he who had died instead of Mamma. Then we would be at the mercy of our cousin, Mr. Jonathan Anderson." Clara gave a visible shudder as she said his name. "I can tolerate our father's cruelty about my marred features more so than I can abide our cousin." "Agreed," Hannah giggled, which made Clara do the same. "Hannah?" Clara said her name with a bit of hesitation, and Hannah wondered if their father's comments had injured her far more than she'd previously indicated. "You may deny my request if you wish, but I would like to test your theory." "What theory?" "When you said that any man would run from a lady after the things I said to Lord Sumner, were you in earnest?" Hannah pursed her lips and gave her sister an impatient glare. "I most certainly was." "Then I would like to put it to a test." "For what purpose?" Clara bit her lips together as she nervously surveyed their surroundings. When she finally made a decision to speak, she slowly released her hold, causing her lips to look extremely plump. "I want to prove that it does not matter what you do. You are unblemished and witty in every way that I lack. I propose a friendly wager, just between us." Hannah didn't think this was a good option, but she had to help her sister understand there were better ways to converse with men than to make them believe an afternoon consisted of tea, crying over having her knuckles kissed, and a jaunt to Gretna Green. Mimicking her aunt's most disapproving tone, Hannah placed a hand over her heart to appear shocked. "A wager? How vulgar!" Clara smiled, but she didn't laugh as Hannah had hoped. "I am in earnest. I believe you have the power to win over every man in this room with your natural abilities and your beauty. For this wager, you will do everything wrong, and when a man offers marriage instead of leaving for his country estate, I will be the winner." "What will I have to give you?" "Your bedchamber." "What?" Hannah laughed as she shook her head. "Why do you want my bedchamber?" "It has a view of the street. Mine has a view of the stables. You know I cannot abide horses after my accident." Hannah placed a gentle hand on Clara's arm. "Why have you not said anything? Our maid will move our things on the morrow. A wager is not necessary. We will trade once I win this wager and not a moment before. Please do not deny me this wish. I only want to prove that it is my marred face that has caused men to run from me. Once that is established, I can be happy living as a spinster." "You will be miserable as a spinster. We will find you a husband." "Perhaps, but he will have to be blind." Hannah rolled her eyes and sighed. She didn't want to spend the rest of the spring season playing this sort of game. But the frown upon her sister's face was more than she could bear. A familiar guilt spread through her chest as her eyes fell once again upon the scar on her sister's face, reminding her that the accident had been her fault. The least she could do was assist Clara in whatever way she needed. "Very well. Who is the poor unsuspecting man that I will send running for his ancestral home before the end of the week?" Clara's face lit up like a candelabra. "He must be equally handsome to you in his features. A younger son, making your dowry more of an incentive, and he must be here this evening so you may ensnare him with your charm." "You make me sound like a spider spinning an intricate web of deceit, waiting to snag a man for a meal." Clara laughed, then covered her mouth, as those closest to them turned to see what had been so funny. "You are not a black widow yet." Hannah playfully swatted her sister's shoulder. "Never! What an awful thing to say. No one can know of our wager." "What wager?" The deep feminine voice was recognizable as her dear friend, Miss Matilda Gallagher. Hannah nearly choked on the air. Recovering, but only slightly, Hannah took Matilda's hands and kissed her cheeks. "How much did you overhear?" "Enough to know the humdrum of this spring session is about to be turned on its head. Now, tell me of this wager and how I can participate." Matilda bounced on the tips of her toes as Clara explained every detail of their sport. When she was finished, Matilda took Hannah's hands in hers. "This is better than I could have imagined. I want to help." Clara quickly laid out the rules. "No one can know of our wager. Not our parents, not the man we choose. If everyone is in agreement, we can proceed and choose our prey." Hannah couldn't help but laugh at the thought of a man being her prey like a bird or a fox. But it was an apt description of the poor man who would have a shortened season. Her ears drummed with the beat of her heart as she considered the rules. The most important, in her mind, was that reputations should not be ruined. They would end the facade before such an eventuality. When Clara and Matilda went silent, Hannah realized they were waiting for her to speak. "Very well, I agree to your terms. You may choose any of the available men before us." Matilda let out a little squeal of excitement. Clara nodded, appreciative of the seriousness of the situation. They could not be caught in this little game, otherwise her chances of a love match, slim though they may be, would be ruined. Love in a marriage was her goal. As the proclaimed diamond of the season, Hannah had danced with many gentlemen, titled and wealthy, and up to this point, none of them made her heart gallop within her chest. She wanted the type of love written about in poetry. This wager could not deter her from that dream. Hannah followed her sister's ponderous gaze and Matilda's less subtle search as both ladies sought the perfect man. Clara stood as she had previously, her hands clasped before her as her eyes proceeded methodically from one group of men to the next. Matilda bounced on her feet, clearly searching for someone. If anyone looked upon their curious little group, they would know something was afoot. Placing a hand on Matilda's shoulder, Hannah gave a gentle reminder. "We are to be subtle in our game." As soon as Matilda settled down, Hannah relaxed a little. She noticed 3 men off to her left, inching in their direction. Ever since the gossip column had declared her the diamond of the season, she'd had a dance partner for every set at each assembly she had attended. Even with the added component of the wager, this night would be all dancing and very little chatting.
"Miss Hannah, the room is much more inviting now that you have arrived.
Might I reserve the quadrille? Mr. Davies was not one of her favourite suitors, but he was very persistent in his pursuit. She knew a bouquet of yellow daisies would arrive in the morning, accompanied by his card. She'd received so many vases of daisies. She wished he would change it up a bit. You may, sir. Mr. Williams stepped forward next. Might I reserve the first 2 dances of the evening? I am much obliged, sir. Mr. Taylor bowed low, and then took Hannah's hand and kissed her gloved knuckles. My request is for the supper dance, Miss Hannah. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I would be most pleased. When the 3 men walked away, Clara pulled Hannah closer to her side. We have chosen the poor man who, I am certain, will be besotted with you by the soirée at Grafton House. Why have you chosen that party as the end date? 10 days is more than enough time for you to send a man running to the country. I can do it in 1, mind you. Hannah nodded her agreement. She looked from Clara to Matilda in anticipation. Then who is it? Matilda whispered, her eyes alight with excitement. Mr. Oliver Fernley. Hannah frowned. I do not think I have received an introduction to him. Who is he? Clara leaned into the conversation. She matched their undertone with her own whispers. Lord Grafton's youngest brother. Hannah shook her head. It would be cruel to injure him and then attend a party hosted by Lord and Lady Grafton. They are his family. Exactly. It would give him greater incentive to stick to the match. Clara's mischievous grin did nothing to encourage Hannah to accept Mr. Oliver Fernley as the man upon whom to test their wager. Well, it does not matter. We have never been introduced. Matilda perked up. Leave it to me. He tutors my younger brother on the violin. I can perform the introduction. Clara tugged on both their arms. There is no need. He is walking this way with Lord Merryweather and another man. If I trip him, Merryweather will have to perform an introduction. Hannah gasped. You would not dare. Clara playfully waggled her eyebrows. As the men neared, Clara stuck her foot out as though she was preparing to trip the poor man. I would. Hannah tapped her sister's shoulder, begging her not to harm Mr. Fernley. Stop that! The 3 girls were giggling when Hannah realized the men they'd been discussing were now standing in front of them. Hannah instantly put a hand over her mouth to stifle her laughter. Her face heated as she dipped a curtsy in unison with Clara and Matilda. Miss Anderson, Miss Hannah, Miss Gallagher, I would beg your permission to introduce my friends, Mr. Oliver Fernley and Mr. Matthew Danvers. Hannah stretched forth her hand and allowed Mr. Fernley to bow over it. When he released her, she nudged Clara to do the same. Their governess had taught them the rules of propriety. It was a shame Clara's lack of confidence caused her to stumble in such moments. I am very pleased to meet you both. Mr. Fernley looked in her direction first, as did all the men upon introduction. She hoped it was the title of Diamond that pulled them toward her, and not the scars on her sister's face. Miss Hannah, might I request your first 2 dances? I am very sorry, sir. They have already been claimed, as has the quadrille and my supper dance. Might I implore you for the 3rd and 4th sets? You may, sir. Thank you for the kind offer. She expected him to walk away, as the other men had done, but found she was mistaken as he turned to Clara. Miss Anderson, would you be so kind as to grant me your first 2 dances? Clara's eyes went wide. She'd never been asked for a single dance, not even by Lord Sumner, who had been cajoled into a very brief courtship with her by their father. I would be pleased to, sir. Mr. Fernley gave Clara a genuine smile that instantly melted Hannah's heart. She would do anything for her sister, but could she vex a man who treated Clara with such respect? He looked past her scar as though it had disappeared. Up to that point, not a man in England had failed to wince when his eyes met the ghastly imperfection. After securing 2 dances with Clara, he then requested 2 dances with Matilda. To Hannah's surprise, Matilda declined. I am not dancing this evening, sir. but I thank you for the kind offer." Mr. Danvers stepped forward and bowed over her hand as his friend had done before. "Miss Hannah, might I request a country dance and the allemande?" Hannah accepted. She wasn't surprised when Mr. Danvers turned his nose up at Clara and Matilda, but it did give her an estimation of his person. He, like many others in the assembly that night, thought himself above his company. Lord Merriweather broke through the tension of the moment as he playfully pushed Mr. Fernley to the side. "If you will excuse me, Fernley, I would like to secure a few dances myself. Miss Anderson, would you allow me your third dance and the supper dance?"
"I would, thank you, my lord."
Clara's face was flushed with a pink tinge, highlighting the white-hot scar upon her cheek. If Mr. Fernley hadn't noticed it before, he certainly would now. Hannah waited for the inevitable reaction, but it never came. Lord Merriweather secured 2 of her dances, and then to everyone's surprise, he secured a dance from Matilda. Hannah's curiosity could not be dissuaded as she looked to Mr. Fernley. He seemed completely unaffected by Matilda's slight of moments before. As the men stepped away, Hannah turned on Matilda.
"How could you offend Mr. Fernley? He was generous in asking for 2 dances from each of us."
Matilda frowned. "My parents would surely disapprove. He has an unsatisfactory profession and is paid by my father to tutor my brother. He is below my station in every way possible. His brother is an earl. Yes, but a lady of our station does not marry a tutor. I am sorry, Hannah, but I cannot accept anything from a man who does not aspire to the profession of a gentleman."
"Then why did you suggest him as the man for our wager?"
Matilda bit her lips together as she tilted her head and narrowed her eyes.
"Before you frighten the poor man and send him to the country, make one request of him.
You will then understand my reasons."
"What request?"
Hannah looked to Clara to see if she understood, but she seemed equally uninformed.
"Take Mr. Fernley to the music room at Anderson House and request he carry your harp to the parlour."
Heat instantly pierced her entire body.
"Are you insinuating he is robust?"
Matilda smirked.
"Handsome, formidable, ridiculously genuine, intelligent. If only he had 2,000 or 3,000 a year, I would consider him to be the handsomest man of my acquaintance." "Perhaps you should not frighten him away," Clara said with a laugh. "Money cannot purchase a Herculean gentleman."
Hannah instantly hushed both women as the first dance was announced. As Mr. Fernley came back to claim Clara, Hannah had to wonder if it was wise to play this game of hearts. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to ponder upon it too long, as Mr. Williams stepped back to claim her arm and lead her to the queue. Chapter 3. Wroughton House was overcrowded. It was to be expected, as the spring session of Parliament was well underway and everyone who cared about the fashionable season was in town. The ballroom was alive with elegantly dressed women waiting in anticipation for the unattached men to request an introduction and then a dance or 2. It was the same scenario every evening. Oliver took notice of his eldest brother Baxter, who was smartly dressed, looking every bit the Earl of Grafton. He was engaged in a lively conversation with other titled men of the ton, including their brother Cornelius, the Earl of Kent. He didn't have to wonder what Baxter and Cornelius would say about the wager. His very proper brothers would chastise him for having entered into such an agreement, and then one of them would arrange to pay the debt and end the foolishness. This knowledge alone lent greater excitement to the wager than he'd previously expected. Satisfaction warmed Oliver's neck and ears as he thought about winning an introduction to Maestro von Heusen. Such a connection could bring endless possibilities into his life. He could well imagine evenings spent in collaboration with the maestro and other talented musicians, for he was certain to meet musicians of higher caliber than himself once this valuable alliance was formed. Of course, he couldn't ignore the other connection he would form for this wager. Miss Hannah Anderson was even lovelier up close than she was from across the ballroom. Her delicate features, soft golden hair, and blue eyes were intoxicating. He'd nearly lost himself in the depths of her beauty as he'd requested the 2 dances. Thankfully, he hadn't made a cake out of himself. Yet. There was still time, as he had yet to claim his dances. As the 3rd set was announced, Oliver led the diamond to the queue. More than one whisper followed behind as those in attendance made note of every partner Miss Hannah Anderson accepted that evening. The first dance was far too lively for any conversation, so he and Miss Hannah spent the full 3 minutes in silence. When the flutist and violinist played their first chords for Grimstock, the 4th set of the evening began. Oliver's trained ear caught every note as his feet moved with little thought, but he wasn't there for the music. Focusing upon his dance partner, Oliver wondered what he should say to the woman deemed the year's most desirable debutante. "You dance rather beautifully, Miss Hannah."
"Thank you, Mr. Fernley."
Oliver tilted his head toward the musicians.
"The flutist is magnificent this evening."
"Do you play?"
"Yes, and many other instruments. My profession is that of a music tutor."
He was certain Miss Gallagher had already informed Miss Hannah of his profession. The slight Miss Gallagher had given him had not gone unnoticed by anyone, but he decided it was best Miss Hannah understood his circumstances. It would not bode well for him to deceive her in all aspects of this endeavour. Miss Hannah's eyes conveyed what he had suspected. She was fully aware of his profession.
"I have never danced with a music tutor before."
"Now that you have, are you pleased or disappointed?"
"I have no complaints. You have not stepped on my toes."
Oliver nodded.
"High praise for my skills, as both the last set and this one have kept us at arm's length, and therefore have not afforded me the opportunity to show my graceful accomplishments on the dance floor."
"One must offer compliments when the situation allows for it, even if it isn't fully deserved."
Miss Hannah's smirk showed a playfulness he hadn't expected so early in their acquaintance. She was flirting with him, and he found it rather enjoyable. Oliver was convinced from that very moment that Miss Hannah Anderson was the best option for the wager. She wasn't shy like other debutantes, allowing her to easily converse with him. Her boldness enhanced her features, a natural blush, thick tresses of blonde hair, and sparkling blue eyes. Such qualities were attractive, especially her wit, and he didn't see any reason to back out of the wager. Not only would he triumph over Danvers, but he would have an enjoyable time while doing so.
"Offering such high praise might give a man the wrong impression. You must watch yourself, Miss Hannah. You would not want a misunderstanding."
"I most certainly plan to do so, although you might want to take such precautions yourself."
Oliver was certain he looked a fool, grinning like a child with a sweet before supper, yet he threw all caution behind him.
"Whatever could you mean?"
As the music came to a stop, Miss Hannah stepped toward him and whispered so only he could hear.
"Mr. Fernley, do you prescribe to the proverb that all is fair in love and war?"
It was a simple enough question. Giving it little thought, he answered without reserve. "Yes."
"Then you have nothing to fear, sir."
Oliver narrowed his eyes, momentarily questioning what she could possibly mean. As he took in the mischievous glint in her eyes and the conspiratorial smile upon her face, he decided it was part of the games women played within society. Love. War. Neither word applied to the dance they'd just shared, and yet a hint of intrigue within her question made him believe that wasn't exactly accurate. He would have 10 days to discover what she had meant. For now, he wanted to enjoy the evening. Assumptions had a way of making one doubt their circumstances. There was no reason to let his fears take control.
"Allow me to escort you back to your sister."
Oliver and Miss Hannah wove around the crowds until they reached the opposite side of the room where Merriweather and Miss Anderson were waiting. The most strategic move he could make at this time was to request an outing on the morrow. A ride through Hyde Park or a stop at the confectioner's shop for a sweet would give them time to speak in a more private setting. Before he could request an outing, Mr. Anderson approached their little group. His hurried demeanour left little room for an introduction, so Oliver stood to the side.
I have most urgent business and will not be able to stay any longer. Hannah, Clara, we must leave now. Where is your aunt?
Miss Hannah interrupted her father. But we have only just arrived. I have promised many of my dances this evening, and it would not do us any favours to snub those gentlemen. Mr. Anderson's hands clasped the lapels of his frock coat as he turned back to the entryway. If he was looking to an associate, he gave no indication as to who it could be.
The carriage will be at the front doors this very second. We must leave.
Oliver knew he would have very few chances over the next 10 days to make an impression upon Miss Hannah, which meant the opportunity before him would either gain her favour or ruin any chance he had at winning the wager. Stepping forward, Oliver spoke before either of the young ladies could respond to their father.
It would be my pleasure to escort both of your daughters and their aunt home this evening.
Mr. Anderson narrowed his eyes as he noticed Oliver for the first time.
How very generous of you, Mr. Fernley. Lord Merryweather and Mr. Danvers will accompany us as well. Your daughters' reputations will be safe. Very well.
Mr. Anderson left without another glance at his daughters, which left Oliver in a state of pride, but not so much that he thought himself triumphant. Another meeting with her father would determine if this decision would put him in favour for a courtship with Miss Hannah. I cannot thank you enough for such a kind gesture. Miss Hannah's smile was genuine, more so than the expression he'd seen after they had danced. Oliver accepted the praise, but was uncertain as to how this evening would proceed. He now had 2 beautiful women and their aunt under his protection.
I am most delighted to have been of service.
Looking about, he realized he didn't know their aunt.
Where, might I ask, is your aunt?
Miss Anderson pointed to a corner on the opposite side of the room. Near the refreshment table. She will be preoccupied all evening. Miss Hannah tapped his gloved hand, reminding him she had not yet let go of his arm. Shall we meet once more at the end of the evening, near the entrance, where your carriage will be brought around? A bit out of sorts at the abrupt dismissal, Oliver agreed. He and Merryweather stood together as both Miss Hannah and Miss Anderson walked to the side of the room. He followed their progression until Miss Anderson had found a chair and Miss Hannah was once again escorted out to the dance floor, this time by Danvers.
Is it odd to you that Miss Anderson does not receive as many offers to dance as her sister?
Oliver asked. Merryweather shook his head.
Not at all. Miss Anderson's self-awareness is trapped within that scar upon her face. It has marred her view of the world around her and tainted her ability to converse with gentlemen. She recoils from society as a whole. If not for Mr. Anderson's attempt to arrange courtships, she would have very little by way of suitors. He also forced her into this season. Clara would prefer to stay at their country estate. As it is, she spends each ball on the outskirts, watching as her sister receives attention of which she is every bit as worthy.
Oliver hadn't expected a detailed response. Turning to his friend, he didn't have to ask how Merryweather had come by this information. He simply raised his eyebrows in expectation of an explanation. Merryweather shrugged his shoulders. I remember Miss Anderson from before the accident. She might not have been as cheerful and talkative as her twin sister, but she wasn't as turned in on herself. If not for the scar, she might well have been dubbed the Diamond. She is the elder of the two, and society is generally sensitive to the status age provides.
Do you fancy Miss Anderson?
Oliver didn't expect his friend to declare himself, but it wouldn't hurt to inquire.
We are old acquaintances, nothing more.
Merryweather turned away from their view of Miss Anderson.
My father's estate borders Mr. Anderson's land. I have known them since we were children.
Oliver wanted to ask more questions, but he could see Merryweather didn't want to speak about the past. So they stood in silence until Danvers was finished dancing with Miss Hannah. When 3 more sets had passed and they were still standing with nothing to say, Merryweather grumbled.
We should find Danvers.
Oliver shook his head.
Danvers will likely be at the tables by now, down a few £100 and a bottle of spirits. I think my evening would be best spent in other pursuits. What are you planning?
Oliver shrugged his shoulders.
I wish to introduce Miss Anderson to a few of our old friends from Cambridge. One of them should do as a suitor. If anything, it will provide her with a diversion this evening.
Merriweather took hold of Oliver's arm and squeezed it with a warning.
Do not play games with Miss Anderson. She is fragile in a way that most men do not understand.
Pulling his arm out of the tight grip, Oliver turned to look Merriweather in the eyes. He needed the sincerity of his decision to show upon his face.
It is not a game, Merriweather. I am her protector for this evening, and I plan to do my part in seeing to her comfort. Careful, Fernley. It is Miss Hannah's heart you have wagered to win.
Oliver tugged at the bottom of his waistcoat as he searched the room for friends he trusted. A rake would not do. He must find the most respectable of them all and perform introductions.
I am aware of the parameters of the wager. Now we must not speak of it in public. Miss Hannah is never to know.
Oliver hesitated before approaching Miss Anderson. Although she'd been cheerful when he and Merriweather had danced with her, now there was an obvious lack of confidence evident in her slouched posture. Her focus was upon her hands, neatly folded in her lap. This endeavour would take every ounce of delicacy his mother had impressed upon him during his upbringing. But he would not be dissuaded. He planned to see Miss Anderson dancing for the rest of the evening. Chapter 4. Hannah had hoped, upon their arrival at home, that she and Clara could leave for their bedchambers. It had been an exhausting evening of dancing and conversation, and the softness of her pillows and the luxury of her woven linen bed-sheets beckoned her to the second floor. As she placed her foot upon the first step, her father called out, stopping all progress.
I would like a moment in the parlour with you both.
Hannah turned back to see her father standing at the entrance to the room with his hand outstretched, summoning them to obey. With a dip of her head, she clasped hands with Clara before turning away from the staircase. She and her sister sat close enough that their shoulders touched. Hannah broke the silence.
Were you able to attend to your business, Papa?
It is none of your concern.
Her father lit his pipe, a habit he never would have indulged in within the confines of the house while their mother was alive. In the past, he'd always smoked his pipe and cigars on the veranda.
I have received a report of this evening from our esteemed host.
She hadn't expected her father to leave a spy behind to watch their every move. Was that not the purpose of their aunt? If he hadn't trusted Mr. Fernley, why had he agreed to let them stay under his care? Even with those questions lingering in her thoughts, the more pressing matter was his demeanour. She couldn't tell if her father was content or displeased.
Did we disappoint you?
On the contrary, Hannah, I am rather pleased with your performance this evening. Not a single dance went by without a partner for you. You have made me proud.
Clara leaned closer to her, her weight pressing upon the left side of Hannah's body. The compliment was pointed toward her, which meant there was always a criticism to follow. Her father continued.
I was surprisingly pleased to hear you had many a partner this evening as well, Clara.
You were?
Clara's voice shook as she realized this conversation was not to be a list of everything she had done wrong.
It was reported to me that you also danced the entire night. Viscount Merriweather, the Earl of Hereford, and the Marquess of Ripon standing up with you twice. Each is a magnificent conquest.
Thank you, Papa.
Clara's concern was evident as her lips quivered.
It was most kind of those men, and I cannot account for their attention except to say that Mr. Fernley performed the introductions.
I noticed you did not have as many titled men standing up with you, Hannah. As the more lovely sister, you should command the attention of every titled gentleman. Did you do something to offend these men?
Hannah's eyes went wide, her mouth going dry at the disappointment hidden behind her father's false smile. It was not like him to wage criticism upon her. No, Papa. I was very kind. I had already promised many of the dances by the time I received an introduction to those gentlemen. Her father pursed his lips as he considered her statement. With a nod of his head, he turned back to Clara.
Nevertheless, it is obvious these men favoured our Clara.
Our Clara. The words rang through the air like a bell from a church steeple. There was no way anyone could have missed the pride in their father's voice. Even her aunt's head came up at the obvious praise in his tone. For a moment, it made Hannah wonder if she had done something wrong, but she instantly realized how silly it was to think that way. Had she not wanted her father to see that even with the scar, Clara was worthy of attention from suitors? I agree, Papa. I am very proud of Clara. Hannah squeezed Clara's hand.
I will speak with the Marquess on the morrow. An arrangement can be made before he thinks better of it and finds a more attractive choice. Clara must stay silent and only speak when he asks a question. Keep your answers short. 1 or 2 words should suffice. I will not have you prattling on with unnecessary observations. You may do that after the wedding vows have been said. I will increase your dowry by £5,000, Clara. Snatching a marquess for my eldest daughter would open doors I never thought possible.
Hannah tilted her head toward Clara as their eyes met. Neither of them had missed the slight he'd thrown in with the happy news of an increase of her dowry. Before tears sprang to her sister's eyes, Hannah stood. Will that be all, Papa? We are rather exhausted from an evening of dancing. He waved them off as he turned to the sidebar to pour a drink.
To bed with you both.
Hannah pulled Clara out of the parlour before their father could change his mind. When they were both dressed for bed, Hannah sat on the chair near the low-burning fire while Clara sat on the floor in front of her. The silence between them was filled with the dregs of their father's compliments and his not-so-veiled insults. Hannah ran a brush through her sister's hair. She knew Clara loved the feel of the bristles against her scalp, so Hannah brushed until the tension in her sister's shoulders visibly released. Do not allow our father's mean-spirited words to injure you. Clara's eyes were focused on the dancing flames in the grate as she weakly responded. Could we speak of something else? I am too humiliated. Willing to oblige, Hannah decided it would be best to discuss their wager. How shall I begin our torture of Mr. Fernley? Clara moved away from Hannah. Pulling herself off the floor, she paced the room as she sought for the words to speak. I should never have trusted that murderous horse. Hannah sighed as she rested against the back of the chair. This conversation had been repeated to exhaustion, all except for one aspect, which Hannah had vowed to herself never to reveal. Guilt rose in her chest like acid, and Hannah took a sip of water to quell the bile. She placed her glass upon the side table before responding. He was spooked, dearest. The poor beast didn't expect the heel of your boot to have a piece of glass stuck in it. He was injured as well. Due to that piece of glass and a murderous horse, I must live with the shame that my father believes I am unworthy of love. Why can we not wait until the next ball to see if one of the men I danced with will request to stand up with me again? It is not shameful to marry due to an arrangement. Many couples have done as much. Not based on marred features. Hannah took hold of Clara's hand when she paced toward her. Pulling her onto the chair next to her, Hannah wrapped her in her arms. You are not marred. Consider it a blessing. Before the accident, no one could tell us apart. I suppose you are right. It was awful back then. Did any of the men this evening mention your scar? No, none of them. Clara leaned toward her and rested her head on Hannah's shoulder. I have Mr. Fernley to thank for the introductions. If not for him, I would have spent the entirety of this night sitting against the wall. Hannah ran her fingers through Clara's hair. He took his role as protector rather seriously. I did not expect such a response. Nor did I. Clara sat up and took Hannah's hands. When do you plan to next see him? Hannah slightly shrugged her shoulders as she held back a laugh.
I have already put things in motion with Mr. Fernley.
Oh? What devious plotting have you done?
I accidentally left my reticule in the carriage.
He will be honour-bound to return it to me. Hannah settled comfortably against the cushions as she laughed with her sister. We shall see if he is daring enough to deliver it himself, or if he will send a servant to do the deed. Clara slowly shook her head as she appraised the simple action.
A far more cunning move than what I would have done.
I suppose you would have outright asked the man when he would visit. A bold move, one I will employ as quickly as possible.
Do not scare him off too quickly.
Clara bit her lip, which made Hannah stop her plotting.
Why ever not?
We did agree to the wager. Clara's cheeks turned a bright pink.
He promised to provide more introductions at the next party we attend. My evening was far less tedious due to his kindness.
Very well. I will continue with each faux pas you mentioned, but with a light touch so you may have another night as wonderful as this one.
That is all I ask. One more evening of magic. At least until whatever confidence Mr. Fernley lent to me dissipates. Who knows? It could depart by morning, and I will beg you to run him off after the delivery of your reticule.
When the candle was finally extinguished and Hannah was alone in her soft four-poster bed, she thought about each of the gentlemen she'd danced with that evening. Thinking about the connections she'd made, as well as the eventual flowers and morning visits along with rides through Hyde Park, allowed her to fall asleep with pleasant thoughts, which turned into pleasant dreams. Being the rage of the season might have perks within the confines of the ballroom, but when it came to courtship, it seemed most men went after women who were considered attainable. A diamond, as she'd been dubbed, was rare and only the best would do for the gem. This meant most of her dance partners never pursued her outside of the ballroom. It was a disappointment. For all the flirting she did each night, she reaped very little reward. Out of all the men she'd danced with that evening, most of them heirs to fortunes, it surprised her to discover her thoughts were focused upon one man, a music tutor. He wasn't wealthy in his own right. He came from esteemed ancestry, the 7th son of an earl, but none of that mattered. What mattered most in Hannah's thoughts as she drifted off to sleep was the gentle way he'd taken Clara under his protection. Day 1. Chapter 5. Oliver gingerly lifted the reticule by the cords with his thumb and pointer finger. The white silk looked soft, even though it was embroidered with tiny silver beads. He wasn't frightened of the object. Curious was a more accurate word for his reticence to handle the bag. Where was it found? Merriweather's face contorted into a half-smile as he watched Oliver's reaction. It is cloth. Nothing dangerous within. Danvers puffed out his chest. If you are frightened by it, I will return the item on my own. Oliver shook his head as he looked at his friends. Merriweather and Danvers were obviously amused. Likely they'd thought he would be pleased with the presentation of the reticule, but it was an unexpected event, and he needed to play the hand he'd been dealt with perfection. There was much at stake with this wager. Winning the heart of a very desirable lady and winning an introduction to a person who could alter the course of his life was a wager he needed to handle with care. A reticule is far more than cloth. This is a window into the mind of the lady to whom it belongs. We must discover which of the twins left it behind, so we know which of us was her intended target. Oliver knew it was his duty to return the reticule. He had accepted the role of protector. But he also knew a woman wouldn't leave a personal belonging behind without purpose. Discovering the reason as to why this particular item was now in his possession was paramount to returning it. The maid said it was discovered on the right side of the bench. Merriweather grinned with excitement. I knew you had it in you to charm Miss Hannah. Danvers barked out a laugh. She could have intended it for me.
What makes you believe she is seeking Fernley's notice?" "He was her protector, and is now duty-bound to return the reticule," Merriweather replied. "You are a sore loser, Danvers." "He has not won yet. Returning the reticule will allow him to knock on the door. It will not gain him entrance."
Oliver was ready to agree until Danvers took the reticule in hand and pulled it open, pouring the contents on the table. "Have a care," Oliver exclaimed, even as he bent down to examine each item. The three men put their heads together as they hovered over the contents. A brise fan of decorative polished steel sticks lay amongst a smattering of coins, an embroidered handkerchief, a cosmetic case, and a well-worn folded letter. Danvers instantly picked up the letter.
"We shall see if this is from an admirer. A love letter, perhaps."
Oliver snatched the folded parchment out of Danvers's hands.
"We have already invaded her privacy. The contents of this letter will remain private." "A wise decision."
Merriweather gathered the contents of the reticule and gently placed them back into the purse.
"Now, we must be strategic about the delivery. I will have to think about the details later. It is 9:30, and I do not want to be late to my first lesson for the day."
Oliver took the purse from Merriweather and tucked the letter in before drawing the strings closed. Danvers held his hand out for the bag.
"Come now, Fernley. How are we to get into her mind if we do not read the letter? This is the perfect opportunity, and I, for one, plan to use it to my advantage. We do not know which of the twins owns the reticule. It is possible Miss Clara Anderson left it,"
Oliver said as he held the purse out of Danvers's reach. Danvers continued with the same argument.
"Miss Clara Anderson was highly intrigued by Merriweather. This means we should return the reticule together."
Oliver nodded.
"Very well. We will return it together. Merriweather and I. You are a bore, Fernley. I set this wager for entertainment, but also to win."
Danvers sat on a chair and grumbled something about unworthy opponents and the need to find another willing target at White's.
"If you do not provide a bit of fun for me, I might have to find a dishonorable way to steal Miss Hannah from you." "That was not part of the bargain. We all agreed her reputation would not suffer."
Oliver would do all within his power to stop Danvers from ruining Miss Hannah. Merriweather agreed.
"Moreover, changing the rules now will not alleviate your guilt for taking advantage of Fernley."
Danvers knocked his fist on the table, a smile of pleasure breaking across his face.
"A bit squeamish, are you? Afraid you will fail if given a healthy dose of competition?"
Oliver gathered his satchel and ushered his friends out of his rented rooms. He had 4 lessons to teach that morning, which meant the conversation must come to an end. If they continued in this manner, Danvers would argue his points and beg for the reticule until he was blue in the face, and Oliver's pupils would miss out on their lessons. He might not find his work fulfilling, but he was a Fernley, and he would see through his commitments. Before he left his friends, Oliver took hold of Danvers's lapels, stopping his friend from a boast about how he would ruin Miss Hannah to win the wager.
"I will not be part of this wager if you intend to harm anyone involved." "I thought we agreed to stolen kisses." Oliver shook his head. "Here and now, before Merriweather, we will both agree to stick to well-lit paths and proper chaperones. Promise, on your honor as a gentleman."
Danvers pulled away from him, stalling in his response as he straightened his frock coat and brushed at invisible lint on his lapel. Begrudgingly, he nodded his head.
"I give my word as a gentleman."
Before they parted, Danvers added one last caveat.
"Know this, Fernley. If I find you have betrayed me in any way, stolen kisses and all, I will take my revenge upon you."
Merriweather patted them each on the shoulder, an attempt to diffuse the tension.
"Now we have cleared things up, we shall meet at 1:30 to return the reticule."
Oliver agreed,
but not before exchanging another silent glance with Danvers. He'd known the wager would turn ugly, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. He tucked the reticule into his satchel and walked the 3 blocks to his first appointment. That particular morning, he was to work with William Bolton on the trombone. Chapter 6. The smell of sausage and eggs wafted up the stairs as Hannah slowly made her way down to break her fast. Her night had been filled with dancing and handsome men, and she'd vowed to make every night for the rest of the season as enjoyable as the last. When she entered the small breakfast nook, Hannah chose the seat to the right side of her father, across from Clara and to the left of her aunt. Her father preferred a balanced table. Otherwise, she would have preferred moving her chair to sit between Clara and her aunt so she and her sister could quietly discuss the previous night's events.
You were both in the society column today.
Their father had found Hannah's addition to the column quite pleasing, especially when she'd been deemed the one to watch. As he handed the paper over to her, she couldn't read the expression on his face. There wasn't a nod of approval, nor was there clear displeasure. If they were both in the column, she was convinced it couldn't be completely positive. Hannah accepted the sheet without delay. The latest gossip filled 2 full columns of the inked pages. She immediately started searching for the paragraph mentioning the diamond, Miss A. When her eyes fell upon the paragraph, she took a sip of tea before reading what the observant member of the Ton had reported this time.
One need not worry about the popularity of our diamond. With the spring session well underway, the stunning Miss A arrived in a light blue gown with a sheer overlay of silver flowers. Her bright smile drew more than one suitor to her side before the crush had the opportunity to exit their carriages. Hannah rolled her eyes as she took a bite of eggs. I wonder if the informant leaves his or her home for anything other than gossip. Is there nothing more entertaining to write about? No one cares about my dress, and those who saw it did not need a description. Clara loudly placed her fork and knife upon the table as she glared at Hannah. The informant is complimentary of you. Never a cruel word. I imagine those who do not receive such kindness think otherwise about the writer. Reminding herself that her father had said they'd both made appearances in the paper, Hannah continued to read. The beautiful Miss A danced like an angel, deigning to shed her heavenly light upon the lowliest man amongst those in attendance. This time it was a Mr. F, whose invitation to such exalted events is extended only for his family name. I vow this writer will not see him at Almack's this season. All and sundry do not want to socialize with their child's tutor while dancing the quadrille. What a horrible person! Hannah stabbed her sausage with the fork and threw the column to the side as she properly cut her meat. Mr. Fernley is not a lowly member of society. If he does not receive an invitation to Almack's, I will be very put out. Will you champion his invitation? Clara asked, her lips turned up in a playful smile. Hannah narrowed her eyes as she chewed her food. His brother is an earl. An invitation will be sent unless they want to incur the wrath of every younger son trying to fit into the society to which he was born. Clara pushed her plate away as she settled in for the duration of their discussion. There are not enough titled gentlemen to provide husbands for the number of women in society. They must accept the populace of younger sons, otherwise they will create a generation of spinsters. Exactly. Well said, Clara. Against her better judgment, Hannah picked the paper up once more to discover the wretched things the author had to say about her sister. This writer was surprised to notice Mr. F's preference for society's diamond was overshadowed by his protection of the other Miss A. If not for her unfortunate features, she might well have dethroned her sister as the most desirable amongst the ton last evening.
No other lady in attendance, with the exception of her sister, danced nearly every set. Perhaps the infamous Mr. F has more connections than this writer previously considered. We shall see if the matrons of Almack's agree. What a load of tripe! Hannah crumpled the parchment and threw it to the side. Then you are not worried about your position in society? Clara meekly asked. Hannah pushed her plate aside. Before Mother passed away, she told us to beware of the volatility within the London season. One day you may be the one to watch, and the next you are antiquated in your clothing and conversation, or your reputation is in tatters. By tomorrow another lady may well have worn a brighter smile or received more requests for dances than me. All it will take is this writer putting pen to paper, and then someone else will be the one to watch. Trust me when I tell you the status is nothing to boast about. Silence followed Hannah's pronouncement. She watched as her father continued to read the news, and Aunt Newport picked at the food on her plate. "Father, may we be excused?" Clara asked. Their father looked up from the paper to give his approval. But instead of nodding, he snapped his fingers at his valet. Mr. Timmins ran forward and placed a jar upon the table next to Clara. "What is this?" Clara asked.
The apothecary said you must apply it to your malformity each day.
Their father went back to reading the news without giving any further explanation. Hannah shrugged her shoulders and would have let the strangeness of the conversation lapse if not for the frown upon Clara's face. "What is the concoction supposed to do? The scar has long since healed."
Daily application will cause the scar to fade. It will erase our shame of Clara's appearance.
Clara's head dropped and her face turned red in sudden understanding. She snatched the container off the table and hid it in her lap. "Yes, Papa."
You are excused.
Their father went back to reading the news as Hannah and Clara slowly stood from the table. Aunt Newport held up her hand, stopping their retreat. She slowly dabbed her mouth with a serviette. "We will spend the morning waiting for callers in the parlour. Gather your sewing and settle in for the duration." Handsome gentlemen flitted in and out of the parlour at Anderson House, all of them vying for Hannah's attention. The room was filled with flowers, boxes of chocolates, and lavish gifts, all of which had been presented to Hannah. It was disappointing to realize that none of the men who had danced with Clara the previous evening would appear for morning visits. Even worse, when Hannah attempted to include her sister in conversations, none of the men seemed remotely interested in anything Clara had to say. Checking the large brown grandfather clock in the corner, Hannah watched as it ticked away the minutes indicating their set visiting hours were nearly finished. Aunt Newport absolutely refused to sit in the parlour for visitors past 2 in the afternoon. Hannah had 3/4 of an hour before the men she currently spoke to would be excused, and the same amount of time before Mr. Fernley must appear with her reticule. If he arrived later than that, the butler would turn him away, and she would be without her personal belongings for another day. As Mr. Whitehead pontificated upon his estate and wealth, Hannah found herself drifting off. There was only so many times she could listen to a man as he spoke about a home that had been built during King Edward III's reign in the 14th century. She would do nearly anything to rid herself of the boring oration, as her head bobbed to the side, causing her to open her eyes. Thankfully, Mr. Whitehead had not noticed her lack of decorum. To prevent herself from drifting off once more, Hannah gathered her embroidery and picked at thread. But it did little good. Her eyes drooped once more, and she nearly allowed herself to fall asleep until she heard the butler's announcement.
Lord Merriweather, Mr. Danvers, and Mr. Fernley.
Hannah was instantly awake. She stood, as did Clara and Mr. Whitehead. Although she found it completely unnecessary, each man carried gifts. Mr. Danvers presented her with a large box of chocolates. Lord Merryweather's offering was 2 beautiful bouquets of flowers from the hothouse, one for her and one for Clara. Mr. Fernley had also brought flowers, but his were humbler offerings. She imagined he'd clipped the multicoloured tulips out of a garden himself. He presented one to her and the other to Clara. After he presented his flowers, Mr. Fernley extracted her reticule from his satchel.
This was discovered in Merryweather's carriage last evening. Does it belong to either of you?
Hannah gasped and placed a hand over her mouth. Thank you, Mr. Fernley. I have searched all morning for my bag.
I apologize for not getting it to you earlier. I hope you did not come to any unnecessary stress over the loss.
Not at all. I knew it would be found. Again, I thank you. Hannah pointed to the open chairs and the sofas. Please join us for tea. Mr. Fernley and Lord Merryweather accepted chairs, while Mr. Danvers took the cushion next to Hannah on the sofa. She slowly poured each man a cup and passed them around. Mr. Danvers accepted his with a dashing smile.
I told Fernley we should return your reticule with haste. Had I known you were searching for it this morning, I would have insisted upon an earlier visit.
Do not concern yourself, Mr. Danvers. It has been safely returned, Hannah said.
You are fortunate to have received it back without anything lost.
Danvers took a sip of tea as he purposefully left his comment hanging with intrigue. Hannah had to wonder if he was suggesting Mr. Fernley was untrustworthy. It hardly seemed appropriate to say such a thing in front of a man. Whatever could have caused my things to go missing? Danvers loudly placed his cup upon the saucer.
It is only that Fernley's rented rooms are in a questionable part of town. He resides close to Old Queen's Street. There are enough lecherous thieves in that part of town to rob all of London.
Hannah turned to Mr. Fernley, concern for his situation at the forefront of her mind. Is this true? Mr. Fernley narrowed his eyes at Mr. Danvers, a silent rebuke passing between them.
My dwelling is 3 blocks away from that particular street. There is no need for concern on my account. Is Lord Grafton aware of your situation? I cannot imagine he would condone the location of your rooms.
Mr. Whitehead asked as he held out his cup, shaking it toward the teapot as a request for more tea. Hannah's jaw dropped in exasperation at the movement. She'd never had a man behave so poorly.
My situation is quite safe. I have the most brilliant neighbours, as they're all tradesmen of some sort. We have no need for concern of thefts in the area. No more concern than any other prosperous section of town.
Mr. Fernley's cheeks heated a little as he took another sip of tea. Clara set her embroidery to the side before choosing to join the conversation. You are rather brave to live in such a location. I am thankful we are away from such worries on this side of London. Mr. Danvers smirked and waggled his eyebrows toward Mr. Fernley. It was a curious exchange, one Hannah fully intended to understand. Mr. Danvers, do you find your friend's living situation amusing?
Not at all. My concern was for your personal belongings. You must not want to lose the items in your reticule, otherwise you would not have been so relieved upon its return.
Hannah turned away from Mr. Danvers. She didn't like the triumph in his eyes. Instead, she looked to Lord Merryweather, who had stayed silent during the exchange. What do you think of Mr. Fernley's living conditions? Lord Merryweather sat with one leg crossed over the other, completely at his leisure.
I have visited his situation many times. Never, not even once, have I feared for my purse.
Mr. Whitehead seemed unsatisfied with the answer.
Can you not stay at Grafton House? It is large enough for you to rent rooms from your brother. Much safer, I am sure. You are all too kind to think of my situation. Trust me when I tell you my rooms are quite safe, and there is no cause for concern.
Mr. Fernley shook his head, a twitch of a smile pulling at his lips. Hannah sat back against the sofa with her tea as she listened to the lively debate on the best and worst streets in London. When her mind started to wander, she looked at each occupant in the room. Aunt Newport was snoring quietly in a chair near the windows, her embroidery slowly slipping out of her hand as her head bent forward. Clara and Lord Merriweather had turned away from the main conversation and were quietly conversing. She would beg her sister for every detail later that afternoon. Mr. Danvers and Mr. Whitehead were arguing the merits of living in rented rooms when they were heirs to an entailment. Mr. Fernley was quietly listening to the argument, too far away from her to politely engage in a different conversation. To her surprise, she wasn't annoyed with the men for their diversion. Her attention was completely occupied with Mr. Fernley. He was the only man with whom she wanted to converse, as he lent an air of intrigue. His modest and unpretentious response to the inquiries about his living situation spoke volumes over the usual diatribe she endured regarding estates and homes in town. Without giving it too much thought, Hannah stood quite abruptly, causing all conversation in the room to stop. "Mr. Fernley, the pedal on our pianoforte does not function properly. I know it is presumptuous of me, but would you mind offering your expertise on the instrument?" Clara quirked an eyebrow at her, biting her lips together to stop a laugh from escaping. Hannah knew her sister too well to believe there wasn't a giggle behind that knowing expression. Mr. Fernley stood and dipped his head in respect. "Lead me to the instrument. I should find a quick solution." Hannah stepped around the other men, who were all standing out of respect for her. "We will not be long. Please continue to discuss Bloomsbury and the many other sections of London that boast proper rented rooms." She knew it was improper to put one of her guests to work, but this was her first attempt at purposefully causing offence. Over time she would improve. That was, if this one event didn't win the wager. As they left the parlour, she turned toward him with what she hoped was an innocent smile. "Father said he would investigate repairs for the pianoforte, but it has been 6 months. I had hoped to continue learning a few songs, and it is difficult to do so without a properly functioning instrument." "I am pleased to be of service when possible." Mr. Fernley's gracious response left her unsettled. He wasn't at all offended, at least not yet. "Have you received proper training on the pianoforte, or are you naturally gifted?" Hannah blushed and turned away. She didn't have to pretend to be embarrassed for a proper demur. Sharing her attempts at learning the instrument had been part of the excuse to pull him away from the other men. She hadn't expected him to inquire after her claims. "I cannot boast a natural talent at anything. Hard work, practice, and a great deal of patience is needed in all my endeavours."
"As it is for all of us, Miss Hannah."
Hannah led him into the music room, her hands covering her cheeks as she considered the next faux pas. This game she had chosen to play, a wager of sorts, was far more distressing than she'd originally thought. It wasn't easy treating another human so callously. He was a gentleman, the brother of 2 earls. His station was far above her own, and yet she was treating him as though he were a servant. She stepped to the piano and pressed the pedal while playing a chord. "As you can hear, the sustaining pedal does not function properly." Mr. Fernley nodded.
"It will take but a moment to correct."
Hannah stepped away, watching as he removed a leather pouch filled with tiny tools from his frock coat, and then proceeded to take his arms out of the sleeves. She'd never seen a man in his shirt sleeves, at least not one of her suitors. Her father could be found in his den without his frock coat often enough, but he'd never put her to the blush. Mr. Fernley's starched white sleeves and his midnight blue waistcoat caused her cheeks to burn. He lay his coat upon the bench and then crouched down on his hands and knees before crawling under the piano. As he assessed the workings of the pedal, Hannah pulled her fan out of her reticule to calm the heat.
He hadn't yet noticed her cheeks, and she prayed with every conviction she had that by the time he was finished with repairs, her countenance would be back to a natural shade. One tool after another came out of the leather pouch, and then they each went back into their respective pockets far quicker than she'd imagined possible. By the time Mr. Fernley was standing back in front of the piano, Hannah was contemplating her next assignment for the poor man. He played a short, jaunty tune that sounded magnificent with a repaired pedal. "Are there any other instruments needing repair?" Hannah shook her head, mesmerized by the smile upon his face. She was fumbling for another request, and then Matilda's comments about her harp intruded. "No other repairs are required. Might I beg a favour and request for you to move the harp from the corner of the room to the spot in front of the window?" "Certainly." As he stepped toward her, Hannah noticed the stark blue of his eyes was enhanced by his waistcoat. She could easily lose herself in the deep ocean before her. She again stepped out of his way, trying not to stare but failing, as he lifted the harp without so much as a wince and carried it to the window. Heat again rushed into her neck and cheeks as she noticed his shirt sleeves were no longer loose. They pulled tightly upon his arms, his strength matching that of a pugilist more than a musician. Hannah flicked her wrist and employed her fan at a much quicker rate than before. She would have to both thank and chide Matilda for putting such a suggestion into her mind. It would be quite difficult to forget Mr. Fernley's hidden qualities. "Will this work?" Mr. Fernley turned toward her, a twitch of laughter playing in the corner of his exquisite eyes. Hannah shook her head. Her voice caught in her throat, and she had to clear it in order to speak. "Perhaps I was wrong. Would you mind terribly if I asked you to move it back to the corner?" "Not at all." She was wicked. The thoughts racing through her head as he lifted the harp once more were enough to entertain her every waking moment for many weeks to come. It would be difficult to erase the image of his formidable figure from her thoughts, yet she must. When he had reset the instrument in its original spot, Hannah admitted she had no further tasks for him and insisted they rejoin the others in the parlour. Although he had replaced his frock coat, Hannah kept an eye on his person as they walked back to the parlour. Her hand continued to employ the fan in the fastest way possible, expecting that by the time she returned to the sofa, she would look every bit the innocent young lady she truly was. But as she retook her seat, Mr. Danvers leaned toward her with concern. "Miss Hannah, you look unwell. Overheated." She would never forgive him for that comment. The attention of every person in the room fell upon her. It was in that moment that she realized her decision to embarrass Mr. Fernley had backfired immensely. For she was the one who wanted to pack her trunk and leave town without delay. Day 2. Chapter 7. Hannah and Clara stood in the foyer to Anderson House waiting for their nightly examination. The ritual was exhausting, but one her father and Aunt Newport deemed necessary before they would be allowed out of the house for a formal function. Their dresses were new, delivered that very morning, and fashioned by Mrs. Pontet, a modiste who needed no introduction from the ton. The shop, located at 134 Pall Mall, boasted patrons like the Princess of Wales and the Duchess of York. And now Hannah and Clara could say they were wearing the same pleated sleeves and intricate piping found within the royal court. Their lady's maid had learned to fashion their hair with a high tuft and ringlets, ornamented with a single white lily and a fern leaf. Both Hannah and Clara were at the height of fashion, and yet they stood before their father and aunt, waiting for approval to attend a ball. As the clock on the side table ticked away each second, turning from 1 minute to 30, Hannah exchanged an impatient grimace with her sister. If it wouldn't be considered improper, she'd convince Clara to leave with her that very moment.
Although society expected a married or spinster chaperone, Hannah knew they could do a much better job with their reputations than their aunt. It would not be more than 10 minutes after their arrival that their aunt would find a bit of gossip to engage in for the duration of the night. No one in society would consider an inattentive aunt a proper chaperone, and yet the society papers had not yet mentioned her faux pas. As though the thought of their aunt's lack of a watchful eye had pulled her out of the drawing-room, their aunt joined them at the bottom of the steps. She wiped at her eyes, leaving Hannah with the impression that the maid had nudged their aunt awake. "I cannot abide another ball. We should stay in for the evening." "You are our chaperone, aunt. We cannot attend a ball without a female companion. This is the reason you joined us in town." Hannah looked to Clara for help. "We have not had a moment's peace this season. Visitors at all hours, balls, theatre, and garden parties every day. There will be another on the morrow." Aunt Newport yawned as she reached for the banister to steady herself. "We will attend all evening functions, Horatia." Their father's voice boomed down to them from the top of the stairs. "I will have my daughters married this season. With your help, of course." Aunt Newport rolled her eyes so only Hannah and Clara could see. Their aunt's patience seemed to be wearing thin. "If you marry this year, your new wife may act as a chaperone next season." The thought of her father taking a new wife pained Hannah more than she wanted to admit. Life must move forward. They were no longer in mourning, and her mother would not have wanted any of the people she loved to stop living due to her death. But that knowledge did little to lessen the continued grief that popped up at the most inconvenient of times. As she watched the argument between her father and aunt, a tightness in Hannah's chest pulled at her heart, threatening tears. If she allowed them to fall, she might as well spend the rest of the night in her bedchamber. Otherwise, puffy eyes and tear-stained cheeks would be the headline in the society column the following morning, while the author suggested a gentleman was responsible for having broken the diamond's heart. Thoughts of the writer and the penchant that particular person had for sniffing out secrets cleared up Hannah's moment of weakness. She would not dissolve into tears, at least not until she was alone in her bedchamber that night. Less than a half hour after the scene in the hallway, Hannah, Clara, Aunt Newport, and her father were settled in the carriage headed to the ball. The gentle rocking of the carriage as it rolled down the streets of London lulled their aunt into a loud slumber. It would take them nearly an hour to get from Grosvenor Square to the outskirts of town. Mr. and Mrs. Brown had a large manor house, close enough to town to be considered perfect for hosting a ball during the season without too much discomfort for their guests to travel. Hannah and Clara entered the ballroom with Aunt Newport between them. They found her a seat in a corner, on the outskirts of the dancing and chatter. If Aunt fell asleep once more, her head could rest against the wall while she snored, but Hannah knew the gleam in her aunt's eye would not keep her settled for long. By the time they were in the carriage once more, she would have more gossip than the columnist could write in the following edition of the Society sheets. "Do you think our aunt is unwell?" Clara asked as they walked away. Hannah pulled her sister away from their aunt. The farther away they were, the less likely her issues would ruin their evening. "I am uncertain. Father does not seem to mind pushing her about." "Father pushes everyone past their nerves." The statement came out with a sigh. "We should be terribly embarrassed of both father and aunt. Best we find husbands soon, so we do not have to drag Aunt Newport around the ton much longer." "I would prefer that over watching our father flirt with prospective brides. Can you imagine a new mother? Perhaps one who was younger than us." Hannah instantly turned on her sister. "He would not dare." "He danced with Miss Clough last evening. She is 2 years our junior. Does he hope to start a new family? The best option for all of us would be a widow." Clara's expression turned mischievous.
Should we suggest the Dowager Countess of Grafton? Or would you prefer to end our wager and attempt a true courtship with her brawny youngest son?
Hannah's neck and cheeks went hot. She would forever regret telling her sister of the time she'd spent in the music room with Mr. Fernley.
Thank you for the reminder. Not only do I have a wager to win, but I must speak with Matilda. I wonder how many times she has seen the tutor without his frock coat. You would not dare to tell anyone you saw him so undressed. I shall not do anything to harm my reputation. We must protect your status as the Diamond.
Hannah hugged her sister in a side embrace. She had never wanted to be named the season's most sought-after debutante. If not for the writer of that insufferable gossip column, no one would even have considered her the one to watch. The ball started out the same as every evening in London. Gentlemen secured dances, the orchestra tuned their instruments, and then the first notes of the night indicated the dancers should take their places in the queue. Hannah had promised the first 2 sets to Mr. Fernley, but as the first was called, he had yet to arrive. Standing off to the side of the room, shame pierced her chest and spread throughout her body until it turned to anger. Had she already run him off? If so, the proper thing would have been to send a note to let her know he wouldn't be at the ball. Instead, she stood to the side, holding up the wall. Convinced Mr. Fernley was not in attendance, Hannah decided she would have to find a way to punish him for securing the first 2 dances but not claiming them. She looked around the room but could not discover his whereabouts before her partner for the 3rd set of the evening claimed her for a country dance. Taking his arm, she lined up in the queue. When the music started, she moved with the same beat and choreographed steps as the other dancers, but her mind was elsewhere. Was it possible she'd made him blush so completely that he had fled town? Although that was the ultimate purpose of her acquaintance with him, a sharp pang of disappointment pierced the back of her neck, just below her hairline. Her feet continued to move in the right direction, each step an automatic motion as she thought over their short visit in the parlour and then their time in the music room. She'd done nothing too barbaric. Most of the visit had been properly chaperoned, which meant she'd been unable to tease Mr. Fernley in front of Aunt Newport. Even the requests she'd made of him hadn't seemed to cause alarm. Hannah decided his absence at the ball must have nothing to do with her actions. Hannah allowed her eyes to drift around the room until she found Lord and Lady Grafton. She'd never been introduced to anyone in the Fernley family. It was only by their connections with a few other families that they had secured an invitation to the upcoming soirée. More than one of Mr. Fernley's brothers was in attendance that night, but he was not with them. Pulling out of her thoughts, Hannah realized someone had taken hold of her hands. She looked up, her thoughts so preoccupied that she'd forgotten she was participating in a dance. Poor Mr. Milton's agitation was only compounded by having to drag her, stumbling just a little, toward the line so they could promenade through the queue. They were halfway to the end when her eyes fell upon Mr. Fernley and his dance partner, Clara. The worry of moments before instantly evaporated and changed into something akin to pleasure. He had not been frightened away, at least not yet. Chapter 8. Oliver knew when he arrived late at the ball that he would not be successful in his pursuit of Miss Hannah that evening. Even though he'd requested she save him the first 2 dances, he knew with his late arrival that she would have certainly given all her other sets away. Such was the lot of a beautiful woman. Therefore, he decided his best opportunity for speaking with her that evening would be between dances. When he failed to get anywhere near her due to the crush in the room, Oliver decided he would have to be creative in his courtship, for there were far too many men vying for her attention, and he had too much pride to be considered a man who spends his time trailing after a woman like bees to honey.
Miss Anderson, would you join me for the next set?
Oliver wouldn't request assistance from Miss Hannah's twin without offering his services. Once he had danced with her, he would introduce her to more of his friends. He had enough chums from Eton and Cambridge to supply her with dance partners for the entire season.
I would be delighted.
The country dance didn't get him close enough to Miss Hannah, and so he asked Miss Anderson for the next set, queuing up directly next to his intended quarry.
Miss Hannah, how lovely to see you.
Oliver dipped his head in her direction and then acknowledged her partner for the set. You were late, Mr. Fernley. I hope the delay was nothing serious. Miss Hannah's cold tone told him she had remembered his request for her first 2 dances.
It was an unfortunate situation. One of Merryweather's horses became ill. Thankfully, we were able to wave down my brother's carriage, and we arrived with Lord and Lady Kent.
Oliver pointed to the brother just older than him. It wasn't unheard of to have 2 titled brothers in one family. The circumstances surrounding Lord Kent's earldom were widely known. The previous year, King George III, by way of the Prince Regent, had awarded Captain Cornelius Fernley an earldom for services rendered to the crown. I am happy to hear they were as late as you. Miss Hannah turned back to her partner, a brush of cool air passing between them. Oliver turned to Miss Anderson and shrugged his shoulders. She laughed, as though the cold reception was of little consequence. As the music started, Oliver decided he would make the best of each opportunity he had with Miss Hannah that evening. He had disappointed her for the first 2 sets and deserved to be brushed aside. He stepped forward and took Miss Anderson's hand.
Would you mind terribly if I introduce you to a few more of my friends this evening?
Miss Anderson's cheeks turned a little pink.
You are too kind, Mr. Fernley. You have done more for my social calendar than my chaperone this season.
Oliver laughed as they switched partners. He accepted the hand of his new partner, a lady to whom he had not yet been formally introduced. She kept her lips tight while they made a quick turn, and then he was back with Miss Anderson.
Your aunt seems more engaging in finding a new wife for her brother than she does in finding matches for you and Miss Hannah.
Miss Anderson's ears went red.
How awfully embarrassing.
Realizing his error, Oliver was thankful he had a moment to recover his thoughts as he switched partners once more. This time, it was Miss Hannah who stepped up for a short turn. Oliver had less than a minute to speak with her before he would switch back to her sister. He took a chance at his first apology of the evening.
Please accept my humble apology for my tardiness.
There is no need, Mr. Fernley. Miss Hannah's cold stare left him certain of the need to apologize a bit more profusely, but within seconds he was back with her sister. Miss Anderson's ears were still very red.
Mr. Fernley, are my aunt and father meriting the notice of the society matrons?
I have not an answer for you, Miss Anderson. My notice of the situation is only due to a conversation I overheard between Mrs. Newport and Mrs. Brunswick. Apparently, your father is taking her daughter for a ride in Hyde Park on the morrow.
My mother would be mortified to know he is attempting to replace her with a debutante.
I must apologize for being the one to inform you of the situation. I thought you were aware.
Before Miss Anderson could respond, Oliver was changing partners once more. He took hold of Miss Hannah's hand.
Mr. Fernley, you cannot understand how dreadfully embarrassed I was to turn down 4 perfectly acceptable offers for my first 2 dances in the anticipation of dancing with you, only to find myself holding up the wall.
Oliver didn't understand what a woman experienced each night at these balls. Although he had heard his sisters-in-law speak of how thankful they were not to be on the marriage mart any longer. Husband hunting was a grueling task, or so he'd been told.
It was never my intention to leave you stranded in such a way.
Unfortunately, he was unable to say anything more as he switched back to Miss Anderson, his original partner, once more. He couldn't remember what they'd been discussing until she spoke.
Please do not mention my father's antics to Hannah. Her duty to find a husband is most pressing, for both of us. Oliver nodded. You have my word, Miss Anderson. Although, is it not your duty as well to find a husband? Miss Anderson laughed. It was not a cheerful sound. I am to become a burden upon my sister and her future husband. That is, unless my father can convince a man to marry me for convenience. This was not a typical conversation he would have with a woman while dancing, or ever. And had he not already decided the Anderson twins were a different breed of debutante, he might have been shocked. Miss Anderson, allow me to prove your assertions wrong. How do you plan to do so? There are many a gentleman in the ballroom this evening hoping to fall in love with a lady as kind and genuine as yourself. I will spend the entirety of this season proving as much to you. She looked doubtful. As he led her away from the dance floor, he inwardly berated himself for making such a promise, but he would do his best to fulfill his words. After all, this wager he had made with Danvers would likely end in one of them securing an engagement with Miss Hannah. If Miss Anderson's words were accurate, he or Danvers would be her protector before long, which meant he should see her happily settled with a good man. Instead of dropping Miss Anderson back at the chair she had previously occupied, Oliver led her to the opposite side of the room. He had spotted an old friend and decided this would be their first stop for the evening. Charlie, old man, I did not expect to see you in London. Pretty boy, Ollie. It has been an age. Oliver took hold of Charles Mackenberg's outstretched hand and shook it vigorously. How is your family? They are around here somewhere. Charlie made a show of searching for his brothers before shrugging his shoulders. Never mind, I ditched them on purpose. Oliver placed his hand on Miss Anderson's elbow and pulled her forward so she was standing next to him. Allow me to introduce you to Miss Clara Anderson. A pleasure. Charlie did exactly as Oliver expected. He bowed over Miss Anderson's hand and then requested the next set. Pleased with his efforts, Oliver found his way over to Merriweather and Danvers, who were standing off to the side of the room. As each dance ended, Oliver found another friend for an introduction. He appreciated that Merriweather and Danvers each offered Miss Anderson a dance, giving him time to search out more acquaintances. What is your plan, Fernley? It is Miss Hannah you are to woo, not the desperate sister. Danvers's callous words sent a spark of ire through Oliver. Miss Anderson is not desperate, Oliver responded. He balled his hands in fists as he watched Miss Anderson dance with George Swanson. Merriweather put a calming hand on his shoulder. You have spent more time with Miss Anderson this evening than with Miss Hannah. Oliver nodded. I secured her first 2 dances when I returned the reticule yesterday afternoon. 2 dances I missed. Merriweather groaned in sympathy. It was terrible luck, mate. Danvers smirked. Poor luck had nothing to do with it. This is war, after all. Oliver shook his head in disgust. You did something to the horse. It will survive. A good stable master will put it to right. Merriweather grabbed Danvers's lapel. If you injure my livestock again, I will see to it that you suffer. With the swift movements, the clasping of fists, and the quickened whispering, Merriweather and Danvers drew the notice of those nearest their little circle. Side glances and whispers behind hands quickly spread throughout the small area, encouraging Oliver to usher his friends into the hall. There was no way to know the amount of information his friends would divulge during the argument. Grabbing their arms, Oliver successfully pulled them to an alcove where it would be harder for curious ears to overhear the conversation. How do you intend to follow through with such a threat? Danvers puffed his chest out as though he were untouchable. He stood with one hand on his hip, a superior smirk upon his face. I will speak with your father, Merriweather responded. The threat was one that had not been made for many years. The last person who had invoked this exact ultimatum had been one of their professors at Eton. Danvers's laughter instantly stopped as he met Merriweather's glare. His voice shook as his shoulders slumped.
You would not dare.
I would. Remember, dear friend, I have more sway in society with my title than you, even with all your wealth.
Fair play. I will remember not to include your livestock or any of your belongings in my future tricks.
Danvers ran a hand through his hair before continuing to speak.
I will send your stable master a full account of what I did to the horse. The beast should be back on the job before the end of this wager.
Merriweather turned to Oliver. Thank you, Fernley, for saving us the embarrassment of being overheard. Oliver dipped his head in acknowledgement. As the music ended once more, he turned back to the ballroom.
I must introduce Miss Anderson to another one of our friends.
Danvers puffed his chest out once more, the fear of his father seemingly erased from his thoughts.
I believe this is one of the sets I secured with Miss Hannah. I, for one, will not miss either of my 2 dances with the diamond this evening. No need to secure a dance for Miss Anderson this round. I promised her the waltz yesterday.
Merriweather patted Oliver's cheek.
Cheer up. Get yourself a refreshing drink of raspberry cordial. Mayhap you will find a solution to winning a few moments of Miss Hannah's time within the sweet crimson liquid. I am not thirsty. Give it a try. The next dance has not yet been called.
Merriweather forced Oliver to turn toward the table. As his eyes fell upon the glasses of cordial, he realized the purpose behind the suggestion. Miss Hannah was standing at the refreshment table in a rare moment by herself. Neither a gentleman nor her sister accompanied her.
Tell her she sparkles brighter than the stars. Women adore statements like that.
Merriweather pushed him toward the refreshment table, and Oliver allowed his feet to carry him straight to her before he could decide against it. Chapter 9. The refreshment table was filled with crystal glasses of raspberry cordial and sugary sweets bound to ruin her appetite. Supper would not be served for at least another hour. With all the dancing Hannah had done that evening, a fairy cake or lemon tart would not stem her hunger. The only reason she hesitated was due to the decision. She loved both confections equally. How to decide, she didn't know. Of one thing she was certain. Her mouth watered when looking upon both.
Miss Hannah, you look stunning this evening. Putting the stars to shame, I see.
His voice caused her heart to quicken, which was terribly annoying, especially given the ridiculous flirtatious statement he'd just made. Mr. Fernley had made his apologies. What more did he want? He was quite vexing. If any other man had secured 2 dances and failed to show, she would have sent him away without another thought. But there was more at stake than the gossip columnist delighting over her lack of a partner for the first 2 dances. Mr. Fernley was a wager she needed to win, which meant she couldn't send him away with a set down. She had to embarrass him. Peering up over the glass of raspberry cordial, her eyes went wide at the expectant look upon his face. He had said something to her, had he not? Mr. Fernley, do women usually respond to such ridiculous comments? Lowering the glass, she wished the fluttering in her stomach would lessen. He was handsome. But there were other men in this room of greater consequence than the man standing before her. There was no reason for every part of her body to perk up in response to his rapt attention.
In truth, I do not know. I will remember not to accept advice from Lord Merriweather before seeking the attention of a handsome woman.
Hannah laughed. If the comment had truly come from Lord Merriweather, then he might be a match for her sister after all. She would have to consider it before encouraging Clara toward the Viscount. It was a terrible suggestion. You must warn him off such comments in the future.
Noted. Trust only myself in the future, that is, when it comes to flirting.
I am not sure you have the correct idea there. Your approach could use assistance. Perhaps one of your sisters might help. Mr. Fernley turned to look at his family. She followed his gaze. It was a large group, far more people than she would have expected, but then she silently reminded herself that he was the youngest of 7 sons.
I would seek their advice, but the last brother to do so ended up in a scheme of matchmaking. Poor besotted fool. The mirth in his eyes and the twitch of his lips were enough for her to know he was teasing. Besotted. She wanted to do more than that with Oliver Fernley. She wanted to tie his nerves into a knot and cause him great alarm. He had to know she could not be left standing against a wall for future unclaimed dances. She would cause him shame, enough that it might send him to his family seat. Mr. Fernley, what are we to do about your tardiness? There is little we can do. I am afraid your dances were all claimed by the time I arrived this evening. Your sister informed me I was too late. It was true. Perhaps, she decided, her frustration with Mr. Fernley was not rightly earned. When she'd realized he was not at the ball, she should have saved one of her other dances. Perhaps the waltz she had promised to Mr. Danvers. With the goose flesh popping up on her neck and arms, she likely should have reserved both waltzes for Mr. Fernley. Forgetting her purpose in speaking with him, she knew it was wrong to continue punishing him for a situation that had been out of his control. You are forgiven, Mr. Fernley. I am quite saddened that I have not a free dance to grant you. And to make up for my tardiness, will you take a short walk with me while the musicians take their break? Hannah should decline, but her heart and head betrayed the training she'd received in her youth. Perhaps it was the memory of seeing him without his frock coat, but she wanted to walk along the outdoor paths with this man. There was no other reason she could be drawn to him with such ferocity, as she had spent only a small amount of time with him. While on the walk, she wanted to tease him for the indiscretion of having left a woman without a dance partner, especially since he'd taken the opportunity to secure the sets the day before. But everything she wanted to say was trapped in the depths of her throat, hesitant to escape, and all she could do was nod her head, thankful he had made the request. His presence, demeanor, and smile were unsettling, but in a way that made her feel special, wanted and desired. As she extended the one hand that wasn't holding a glass of cordial, an unexpected force collided with her from behind, shattering the serene connection between them. With a sudden shove, Hannah was propelled forward, the glass slipping from her grasp, cascading its contents in a scarlet shower. In the chaos of the collision, she found herself safely enveloped in Mr. Fernley's arms, every inch of her body rejoicing at the warmth of his embrace. She couldn't be angry about the situation, not even the knowledge that both she and Mr. Fernley had been splashed with the crimson hue of raspberry cordial. Everything was silent for a moment, before Aunt Newport's shrill cry pulled her thoughts away from the drips of cordial dripping from Mr. Fernley's eyelashes. "Hannah, are you injured?" Still lost in the tranquility of Mr. Fernley's deep blue irises, Hannah dreamily responded, "No, Aunt." Aunt Newport took her elbow, pulling her out of Mr. Fernley's embrace. "We owe you a debt of gratitude, Mr. Fernley. Why, if you had not been here, I shudder to think of my dear niece lying upon the ground. Injured, worse yet, broken, and unable to continue on with this season." "Your humble servant, ma'am." Mr. Fernley extracted a handkerchief from his pocket, but instead of wiping the cordial upon his own face, he handed it to Hannah. A wild thought ran through her mind as she dabbed at the cordial, staining her dress and in her hair. She wondered what it would feel like to wipe the liquid off the man standing before her. Blushing at the depravity of her thoughts, Hannah was thankful for the commotion behind her, allowing for a diversion. As she turned to see the cause of the collision, she noticed one of the men she'd agreed to dance with sprawled upon the ground. His name didn't stand out in her mind. They'd been introduced that evening. A Mr. Evans, possibly. Is he unwell? What caused him to fall? Hannah turned to her aunt for the answer, but found Aunt Newport and many others nearby tisking at the man. "Never you mind, Hannah. We must get you home. Your gown will never recover from this evening. I am afraid it will have to be thrown out." Hannah turned back to see about Mr. Fernley, but found he was being cared for by his family. Her eyes went wide as Lord Kent patted him on his bottom,
a proud nod of his head toward her as he spoke words she could not hear. Her eyes lingered upon Mr. Fernley's posterior a bit longer than she should have allowed, which only deepened her blush. What was becoming of her thoughts? Aunt Newport took hold of her arm once more. "Stop dawdling, Hannah. Clara sent a servant to the gaming room to find your father. He will have called for the carriage by now." Before she allowed her aunt to drag her from the room, Hannah was thankful to see that Mr. Fernley had turned toward her. She locked eyes with him and exchanged a final glance of gratitude. Lifting his handkerchief slightly, she nodded her head in appreciation. He acknowledged her with a slight dip of his head. Although they hadn't taken that walk in the gardens, she was certain nothing could have been as romantic that evening as a gentleman catching her in his arms. Her entire body tingled from the memory of his embrace as she thought upon it that evening and into the next day. Her one regret was not having taken the opportunity to run her hands down his arms. When her maid brought in the laundry with Mr. Fernley's clean handkerchief, Hannah traced the embroidered initials with her fingers while she contemplated whether she should return the item. In the end, she placed it in her reticule for when she next needed to wipe a tear or dab at a dripping nose. No matter what happened over the next week, she never wanted to forget the moment he'd offered his handkerchief to her. She would keep it always. Day 3. Chapter 10. A ride through Hyde Park required a carriage. Oliver thought about asking Merriweather or Danvers for the use of one of theirs, but he didn't want to weaken his position with Danvers by leaning upon his friend's generosity. This meant he must either hire a carriage or borrow one from his brother. There were a few options for this request. Of course, Grafton House boasted a carriage house full of every type of conveyance one could wish. One-man buggies, carts, curricles, gigs, and carriages. The other option would be the brother just older than him. Cornelius had recently gained an estate with several fine carriages. But his estate was farther away than Grafton House, and so Oliver decided he must make his way over to his family home and pay call to Baxter, Briar, and Gigi. Normally, he wouldn't dread an encounter with his brother. But he knew Baxter, as the Earl, had eyes and ears everywhere, especially when it came to the family. Baxter stood in the background of each of their lives, orchestrating what he could. This was one of Oliver's sources of displeasure. Although he had a thriving profession, he didn't know if it was due to his own merits or if it was Baxter making connections and expertly placing people in his path. This concern only intensified his reasons for winning the wager and the introduction to Maestro Frederick von Heusen. Oliver took a deep breath and stepped up to the blue door. He took the knocker in his hand and thrust it against the gold metal plate 3 times. As the door opened, he nodded to the butler. "Is the Earl home?"
"Lord Grafton is in the den. I will announce you."
Oliver handed his hat and gloves over before following the butler down the familiar hall. The same paintings from his youth adorned the walls, landscapes of the countryside chief amongst them. The entryway was cheerful, with spring flowers on the tables, each of the arrangements cut from the garden maintained at Grafton House. With his hands in his pockets, he didn't wait outside the den for his introduction. After all, this was his brother's house. A home in which Oliver had resided during his time in London before he had taken up his own rooms. Baxter left his chair and rushed around the large mahogany desk to grasp Oliver's arm in a jovial greeting.
"Ollie, I had wondered when you would stop by. Let me send for Gigi and Briar. They will not want to miss your visit."
Oliver shook his head.
"I currently do not have the time, although I will gladly visit with them upon my return. What can I do for you?"
"Might I borrow the gig?" Baxter quirked an eyebrow at him.
"You are welcome to borrow any of the carriages. Perhaps the phaeton would be better suited to a ride through Hyde Park with Miss Hannah Anderson. It will allow her sister to accompany you for propriety."
"Is there anything you do not know? Who told you about my plans?" His question came out a little harsher than he'd wanted. But if his brother had knowledge of his plans for a ride in the park, then what else did he know? The fear that Baxter knew about the wager caused sweat to pool on his forehead. Baxter smiled and patted him on the shoulder.
I was at the ball last night. I saw the way you and Merriweather were romancing the Anderson twins. Not only that, but it would also be terribly ungrateful for a woman to deny a man courtship when he allowed her to pour cordial all over his white cravat.
Instant relief flowed through him, allowing Oliver to laugh at the comment.
I had not thought about it. The phaeton, I mean. Well, I have. So has Gigi. Far too much since last evening.
Mother, what has she to say upon the subject?
Baxter laughed as he led the way out of the den. She wants what is best for her sons. If that includes the phaeton or the gig, she will offer an opinion. Also, she is my source on all things pertaining to my brothers.
Relieved his brother was still in the dark over his gambling, Oliver pulled his handkerchief out of his pocket and wiped the sweat before following Baxter out to the carriage house.
I will amend my statement to say she is my source on matters of the heart.
Please do all you can to convince her that, as of yet, there is nothing to note. This is a new friendship. That is all.
Why would you limit yourself? Everyone knows Miss Hannah Anderson is a gem. You will miss this opportunity if you do not act.
Oliver shrugged his shoulders, and with the most sincerity he could muster, he stated, I currently know nothing of her taste or talents in music. Their short conversation in the music room had not given him enough information regarding her musical tastes. Did she play the pianoforte? She'd mentioned an interest in it, but it had seemed more of a fleeting interest. Perhaps she had not been trained but desired to know how to play. Was she accomplished on another instrument? He didn't know. This was something he must discover before he put complete effort in winning the wager.
What was I thinking?
Baxter tried to hide his amusement, but the intonation of his voice and the mirth in his eyes gave way.
Best you discuss the topic without delay.
You jest, but what would I do with a wife who is tone-deaf? I could not amuse her with music. I would have to develop some other talent to make myself useful, like chatter. What a bore our lives would be. As they entered the carriage house, Baxter pointed to the phaeton.
A better option until an engagement is secured, but I will leave the decision up to you.
Of course, Baxter was right. But he also knew that as long as the carriage was in motion, there was no need to worry about their reputations. Instead of taking his brother's advice, Oliver borrowed the gig that offered snug seating perfect for two. The spring air was infused with the fragrance of blossoming flowers. As Oliver guided the horses onto Rotten Row, he took a moment to enjoy the beauty of the delicate cherry blossoms and tulips of every hue laying like a carpet within the gardens. Hyde Park was as perfect as the paintings he'd seen that morning walking through the hall at Grafton House. Oliver sat tucked closely next to Miss Hannah as they rode beneath the canopy of ancient trees lining the path set aside for courting couples to parade in front of the Tun. He knew this was not her first time on Rotten Row, nor would it be her last, but that was neither here nor there. The moment that mattered was this one. The only carriage ride she needed to remember was the one they were sharing. I am happy to see you were not scandalized by the morning gossip column. Miss Hannah waved and nodded to the other participants of this strange ritual as regally as the Prince Regent himself would have done if he were to frequent the fashionable hour in the park. Oliver knew it was common practice to spend most of the season enthralled with gossip, but he didn't care to know who was courting who or what scandal had occurred. In fact, he hadn't picked up the gossip sheets for many years and was wholly unsatisfactory in conversations regarding the latest outrage.
I admit the sheets hold little to no interest for me.
Hannah turned away from the carriage, nearing their position with a curiosity that made him happy he'd told the truth. It would have been easy to agree or to brush it aside as though whatever had been said was of little consequence. How can you refrain from reading each page? Are you not curious? Oliver shrugged his shoulders.
If there were anything truly concerning about my conduct, I should already know about it. There is no need to see it written for all and sundry to salivate over. Shame is better lived in private. Do you not agree?
Miss Hannah sat in silence, considering his words. A gentle breeze touched his cheeks. She shivered from the sudden chill, causing her to scoot closer to him on the gig. For a moment, he considered Baxter's offer for the phaeton. It would have been more proper than their current situation, for they were nearly snuggled in a cozy embrace. I suppose you are right, but does it not bother you when people whisper behind your back?
Not if I refuse to take notice.
Oliver looked up to a tree branch where a family of birds was comfortably settled. He'd noticed them on a walk through the park a few days previously. The birdsong filled the gap in their conversation until they were too far away and could no longer hear the robins serenading those on the row. Perhaps one day I will find myself with as healthy an outlook on the opinions of others. For now, it seems the author of the column takes notice of everything I do. If I sneeze improperly, it will be recorded.
What would the author have to say about an impish sneeze?
Oliver let his eyes drift from the path so he could give his full attention to Miss Hannah. The horses could manage without him for a few seconds. Miss Hannah's lips turned down in a frown. The writer would likely comment on the sound. If it were too loud, I would be considered improper. If it were too quiet, the sneeze would be called into question. Was it real, or a ruse to capture the handkerchief of a gentleman? Oliver now understood why she'd mentioned the column.
Is that what was written this morning? You purposefully threw the cordial upon me to win my favour.
Apparently I have a collection of gentlemen's handkerchiefs, each embroidered with initials, so I can count them every night. The writer suggested I throw them into a hat and pull one out to pick a husband.
I thought you were considered the diamond, favoured by the columnists. Has the writer changed their tune?
He knew society was fickle, but the events of the prior evening had been completely out of Miss Hannah's control. She pursed her lips as they rounded the bend to start a second trip around Rotten Row. When they had waved to a few other couples, Miss Hannah spoke once more. No one is safe in London, not when they parade around with the latest fashions and feathers in their coiffure. There will always be something to love or despise about another person.
Then what say you to a bit of fun?
He hadn't considered challenging her on this ride, but it might be better to relieve her of the distress before she allowed the horrible things in the column to cause her harm. What do you have in mind? Her ready response made him ever so happy he'd thought of a challenge. Now he only hoped she wouldn't be disappointed.
Have you driven a gig before?
Miss Hannah instantly shook her head. Her eyes lit up like the sun at noonday, and her voice went a little higher than normal as she gleefully squealed out the response. Never!
Then you must take control of the horses this very instant.
Oliver handed the reins to her, and then put one arm around her back to guide and instruct. His stomach lurched in a most inconvenient way as heat filled his body at the closeness between them. Miss Hannah Anderson smelled of rosewater. The scent tickled his nose as he took another intake of breath, committing everything about that moment to memory. The first and foremost was the realization that she fit perfectly in his arms. Chapter 11. Oliver Fernley could take any negative situation and turn it into a positive. Of that, Hannah was certain. She'd expected him to shy away from the uncomfortable conversation about the handkerchiefs and the gossip column. The outstanding way in which he diverted both their thoughts was genius. She had never thought to find herself holding the reins of a gig. The weight of the horse beneath her control was daunting and exhilarating.
Gently. You do not want to spook the horse. Give him enough freedom to continue at this pace, but do not allow him to control the journey.
As he provided instruction, his deep, soothing voice lent a wisp of calm to her jittery nerves. She was certain this would go quite well, until the horse tugged a little too hard on the reins. "Oh dear!" Hannah's shock did not dissuade Mr. Fernley from allowing her to drive. Instead of taking the reins back in hand, he gently reached around her back and scooted closer so he could assist in her lesson. As his hands closed over hers, her entire body stilled beneath the warmth of his embrace. If heaven had an earthly feeling, she was experiencing it in that moment. His arms were gentle, yet the strength of his protective embrace left her in mind of a fuzzy blanket holding in the warmth on a chilly evening. His arms stayed around her for less than 2 minutes, but it was enough to make her heart take flight, like a flock of birds leaving the trees. By the time another carriage passed by, he was back on his side of the bench, which wasn't very far away as they were quite cozy. A slight movement of the reins propelled the horse forward, his speed quickening to a steady trot. Instead of sending him around the park once more, they left the other couples parading for the 3rd or 4th time to find a more private outing. "Where should we go now, Mr. Fernley?" Mr. Fernley put his hands behind his head and stretched his legs out in front of him.
"I will leave myself in your capable hands, Miss Hannah."
Hannah was too nervous to turn her full attention to him, so she spied upon him out of the corner of her eye. "I wish you would not be so formal when we are alone. Please call me Hannah." Before he could offer up his Christian name, Hannah continued, "And I wish to refer to you as Oliver." Oliver sat up and turned fully toward her.
"Do you not think it too soon to forego formalities?"
"Not in the least. I believe there is an unwritten rule that when a woman spills raspberry cordial upon a man's starched white cravat, she must allow him to be more than an acquaintance." When she relayed this conversation to her sister later that evening, she would make the excuse that it was another attempt at shocking the poor man. But in truth, causing him alarm was the last thought on her mind. She wanted to call him a friend, and formalities had no place in friendship.
"Very well, Hannah. I will accept your kind invitation, and you may refer to me as Oliver."
Hannah slightly leaned to the left, bumping her shoulder against his. "What if I decide to shorten your name? I do think Ollie and Hannah sound quite perfect together."
Oliver laughed. "You may shorten my name in whatever way suits your needs."
"Ollie, might I be forward and ask a question?"
"I would expect nothing less from you, Hannah."
She smiled, loving the way her name sounded upon his lips. In another attempt to cause him distress, Hannah broke decorum once more. "When do you intend to ask my father for permission to formally court me?" Ollie sat a little taller and pulled at his cravat.
"My, you are inquisitive. I thought it best to speak with you first. I would not want to force an unwanted courtship upon you."
"How very generous of you."
"Then you are amenable?"
Hannah had a hard time hiding her smile. She liked him, far more than any of her other suitors. It pained her to know she had to hurt him. "It would bring me great pleasure." She handed the reins over to him after driving through the streets of London. When she no longer had the fate of their lives in her hands, she allowed herself to think over the time she had spent with Ollie. It had been 3 days, hardly enough time to form an attachment, and yet it felt like the beginning of something quite lovely. If she was not committed to winning a wager, she might consider his offer of courtship to be rather wonderful. But her attachment to him would have to end terribly, for she would not allow Clara to believe her scar was the reason for her failure to find a suitor. While Oliver spoke with her father, Hannah found her way to the parlour. None of the little things she'd done while on their ride had dissuaded him from a courtship. As she neared the parlour, she stopped at the sound of Matilda's laughter. It was best they both hear of her failure at the same time. Repeating everything was rather cumbersome. "What is so funny?" Matilda was still giggling, a hand over her mouth as she doubled over in absolute joy. Through gales of laughter, she managed to speak. "We have concocted the most outrageous act for you to commit against Mr. Fernley." Hannah tried to smile, but she didn't care for the pure enjoyment upon Matilda's face. It made her stomach turn to think Clara and Matilda had spent the afternoon concocting a plan against Ollie. Hannah sat on the edge of the sofa, her legs crossed and tucked properly under her skirt. Perhaps we should speak of other things. Tell us of your ride in Hyde Park. Were you successful in causing Mr. Fernley distress? Clara asked, her laughter sobering as she met Hannah's eyes. It was lovely. He is a true gentleman. She tried not to smile, but it was difficult to hide her preference. He was the most affable of the men who were attempting to court her. Perhaps they could switch the wager to another man? Hardly, Matilda said. His profession is unsatisfactory. He is little more than a mere tradesman. Hannah disagreed with this assertion. His station is far above ours. Our fathers may have more money than he does, but his connections are superior. Clara narrowed her eyes, focusing solely on Hannah. You are forming an attachment to him. I can see it in the way you are defending Mr. Fernley. What a silly notion. Hannah looked toward the door, thankful she'd closed it upon entry. He is in Father's den at this very moment requesting a formal courtship. I suggested it before he did, breaking all sorts of rules. Clara instantly frowned, her entire body wilting into the fabric of her chair as tears slid out of the corners of her eyes. Then I was correct. The issue lies with my scar. If you have truly stuck to our wager and have committed the blunders we have discussed, then you are wrong. It is my features. Guilt instantly racked Hannah's entire body. Her gaze fell upon the scar that had haunted both her and Clara for the last 3 years. She may not wear the blemish, but she was as marred by remorse. Do not be so hard upon yourself. Perhaps Mr. Fernley is the only man in London who would overlook the lapse in propriety. You should have chosen someone like Mr. Danvers. He likely would have taken his fastest horse out of town if I had ruined his cravat with raspberry cordial. Matilda clicked her tongue in disappointment. I do not think you have given it a true effort. Why start a game if you do not plan to win? I have every intention of proving Clara wrong. I am doing my best. Obviously not enough. He cannot enjoy these uncomfortable moments with you. Perhaps you should spread gossip about him. We could discover the writer of the column and create a ghastly rumor that would cause him great harm, Matilda said. Hannah leaned against the sofa as she examined her friend. Why should you dislike Mr. Fernley? Has he wronged you in some way? He is my brother's tutor. My parents pay him a wage. It is hardly acceptable to earn a living from the people with whom you socialize on a nightly basis. Clara sniffed as she wiped at her tears. Mr. Danvers would not have been wooed by your dowry. He would have been a terrible option for the wager. Neither is Ollie. Matilda and Clara both perked up at her mistake. She'd been vigilant since entering the parlour to refer to him in a formal manner, but in defence of her efforts, she'd slipped. At the same time, both women repeated the error. Ollie? Clara's eyes went wide. Is it not presumptuous for you to use a shortened version of his Christian name? 3 days, Hannah. That is all the time that has passed since you were first introduced. A slip of the tongue is all. Hannah bit her bottom lip, hoping they would accept her excuse, but neither seemed convinced. Matilda reached toward Clara and took her hand. Has he agreed to your use of his Christian name? That was a bold choice. Clara's lips turned into a pout. Next he will claim to have kissed him and cried, yet he will still claim a courtship with you. Hannah sighed. This conversation was causing her a headache. I have not kissed him. Clara continued her rant of self-pity. I suppose my only option is to allow Father to arrange a match. He was speaking of an arrangement with Mr. Bixby while you were away. Bixby? Hannah said, instantly sickened at the thought of her sweet sister being thrown into the grips of such an awful man. He is older than our father. Clara sniffed once more. And blind. Father told him I have soft skin, except for my one cheek, and he promised Bixby I would provide an heir. Apparently Mr. Bixby is considering his options. It is rather embarrassing to know that even an elderly blind man must think upon the decision to marry me. There must be another option besides Mr. Bixby."
Hannah looked to Matilda for help, but her friend refused to meet her gaze. Matilda offered her sympathies to Clara before aiming a snide remark at Hannah.
"More's the pity you do not have a sister who cares for your future as much as she does her own. Why, if you were my sister, I would have won the wager by now."
Hannah cared a great deal for Clara's happiness. It wasn't her fault their father had found a despicable match. She was ready to say as much when her heart plummeted to the bottom of her stomach. If the accident hadn't been her fault, Clara wouldn't need an arrangement. The distraught tears and whimpers from her sister pulled at her convictions, reminding her that family was the most important part of her life.
"I will redouble my efforts."
Begrudgingly, Hannah wilted against the sofa like a child who had been beaten into submission.
"What is the outrageous plan you concocted while I was out?"
Clara shook her head.
"You have already proven it is a hopeless cause. I am thoroughly displeased to be the winner."
Matilda nodded. "I have never seen the winner of a wager so forlorn.
Come with me, Clara. I will help you decide how to decorate your new room." "I am certain to succeed."
Hannah closed her eyes, regret pouring over her like a bucket of cold water fetched out of a frozen lake.
"After all, there are 7 days left on this wager."
Matilda clapped her hands in anticipation of the next 7 days.
"Then you must take our most ingenious suggestion."
"Words cannot express how eager I am to hear of what you have planned." Chapter 12. Oliver had found Mr. Anderson to be cold and uncaring when it came to the future of his daughter. If he had known how callous the man would be upon his request for a courtship, Oliver might have considered leaving the man out of the request altogether. But it was not the sort of thing a gentleman did without properly speaking to the young lady's father. When he was finished with his request and had gained the man's approval, the butler showed him to the parlour. He'd expected Hannah would be sitting with her aunt and Clara, but he hadn't anticipated Miss Matilda Gallagher. He stepped into the parlour, which felt more like a lioness's den than the comfortable room it should have been. With plush chairs and the bright sunshine lighting the space, he'd expected the women would be conversing upon topics of fashion or at least something happy. Instead, he found Miss Anderson's eyes were puffy and Hannah's jaw tight and stern. Miss Gallagher seemed not to notice the tension between the Anderson twins. Hannah stood and met him in the entrance.
"What did my father have to say?"
Oliver wanted to take her hands in his and tell her of the happy news, but something told him it would be best to hold back while in the company of Miss Gallagher. She didn't like him. It had never been so apparent until he'd started courting Hannah. Ignoring the gloomy cloud over Miss Gallagher's head, he focused solely upon Hannah.
"He approved my request."
"I am most pleased."
Hannah's eyes sparkled, and then suddenly she turned away, almost like she had demurred, but not exactly.
"Would you like a cup of tea?"
Hannah sat and then patted the cushion next to her.
"Thank you, yes I would."
He'd expected she would want to spend more time with him, and was thankful to find his assumption had merit. Oliver's chest fluttered and his palms were damp. He was thankful no one would ever discover the reactions of his body when in her presence. The fluttering increased as he observed the perfect way in which she sat, with her ankles crossed and her hands primly clasped on her lap.
"I will pour."
Miss Gallagher winked at Hannah, a glint of mischief in her eyes. He would have to keep an eye on Matilda Gallagher. She lifted the kettle and poured with all the elegance of her upbringing. Oliver kept watch out of the corner of one eye as he turned most of his attention toward Hannah and Miss Anderson.
"I hope I am not intruding."
Hannah reached forward and placed a hand on his, before quickly removing it and reclasping both hands.
"I was just about to tell them of our outing."
I hope the retelling will include your expertise at driving a gig.
Hannah demurred as she turned toward her sister. It was thrilling. I will teach you how to drive if you would like to learn. Or perhaps Mr. Fernley will assist in teaching you. I would not want to assume I am an expert, not yet.
Miss Anderson instantly shook her head. She sniffed and wiped her nose with a handkerchief.
I would prefer to leave the horses to our coachman.
Are you unwell?
Oliver sat forward. Her cheeks were sallow, her nose a watering pot, making it look like she'd been distressed.
Perfectly well, thank you.
Her voice shook as she tried to hide her red-rimmed eyes and tear-stained cheeks. He wasn't convinced, especially since her statement had been made with very little conviction. He scooted forward on the sofa, his attention fully taken by Miss Anderson's condition.
I hope you will be well enough to attend the card party this evening. Mr. Grayson sent a note to me this morning, thanking me for bringing you to his attention. He said the ball would have been terribly boring if not for the time he spent with you.
Miss Anderson instantly sat up, her posture straightening while the handkerchief disappeared in her fist. A bit of colour tinged her cheeks, making her look less ill.
He did! Was he sincere?
Oliver's eyebrows pulled together as he looked from Hannah, then back to Miss Anderson. Why would a man not be sincere in his praise of a woman? If he had felt otherwise, Grayson would not have mentioned the connection.
He was in earnest. I am likely betraying his trust by informing you of all he said.
Miss Anderson's eyes went wide, a hint of a smile pulling at her mouth.
Please continue.
There were a few lines regarding the conversation. He said you are the most intelligent and handsome woman of his acquaintance, and he wishes to know you better.
He did.
There is only one problem. He worries Lord Merriweather has a previous claim upon your heart.
Oh?
Miss Anderson looked to Hannah in confusion. Instead of allowing her to fret upon the matter, Oliver continued.
I informed him that a woman should have many suitors, and he should not allow another man to delay his desire to request a courtship. I hope I did not overstep or lead him astray. If you do not wish to further your acquaintance, I will persuade him to another direction.
Miss Anderson put her hand out, as though it would stop any thought of deterrence.
I should be most happy to have him call upon me.
Oliver smiled at her, happy to see that the distress of moments ago was completely removed from her features. When he turned to speak to Hannah, he found she was the one sniffing and wiping at tears.
Well, it seems I have dried up one watering pot and filled another.
Hannah instantly shook her head as she slightly scooted closer to him on the sofa. She didn't speak. Instead, she brushed her hand against his as she accepted a cup of tea from Miss Gallagher. Oliver accepted his cup. He kept eye contact with Hannah, his pulse racing as he sipped the hot liquid to find it tasted nothing like tea. At least not the tea he was accustomed to drinking. Oliver spat the liquid back into his cup. With one look at the bottom, he could see the heaviness of the sugar that had not completely dissolved with the hot tea. "Is something wrong?" Hannah asked. Having grown up with 6 elder brothers, Oliver was accustomed to teasing, but he'd never experienced something so diabolical from a proper young lady. Placing the cup and saucer back on the table, he nodded to Miss Gallagher.
I do not take sugar in my tea. Only milk.
In his youth, his elder brother Cornelius had played an awful trick on their governess. He'd filled her afternoon tea with 6 tablespoons of salt. Although Oliver had not been a party to the devious misdeed, he'd been punished along with his brother. As penance, they'd had to take 3 sips each from the tainted cup. Given his aversion to overly sweet treats, Oliver would have preferred salt in his cup. "Matilda, what were you thinking?" Hannah's indignation on his behalf caused every nerve in his body to tingle. "No one takes half a cup of sugar in their tea."
"I do apologize, Mr. Fernley. I was so enthralled by your discussion with Clara that I must have lost count. Please forgive me."
Miss Gallagher's insincerity dripped faster than candle wax with a vibrant flame.
A half-hearted attempt. Really, Matilda, I do not know what has come over you." Hannah stood, her ire kindled even further at the smug smile tugging at Miss Gallagher's mouth. "I will send to the kitchen for another cup and kettle."
"There is no need. I must be going."
Miss Gallagher stood up and blocked his way.
"You cannot leave yet."
Oliver raised his eyebrows at her, surprised she would be the one to dissuade him.
"Why ever not?"
"If you and Hannah are to start a courtship, we must determine if you are a match." Miss Gallagher turned to Hannah, motioning with her hands for her friend to comply. It took very little effort for Hannah to agree. "Matilda is correct. Now, Ollie, if you would not mind, I would like to examine your head." Oliver sat once more on the sofa, confused at the request.
"My head?"
"Yes, I recently read a book on phrenology. It is the best way to determine a person's character and mental capacities. It will help us to know if our courtship will mature into something far more lasting." Oliver knew it was time to take his leave. Although he'd enjoy the feel of Hannah's hands in his hair, rubbing along his scalp in search of little bumps, he knew it would be his undoing. The casual swipe of her hand against his had been enough to send his stomach into somersaults. He dared not discover what more she could do to his senses. As the clock chimed 4 times, he made his apologies and ran for the door with the promise that they would enjoy tea and a session of phrenology at another time. Chapter 13. Mr. Danvers was an odd fellow. Hannah couldn't figure him out. He requested dances each evening and called upon her the following morning, but he didn't employ the same efforts toward courtship as other men. Of all her suitors, he was the one with whom she'd prefer not to spend any time. So when he chose to sit out the card games with the ladies, she was not the least bit vexed. Hannah stood behind Mr. Danvers, Ollie, and Lord Merriweather, feigning interest in a painting while she eavesdropped on their conversation. It might have been wicked of her to do so, but she needed to be prepared for whatever may come that evening.
"Danvers, how do you intend to impress the lady if you fail to match her wit in cards?"
Lord Merriweather's question was exactly the same one Hannah had floating around in her head. It was clear the man had very little interest in spending time with her.
"I do not need to know anything about the chit. She is the diamond. Diamonds are not meant to be coddled. They are to be displayed for society to ogle. When she is on my arm at a ball, everyone will notice the superiority of our connection."
"No matter, Danvers. Go to the gaming tables if you wish." Ollie's response put a smile on her face. He didn't mind outwitting the competition, which made her happy. She'd prefer to spend time with him over Danvers any day.
"Do you mean to partner the diamond or the coal?" Danvers asked.
"To whom are you referring to?" Oliver growled. Danvers chuckled.
"The twin, of course. I saw what you did with Grayson. How much did you have to pay him to set up a courtship?"
"Grayson's intentions are sincere. I assure you I only performed an introduction."
"Then I thank you for that. I feared once Miss Hannah and I were wed, I would be stuck with the coal."
Ollie lowered his voice. His response was tight, leaving no question as to how he felt.
"If you refer to Miss Anderson in such an awful manner again,"
Mr. Danvers cut him off.
"What will you do, Fernley? Whack me with your violin bow?"
"Shut up, Danvers!" Hannah decided Ollie must have walked away from the conversation, because the next rebuke came from Lord Merriweather. He chided Danvers for his callous words. Hannah had known he wasn't the most charming of men, but she could now only see her father's callousness in Danvers's words. Hannah turned away from the painting to search out her father, Aunt Newport, and Clara. Clara was happy chatting with Mr. Grayson. He had found her directly upon their arrival and had requested she match him in the first 2 games of whist. Aunt Newport was chatting with their hostess. It would likely be the start of a salacious conversation on the latest scandals. To Hannah's dismay, her father was surrounded by a giggling group of girls, each of them either her same age or slightly younger. She wondered what it was these girls saw in her father,
besides his handsome features. He was not young, like the men Hannah and Clara preferred. Her father's ancestry was from Sweden. His parents had immigrated to England before her father was born, which meant he was a true Englishman, but his contrasting features made him stand out amongst the other men. Her father had high cheekbones, blue eyes, and blonde hair. He had passed these features on to his two daughters. Even though he was gaining in years, due to the light shade of his hair, he would likely not sport grey strands for many more years. In fact, it was possible his hair would turn white. His skin held a natural glow, making him seem far younger than his 55 years, but even that would not draw Hannah's attention to an older gentleman. Yet these girls who were gathered about him knew he was a widower, and they still flirted as though he were the pick of the season. She didn't want to believe her assumptions, but the only certainty she could come to was that their interest had to be in his wealth. It was the only reason so many young girls would flirt with him. Hannah pursed her lips as she considered her father's yearly stipend of £6,000. It was quite a large sum. She hated to think he would marry again for something other than love. But then had her father loved her mother? She didn't know. Perhaps one day she might gather the courage to ask. He would likely tell her it was a ridiculous question and she had better mind her manners. She wandered about the room, going from one group to another until Ollie caught her attention. He stood on the opposite side of the room, his gaze focused upon her. She noticed he stood with a small group of his siblings. It was curious that he hadn't invited her to meet his family. She thought about approaching him, but then decided against it. There must be a reason he delayed the introduction. Perhaps she was wearing him thin, and he didn't want to create an expectation until he was certain of her. It boded well for her wager that he hadn't made the introduction. She could attempt to force him into introducing her when they weren't in the company of others. Completely uninterested in conversation with Matilda and their friends from finishing school, Hannah locked eyes with Ollie and tilted her head to the side. He instantly understood her silent request. Hannah made her way out to the veranda. She had been leaning against the railing for less than a minute before Ollie appeared. His clothing had been in fashion 3 years previously, with his clinging pantaloons and coat cut straight across. The current fashions, like those Lord Merriweather and Mr. Danvers wore, were new upon the scene but growing in popularity, with the trousers that reached their shoes. No matter what Ollie was wearing, she thought he was as handsome and restrained as Beau Brummel. Her eyes fell upon his cravat, and a smile broke through her facade. "Is that a different cravat from last night, or was your man able to remove the stains?" Ollie touched the cloth as he sat on the stone railing beside her.
"He is still working on it. A bit of lye might do the trick."
Hannah wanted to thank him for defending Clara, but thought it wise not to reveal she'd eavesdropped on his conversation. Instead, she sighed as she looked in upon the people who were separating into groups and sitting at tables to play games. "I suppose we must join them. Do you have a partner yet?"
"I was hoping to convince you to join me. Together we can dominate this night."
There would be no shenanigans this evening, which was always best when in the company of more than just her friends. It was quite vexing and rather pleasing to find Mr. Fernley had not been completely frightened away by the discussion of phrenology that afternoon. Taking his arm, she allowed him to escort her back into the parlour so they could play a completely different sort of game. Day 4. Chapter 14. Oliver yawned as he reviewed the notes for his morning tutoring sessions. He had 3 scheduled, all of them with talented pupils. He slowly ate a slice of dry toast and drank his morning tea as he considered each student and the pedagogical methods he could employ to help them improve their technique. It was thrilling to have students dedicated to their craft, and in moments like this, he was thankful for his chosen profession. With a knock on the door, Oliver sat back in his chair, waiting for his friends to enter the small nook where he ate each day. The only people who ever visited his rented rooms were Merriweather and Danvers.
Oh good, you are still home.
Merriweather sat in the chair opposite Oliver, looked over the options of dry toast and tea, and chose to abstain. Danvers picked up a slice of toast and dropped it back upon the plate.
We must find you a new profession, Fernley. I worry we will visit one day to discover you have died of starvation.
I eat well enough each night during the season. No one ever starved due to a light morning meal. Oliver took another bite of toast and pushed away his plate. They were right. It was rubbish.
Everyone is whispering about your ride through Hyde Park yesterday.
Danvers sat in the chair nearest him and then rested his feet upon the top of the table. Oliver thought about pushing Danvers's feet off the table, but decided against it. The clock would strike the hour before long, and he would be off to his first appointment of the day.
I have always wondered if the beau monde has anything better to do with their time than to gossip. These last few days have led me to believe that, even with all their wealth, the majority of people in London live boring lives.
Merriweather laughed.
True, Fernley. You are astute.
Oliver sat back in his chair, but he refrained from resting his feet on the table. It just didn't feel right to have food and feet occupying the same tabletop.
What does society's most informed gossip think of your efforts at courtship, Danvers?
Danvers stretched and yawned loud enough to be heard in Scotland before he deigned to answer.
My efforts are more subtle. Does Miss Hannah know you are attempting to court her?
Merriweather asked.
I have no need to offer her a courtship. She will accept an offer of marriage from me long before entertaining any offers Fernley plans to make.
Oliver hated when Danvers became snobbish and insufferable. It seemed this morning would be much like every other interaction with the smug friend.
What makes you so confident? A woman of Miss Hannah's society will expect a certain standard of living. When she realizes I can offer far above what Fernley can provide, I will be the clear winner.
Danvers shrugged his shoulders.
There is not a woman in the ton who does not enter society with the purpose of seeking a comfortable home. She expects to feel safe in the knowledge that there will always be servants, food, and fashion. Pin money is of the utmost importance to women like Miss Hannah.
Then you do not plan to take her on rides or walks through the park? Merriweather looked at Oliver, exchanging a glance of confusion. Whatever will you do to win her affections?
Affections? I am working to win a wager.
Danvers had obviously forgotten the rules of the life-altering game he'd created only 4 days ago.
Merriweather is correct. The winner of this wager will be the man who successfully wins Hannah's heart.
Oliver gathered his papers as the hand on the clock inched toward the hour. He stuffed them in his satchel as he placed the case holding his flute on top.
Hannah?
Danvers's feet dropped off the table as he sat up.
You have her permission to use her Christian name.
As of yesterday. Oliver smirked as he leaned forward and pulled at the knot on Danvers's cravat.
That is what a few hours of flirting in the park can do for a man.
I have also secured a formal courtship, at her behest.
You are cheating.
Danvers wagged a finger in Oliver's face.
It is improper for you to forget formalities so early in a courtship.
Oliver enjoyed the panic this revelation caused Danvers. It was about time he realized money was not the only way to compete for a woman's heart.
I am flirting. Perhaps you should put a little more effort into courtship. You might find there are some women who are not fortune hunters.
Danvers burst into laughter. He settled back in his chair, his feet returning to the top of the table.
You had me fooled for a moment. But I know as well as you that there is not a woman in society who does not wish for wealth and a title. I may not be able to give a woman the latter, but I can certainly provide shopping trips to Paris for the latest fashions.
Merriweather loudly cleared his throat.
Now that we have determined you have different approaches to the wager, may we take a moment to consider the latest from our gossip columnist?
Oliver had no use for that rag. He never read it and preferred to keep the pages to stoke the fire. I would rather not know. Merriweather crossed the room and shoved the sheets in Oliver's hands. "Third paragraph in the second column." Against his better judgment, Oliver silently read the paragraph. It was more than enough for him to confirm the uselessness of the words. "This evening's ticket to the Harrington musical is the most sought-after event of the week. This writer is humble enough to admit that the same Mr. F. I have previously discounted as part of our social class will provide a treat with his performance. It is well known our Mr. F. can provide tutelage for all musical instruments. Therefore, we may also consider his performance to be a recommendation for any families who have yet to hire a maestro to instruct their children." Oliver held the sheet up and crumpled it so Danvers and Merriweather could see it had no effect upon him. "The writer of this column must be extremely bitter. What a bore." Danvers smirked. "Are you not concerned about Miss Hannah's reaction?" "Why should I worry? She has not thrown me over yet." Merriweather leaned against the table. "You may not wish to accept the reality of your situation, but the odds are in Danvers' favor. According to the betting books at White's, it is 5-1. Oliver shook his head in disgust. Danvers had broken the first rule of the wager, that they were to tell no one. It had taken all of one day for the information to be recorded upon the books. If Miss Hannah knew you had written her name on those particular pages, she'd end association with you without delay. Thankfully, you are more respectable than me. You will never tell her what we have done. I rest easy knowing my wages are secure." Danvers settled even farther into the chair, completely at his leisure. "Have you no shame?" Merriweather asked. "When I win, I think I shall buy a new horse." Danvers pulled a cigar out of his coat, lit it, and then puffed a few times before releasing a cloud of smoke slowly, so that it lazily swirled in the air around him. "It would be fun to have a horse of excellent breeding stock to show at Newmarket." "What will you do if Mr. Anderson comes to knowledge of the wager?" Merriweather asked. "He is already aware. We agreed that I will split my winnings with him upon my marriage to Miss Hannah." Danvers pointed the cigar at Oliver. "No matter her heart, I have already secured her father's permission." "Why do you delay?" Oliver knew Danvers was telling a falsehood. His ears were red, and he was far too confident with his rehearsed lines. Danvers waved the comment away. "Out of respect for you. We have a wager, and I am a gentleman." Oliver scoffed as he took his leave. "Will either of you attend the musicale, or do you plan to spend your evening at White's gambling and drinking?" Merriweather stretched. "I would not want to miss the most exciting night of the week. It is likely to be entertaining, with you and Danvers vying for Miss Hannah's attention." Danvers slowly sat forward and stubbed out his cigar onto the plate that held the last few slices of toast Oliver hadn't eaten. "You are right. I must do more than wave my purse in her face. I should take the opportunity to flirt with my future wife." Oliver took hold of Danvers's arm, dragging him toward the door. "I must leave. Therefore, you are to go as well." Danvers guffawed as Oliver tossed him out the front door. "You are angry now that you know most of London believes I am the better match. Let us hope Hannah does not prescribe to the pathetic opinions of others." Oliver ushered Merriweather out the door and then shut it behind him. With a final farewell to his friends, they all agreed to meet at the musicale that evening. Oliver stood at the back of the room, watching as two of his students performed for the audience. The Harrington sisters had received violin and piano lessons long before he began tutoring them, but he felt a certain amount of pride in both young ladies as their craft had become refined under his tutelage. The choppiness of Miss Annabeth Harrington's performance on the piano was completely gone. She played with fluency and confidence, exactly as he'd instructed during her lessons. Miss Margaret Harrington's performance on the violin was the best he'd ever heard her play. Margaret had confided in him earlier that week. A young man in the audience had caught her eye, and she hoped to impress him. Oliver had provided her with the knowledge, and now she had turned it into an accomplishment. He couldn't have been prouder of these two women. As the musicians switched out, Oliver meant to slip out into the hall to congratulate them on their performance when he noticed Hannah blocking his path.
"Might I assist you in finding a seat?"
He'd noticed her earlier, sitting next to her sister, but once the performances had begun, he'd completely lost focus upon the lovely blonde standing before him. Her sultry smirk and the slight lift of her eyebrows instantly pulled him in, her allure as potent as her rosewater perfume. She was trouble. He'd known it from the moment her reticule had been left in Merryweather's carriage. Yet, even at the sight of her, his neck felt a little warm around his cravat. He pulled at it, only enough to loosen the tight knot that suddenly seemed far too constricting. "I had hoped you would assist me with my instrument. I am next to perform." Hannah smiled so sweetly. He could easily forget the request she'd made to run her hands through his hair the previous day. What was she? An imp or a goddess? He was fully uncertain, yet he would do anything to assist. More frightening was that the next time she suggested phrenology, he would likely allow her to assess each little bump hidden beneath his hair, if he had any. He followed her out into the hall, the skirts of her dress flowing freely from the bodice that fit rather snugly in all the right places. He was smitten. There was little use in denying it to himself. She turned back to him, the ringlets flowing from her coiffure swishing through the air. She stretched her hand to him, offering him to accept. Oliver reached forward and took hold of her delicate hand, ignoring every warning his mind conjured. She pulled him into the preparation room. If anyone was there, he didn't notice. Clearing his throat, he tugged once more at his cravat, hand shaking, voice strained. "Which instrument?" "The harp." The maestro's heart was won. If Oliver were a block of ice, he would have melted into the Persian rug. Very few members of the ton chose to learn the harp. Most women opted for the pianoforte. If they didn't play an instrument, they developed their vocals. But the harp was as angelic as Hannah Anderson. Each soft caress hung in the air long after the final string finished vibrating, which was exactly how he felt each time he left Hannah's side. Heat rose into his cheeks as she squeezed his hand. He lifted hers, taking it to his lips so he could kiss her knuckles. "Your servant." He released her hand and stepped toward the harp. As he placed one hand on the column, he was shocked to find Hannah running her fingers upon his once more. His eyes settled upon their hands. It was as though he had followed her out of the Harringtons' musicale to a place between reality and heaven. We should... Oliver swallowed hard as her hand stayed comfortably upon his. "Should I?" He didn't know what he was saying. This was quite possibly the most bewildering and lovely moment of his life. "Oh!" Hannah lifted her hand and placed it over her mouth as she turned toward the hallway. "The performance has ended." "Right. It will take but a moment." Oliver shook his head, trying to regain his senses as he lifted the harp and carried it out into the hall. It was ridiculously heavy, but the gentleman within wanted her to see he had the strength to carry the instrument down the hall to place it in the exact spot where she could play her song. Once the harp was situated, Oliver stood to the side of the room, waiting for the golden-haired goddess to perform. The first notes were delicate, each plucked string shimmering with the melody of the last rose of summer. Oliver closed his eyes and melted against the wall as Hannah's soft alto floated across the room like an ethereal breeze. It was in that moment that Oliver realized he was all in on winning Hannah's heart. It wasn't about defeating Danvers. This was about finding a match who would suit him with perfection. He'd wanted a woman who was an accomplished musician, someone he could communicate with by a means other than words, and Hannah had now become his only option. Chapter 15. Hannah accepted the applause after her performance and then turned to Ollie, expecting he would help her with the harp once more. She wasn't disappointed. As soon as it was fashionably appropriate, he stepped forward. But to her surprise, Mr. Danvers pushed forward in a fit of chivalry, knocking Ollie aside.
"I would like to offer my assistance, Miss Hannah."
Stunned by the impropriety of it, Hannah stammered and then looked to Ollie for his response. He deferred to Danvers and stepped aside. "Thank you, Mr. Danvers. You are most kind." Ollie had made the harp look light as a feather, easily lifting it and carrying it to the spot where she had performed. Mr. Danvers's grunt was followed by puffed-out cheeks as he held his breath attempting to carry the harp. He carried it as far as the hall and then dropped it, none too gently, as he pointed to one of the footmen standing by the wall.
"Take this to the preparation room."
Remembering his cruel words about her sister the night before, Hannah decided not to inquire after his well-being. Now that they were in the hall and away from prying eyes, she thought it best to part ways with him. "It seems I no longer require your assistance, Mr. Danvers." The footman stepped forward and instead of lifting the harp, he tilted it toward him as he pulled it across the tiled floor. She wasn't surprised when Ollie stepped forward and insisted on taking charge. He lifted the instrument with ease once more. Hannah followed him to the preparation room not only to thank him, but to continue the direct flirtation she'd started before her performance. She needed to play out this wager, no matter how much she despised the behavior. If anyone were to see how improperly she was behaving, her reputation would be in question. "I read in the society column that you will perform this evening. Have I been rightly informed?"
Ollie nodded. "I will. Although do not be fooled by the writer's wretched comments. I hardly need use this evening to add to my repertoire."
"Then you saw the unflattering assumptions."
"The writer seems to have a penchant for twisting information to make it sound awful."
Hannah had thought much the same, although she couldn't be critical of the writer regarding the way he or she had written about her. Everything had been rather positive, as Clara had pointed out more than once. You must ignore such ugliness, especially since the writer remains anonymous.
Anonymity provides a sense of power behind the words. I suppose it is easy to say whatever he desires when no one will hold him accountable.
Then you believe it is a man writing the column? Ollie ran his fingers along the strings of the harp as he considered the question. She hadn't realized he was playing a little tune until she recognized the melody of Greensleeves.
In truth, I do not know. Do you have a guess at who it could be?
Hannah leaned toward him. She didn't know what the effect would be, but when he took one step backward, she inwardly smiled. I think it could be a bitter spinster who has been scorned by society and now writes commentary to make others as miserable as herself. Ollie nodded in appreciation.
Hardly seems fair to attack those who have done nothing to her, unless I mistakenly did not ask her to dance at a soirée.
You must make it your mission at the next party to dance with every spinster in attendance. Perhaps then we can discover if we are rightly focused.
How so?
Ollie didn't look convinced. In fact, she imagined he was dreading the thought of dancing every set with the spinsters and not saving at least one dance for her. Hannah stepped closer to him, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. She delighted in watching as his eyes went wide. He was panicking. Hannah went up on the tips of her toes so she wasn't so short in comparison to his tall, slender frame. I believe you will be better treated in the next column if you engage the writer in a dance. Ollie coughed and then took another step backward.
Then if I am critiqued for my decision to dance with every spinster in London...
Only those spinsters who attend the ball. She batted her eyelashes at him, expecting him to believe she thought her suggestion one of innocence and not to get a laugh at his expense. He cleared his throat one more time.
You believe the writer will leave me alone?
Or praise your bold decision. Why, all of society might champion you as a hero for bringing hope into the lives of those who have wilted into the background. Ollie paused for a moment, and then shook his head as a laugh burst from him. He wagged his finger in her direction.
I almost believed you were in earnest, Hannah. You are quite troublesome.
Hannah laughed, but only because she could see he was thoroughly enjoying himself. It was curious. Most men would have taken her at her word, but not this man. You have caught me out.
I have 6 elder brothers, all of whom enjoy teasing me. Trust me when I say it will take much more to convince me of such tomfoolery.
Ollie held his arm out to her and she accepted, baffled by his response. If Clara had made such silly comments to any of the men her father had convinced to pay her heed, they would have found it reason to leave town. Why, even Mr. Grayson had avoided her so far this evening. Apparently, Clara had been too excited about his attentions the previous evening. This was the most perplexing situation, and for the first time since she'd engaged in the wager with her sister, she discovered she might not win. Hannah gave a side glare to her sister as Clara yanked on her arm. Warning, Mr. Danvers is approaching from the left. Has he seen me? Do I have time to escape? Clara slowly moved her head in the negative. Without moving her lips, she mumbled, I'm afraid not. Hannah turned around in time to meet Mr. Danvers's fixed smile.
Miss Hannah, might I tempt you to take a turn about the room with me?
I did not expect you to attend the musicale. Mr. Danvers put a hand over his heart.
I am a great lover of the musical arts. Not attending would have ruined my entire week.
The insincerity in his tone left a chill upon her neck. She thought about pointing it out, but she'd spent all her energy flirting with Ollie. Hannah met Mr. Danvers's request with an inward groan. Surely he should have realized by now that she was not interested in courting him. As it was, she could not refuse to walk with him while surrounded by so many people. Instead of resisting his attempt at a courtship, Hannah forced an appreciative smile upon her face before she acquiesced. It might give her time to tell him she found his rudeness toward her sister to be unacceptable. I would be delighted, sir. Taking his arm, she allowed him to guide her along a path made by other couples circling the room. They walked in silence, neither of them knowing how to start a conversation that would interest the other. In general, she never appreciated what he had to say, and he found her opinions high-minded and impertinent, or so she imagined. He'd never said as much, but he also never seemed happy with the way their time together ended. As they were halfway through one side of the room, Mr. Danvers finally spoke.
Your performance was enjoyable.
Enjoyable. Was that truly what he thought? Everyone else had praised her for a marvelous performance and claimed her piece was one of the highlights of the evening. Thank you, sir.
I was surprised to find you are so accomplished.
Mr. Danvers smiled as though he were paying a great compliment. Hannah couldn't force her smile to stay upon her face. A fire burst out of her, much like it always did when Mr. Matthew Danvers was nearby. What, pray tell, do you mean by that?
Do not misunderstand me, but I find most women with your beauty do not need to spend time with such frivolities. Accomplishments are for young ladies who need to impress a suitor.
Then you believe a woman of my caliber should spend her days in front of the looking-glass instead of improving her mind? Her tone was a bit sharper than she'd expected, but fully necessary for the insult she'd received. Mr. Danvers instantly took back his words as he realized the mistake he'd made. She didn't wait for him to stumble through an apology. Instead,
Hannah removed her hand from his arm and stepped away from him. "I am afraid it is late, Mr. Danvers. The evening has worn me down, and I must excuse myself."
"Allow me to escort you back to your sister."
"It is not necessary. Please do not concern yourself on my account." Hannah chose not to look back at him as she made her escape and crossed the room, weaving around the crush to find her sister. Thankfully, Aunt Newport was nearby, so they were able to leave without a lengthy search. To his credit, Mr. Danvers had asked a footman to send for the Anderson coach. That had been kind. It almost made her want to forgive him. But as she lay in bed that evening, she remembered the cruel word he'd used to describe Clara. Coal. He may not know she had overheard that conversation, but if he tried to apologize for it, sincerity would be greatly lacking. When he'd apologized for making light of her accomplishments, he hadn't requested forgiveness. He'd only told her he was sorry for stating his thoughts on the matter. This meant forgiveness had not been sought, therefore she was not duty-bound to grant it. Day 5. Chapter 16. The day was perfect for a picnic. At least that was what Hannah decided as she stood at the window with the invitation still in hand. After her behavior of the last few days, she was shocked to have received an invitation to the outing. She was certain the embarrassment she'd caused poor Ollie the previous night as she'd wantonly allowed her hand to linger upon his would have sent him to Yorkshire without a second thought. "Perhaps you have not done enough. Did you suggest a venue for your marriage yet?" Clara sat on the sofa, her hands clasped in excitement over having been invited to the picnic as well. Oliver Fernley never failed to include Clara, which made him the most deserving man of Hannah's acquaintance. She'd been on many outings with men after making their acquaintance at a ball. Rides through Hyde Park, short walks in a nearby shaded area, or trips to a confectionery shop for ices. But none of those men had included her sister. Instead, they had brought a maid along for propriety. It was perfectly acceptable, but in her opinion it wasn't preferable. As a carriage rumbled down the road, Hannah pushed the curtains aside, hoping it would stop. But it lacked the crest of the Earl of Grafton, which meant Oliver had not yet arrived. She let the drapes fall back into place. "It is hardly a subject one should approach so soon." Clara laughed. "You are thinking like a proper lady. Do not forget you are trying to prove any man would collapse from embarrassment over such little faux pas. Unless you are ready to concede my point." The subtle hint caused Hannah to turn away from the window as she frowned at her sister. "Not in the least. This picnic will be the last we see of Ollie. I would not wager on it. He seems determined in this courtship. Perhaps there is something wrong with him. I am doing my best. Ollie, I have been meaning to ask, did he offer his Christian name for your use, or did you shock him with such bold behavior?" Biting back a laugh, Hannah dipped her head as her cheeks heated. "Well, it is his name. I would like the pages of both our diaries to show that I have never referred to a man by his Christian name. It is too uncivilized." "I will note it this evening." Clara lifted her finger and pointed to the window as another carriage approached. "Could it be our escort?" Hannah's heart quickened as she darted back to the window, her fingers eagerly grasping the drapes as the familiar carriage came to a stop. Her face lit up at the sight of Ollie's youthful exuberance as he bounded out. Ollie's gaze flicked to the window, his grin widening as he caught sight of her. A delightful flutter of nerves danced in her stomach as he acknowledged her presence with a tip of his hat. She released the drapes and found she couldn't wait any longer. Forgetting the demure behavior she'd been taught to observe for courtship, Hannah ran to the hallway as the butler opened the door to permit Oliver's entrance. "I am so happy you have finally arrived." Hannah hadn't meant to sound so insecure, but her words tumbled out before she could say them in a proper manner. As she placed her bonnet upon her head, she decided her reaction fit the persona she meant to display.
This need for his constant attention could only help prove her point. Men did not want women to cling to them. She would need to be more dependent upon his very presence. Ollie stepped forward and took her hand.
I will take that to mean you are ready for the picnic.
We most certainly are. Will Lord Merryweather be joining us? Hannah allowed him to bow over her hand. His touch sent a wave of shivers up her arm and down her back. It was a new sensation, one she found most pleasurable.
Lord Merryweather will meet us in Hyde Park, along with Mr. Danvers and a few other acquaintances.
How lovely! We should not keep them waiting.
I could not agree more.
Oliver held his arm out to her, then in a most gallant way that made her admire him even more, he offered his other arm to Clara. The carriage ride to Hyde Park took less time than she'd expected. There wasn't enough time to enact her plan to chat incessantly, but she also found she didn't want to annoy Ollie. What purpose was there in convincing a man to dislike her when he was as humble and genuine as Ollie? Before she allowed him to assist her out of the carriage, Hannah took hold of Clara's hand and whispered, I will frighten him away by speaking of marriage. You are correct. A delay in this topic is wholly unnecessary. After all, a courtship is prelude to marriage. Hannah blinked a few times as her eyes adjusted to the brightness of the sun. She stepped to the side to allow Clara out of the carriage and noticed Lord Merryweather and Mr. Danvers nearby. A quick acknowledgement with a nod of her head was all that was necessary. The invitation had been sent by Ollie. That meant he would be her escort for the afternoon. Taking his offered arm, Hannah leaned into him as they joined his friends under the tree. I am most grateful you sent this invitation. My day would be terribly boring if not for you.
It is my pleasure, Hannah.
Ollie made quick introductions to the rest of the guests. Mr. Danvers's two younger sisters were present, Miss Parvati Danvers and Miss Sarah Danvers. A young man who was obviously intent on monopolizing Miss Parvati's afternoon was introduced as Mr. Clayton. Other than that, the only other attendees were Mr. Danvers and Lord Merryweather, to whom she needed no introduction. Sitting on the blanket next to Clara, Hannah enjoyed a small plate of pastries while they chatted about society and the latest gossip. It was a lazy afternoon, and everyone in attendance either lounged about on a blanket or rested against a tree trunk. As the conversation came to a lull, Ollie pulled a mouth organ out of his pocket and played a tune that put a smile on Hannah's face. What is the name of the song? Hannah asked. She planned to find the composition so she could perform it on her harp.
I cannot say.
Ollie offered an apologetic smile, but it did nothing to dissuade her. Hannah offered a flirtatious pout that had persuaded more than one man that season to do her bidding. She reached forward and touched his arm. Why ever not? It was quite lovely.
The song has no name and lacks lyrics. It is a creation within this very moment.
You are a composer. Hannah looked to each of the people sitting with her to confirm she had heard correctly. When no one refuted her understanding, she turned back to Ollie. Is this well known or a secret? Ollie laughed as he tapped the mouth organ against the palm of his hand.
I do not shout about my compositions. I share them when appropriate or when moved upon by the desire of the notes.
May I ask what seems like a very personal question? Her curiosity on this discovery outweighed any of her plans for that day. She wanted to know everything about this talent of composing music. She'd never met anyone who had such talent.
You may, but only if you agree to take a turn about the park with me.
Ollie winked at her, which made her cheeks heat. If you insist. A light breeze sent a shiver down Hannah's back as she walked on Ollie's arm. She was thankful Lord Merryweather had offered to escort Clara so she and Ollie could have a moment to talk without prying ears. Behind them, Mr. Danvers begrudgingly offered his arm to his sister Sarah, and Mr. Clayton escorted Parvati. Hannah's step had more bounce to it as she turned toward Ollie. I want to know everything about the song. Why did you compose it?
Ollie shook his head. I am afraid it is a secret, and no one, not even you, shall ever know. The intrigue made her heart dance within her chest.
You are teasing me, Ollie.
What will you do about it? Hannah lifted her fan and playfully swatted his shoulder.
I shall punish you for it.
How so?
I shall refuse my dances with you at the next ball and grant every last one of them to Mr. Danvers.
Ollie's face twisted in concern. That would be more of a trial for you than me.
You are right. I do not know exactly what I will do, but it will be painful.
Now I am curious. Ollie lifted the mouth organ once more and played a few more bars of the song, teasing her with the lovely melody. As he lowered the instrument, Hannah leaned closer to him.
It is lovely.
Thank you.
How do you compose a song?
Ollie put the instrument in his pocket. The notes start out in my head, and then they fill my every waking thought until I give in and bring them to life. Hannah released his arm as she considered what he had said. They continued walking. She was playing with her fan, and his hands were clasped behind his back. When she finally found words for how she felt, she tentatively made her comment.
I have never experienced such passion. Do you think that means I am missing out on my true nature?
Not at all. His response came quickly, but with such sincerity that she knew he meant exactly what he'd said. We each have individual talents. When you played the harp and sang last evening, it was as though the heavens had opened and I was listening to a member of the angelic choir. Hannah scrunched her nose and then playfully hit him on the arm with her fan.
You are terrible with flirtatious comments. This time you cannot blame Lord Merriweather for the failure.
Ollie laughed. You are right. It was dreadful. As they both turned back to the path ahead, Hannah found their way was blocked by Lord Ongley, one of her many suitors. She hadn't seen him for at least a month, which had boded well in her estimation. Miss Hannah, I suppose the rumours are true. Why ever would you wish to be seen on the arm of a tutor? Lord Ongley's lazy drawl caused her jaw to tighten as she instantly clammed up. The last time she'd seen him, he had escorted her to the theatre. She'd had a horrible evening. Since he hadn't made any efforts toward her since that time, she decided he had thought the same about their time together. It was best they part ways. Keeping her eyes focused on Ollie, Hannah took his arm once more.
Lord Ongley, I do hope you and your family are well.
Quite well. Lord Ongley looked down his nose at her. Only this morning, when I was perusing the society column, did I think it would be nice to see you once more. Might I escort you back to Anderson House?
There is no need, my lord. Mr. Fernley is my escort.
Hannah knew the ultimate slight would be to accept Lord Ongley's offer, but if she were to continue with this wager, her attempts at winning would be minor faux pas. After all, even Clara would not throw over a man in public. Lord Ongley smirked. Then it is true. You have chosen gin when you could have had a vintage Bordeaux. Hannah put a hand over her heart as she considered the slight Lord Ongley had offered not only to her, but to Ollie. Gin, known as Mother's Ruin, was the cheapest and most readily available drink within England. It was the cause of poverty and crime within the lower class. The insinuation was a mark upon her character and a stain upon Ollie's.
Chapter 17.
Name your second. Oliver's fists were clenched at his sides as he tilted forward and yelled into Lord Ongley's face. Ongley glanced at each of his companions before settling upon one. Viscount Knave. Oliver didn't have to check with his friends before he made his decision. He kept his focus upon the Earl. Viscount Merriweather will stand with me.
Ongley chuckled as he pressed his fingers into Oliver's shoulder.
Are you certain you do not want one of your brothers as a second? They might not be as squeamish as Merryweather.
Merryweather stepped forward. We will meet you tomorrow at dawn on the greenery behind my estate. Ollie. Hannah said much more than his name, but it was completely lost on Oliver as he twisted away from Lord Ongley, his thoughts befuddled by the sound of his Christian name upon Hannah's tongue while they were in the company of others. Did she not care if everyone knew they were informal when in private? This knowledge was sublime in a way that he'd never experienced. Did she care for him as he did her? The intensity of her gaze held him spellbound and unwilling to turn back to the erstwhile conversation. What did he care if he'd ill-advisedly challenged a man to a duel? He would die quite happy knowing that he'd defended the angel standing before him.
You do not wish for me to defend your honor?
Hannah took his hand and pulled him gently toward her. Not if it means you will be injured. He is enormous in comparison to your more slender frame. You could die. It was true. Although Oliver was naturally tall, he was slender in comparison to most men. Lord Ongley had at least 50 pounds on him, which would aid the larger man in a duel of strength. A silly smile pressed upon his lips as a heady sensation made him want to follow her back toward the baskets of food. She had noticed his physical features. When she'd spoken about them, a hint of a blush had crept into her cheeks. Did women often think about such things? Was she pleased with what she had noticed?
We are not finished here.
Lord Ongley's claim dampened the euphoria Oliver had experienced moments before. Even if Hannah didn't care about the intentional slight, he did. Before Oliver could turn back to Lord Ongley and finish the arrangements for their duel, Ongley took hold of Oliver's cravat and pulled him back around as he landed a facer between Oliver's left eye and nose. Piercing pain shot through his nose and travelled up into his eyes. Unwanted tears gathered in the corners. Little white stars filled his vision as he stumbled backward, his knees collapsing to the ground. Oliver wanted to melt into the grass as he realized he'd been defeated. It hadn't been a fair fight. But when the story was relayed in the parlour rooms of every home in London and beyond, that would not be part of the consideration. Everyone would know he had failed in the protection of the Diamond's reputation. "Oliver!" Hannah's cry echoed in his ears as she ran to his side and knelt beside him. "My love, are you terribly injured?"
My love?
Had they been courting long enough for her to consider him her love? It had been 5 days. Oliver searched in his pocket until he found a handkerchief to stop the blood leaking out of his nose. As he propped himself up, he noticed Merryweather and Ongley arguing as fists flew in the air but failed to meet their intended target. Oliver wasn't finished with this fight. He'd spent years tussling in the yard with his brothers. He wasn't about to let a man who was a disgrace to his lineage and an affront to common decency win. Throwing his handkerchief to the ground, he scrambled to his knees right before Hannah wrapped one arm around his middle and pulled him into her embrace. It was far more comfortable than another punch to the face, and so he followed her lead as she coaxed his head to her shoulder while running her fingers through his hair. "Do not be so ridiculous. You are injured." Her fingernails gently ran along his scalp, sending a pleasant sensation from the tip of his head to the tip of his toes.
You are right. Merryweather will sort it all out.
Are you in pain? The soothing tone of her voice, juxtaposed against the ensuing argument next to them, was humorous, but he was happily settled in her arms. It felt like he had only just settled into her embrace when Merryweather stood before him blocking the sun. He held out his hand and assisted Oliver and then Hannah to stand. Oliver caught a glimpse of Ongley as he sauntered away with his lordlings.
I hope you gave him as good as he did me.
Merryweather held up his hands as proof. Rough red knuckles proved he'd finished the fight.
He will think twice before soiling Miss Hannah's reputation in the future.
We must take Oliver home. A surgeon should attend to his injuries.
Hannah had picked up his soiled handkerchief and was now using it to dab the blood from his nose. Before Oliver could argue, Merriweather agreed.
I will take him to Grafton House. You and Miss Anderson will be safe in my carriage.
Oliver placed his hand over Hannah's as she continued to see to his wound.
I am sorry to have ruined our picnic. Even more sorry I cannot provide you a proper escort home.
Do not be silly. That brute is to blame.
She released the handkerchief to his hold and then went up on the tips of her toes to place a kiss on his cheek.
You are a true gentleman, Ollie Fernley.
The warmth of her kiss lingered on his cheek through the entirety of their trip back to Grafton House. Oliver ignored the concern of Gigi and his sisters-in-law as he settled onto the sofa. An explanation would have to be given. He couldn't very well show up at his brother's home after taking a woman on a picnic with such injuries and not expect to entreat them with the tale. But for now he wanted to bask in the knowledge that Hannah was falling deeply in love with him. She had, after all, called him my love.
Are you in pain?
Gigi asked as she gently wiped the blood from his face with a wet towel. Baxter barked out a laugh.
With that punch-drunk expression, I can assure you, Mamma, your baby boy feels no pain.
Day 6. Chapter 18. Matilda entered the parlour with a large smile upon her face.
What did you do to poor Mr. Fernley? His face is positively ghastly.
My mother plans to convince my father to cancel his contract. Hannah gasped and accidentally squeezed the puppy in her arms. A little yelp and a bark reminded her she needed to be gentle.
She cannot penalize him for the injury. Ollie was defending my honor.
Matilda laughed. I cannot wait to hear the tale.
You must convince your mother not to turn him out. The oaf who caused the injuries did so unfairly. Ollie was not given time to defend himself.
I wish you would not be so informal with the tutor. Hannah blushed. She hated how no one could see past his profession to the wonderful man he was. If she were not trying to repulse him, she would have to insist he was her perfect match, even with his unsuitable choice in work. Perhaps we should present the puppy to him at another time. If your mother is concerned about his injuries, she will not be happy with our little plan. Matilda brushed her hand to the side. Mother is at the haberdashery with her friends. She will be gone for hours yet. Still uncertain about the plan, Hannah looked to Clara for guidance. Clara put her hands up.
He could have died in a duel for you. I have decided we should end this entire charade. Declare I have won this wager so we can settle the arrangements for exchanging bedchambers. Hannah placed the puppy on the sofa as she narrowed her eyes at her sister. You were the one who started this charade, as you well know. If you can honestly say the men who have shown interest in you are not frightened away by your scar, I will end it now.
It seems Clara has won the wager, though. Do you not agree? Mr. Fernley's continued courtship proves some women can behave poorly and still attract a man. Matilda sat in the chair opposite Hannah and coaxed the puppy to her side.
You believe Ollie is attracted to my features and not my personality?
Hannah was more than a little bothered by this prospect. Were handsome features all a man wanted in a wife? Ollie didn't seem the sort of gentleman who would seek out a wife to hang on his arm like an ornament. But what did she truly know about him? There was so much more to learn about a person than his profession and his generosity. Both Clara and Matilda agreed at the same moment.
Absolutely.
She didn't appreciate their estimation of Ollie's admiration. But it did seem odd that he continued to pay court when she had made a fool out of him more than once.
The tussle with Lord Ongley was not directly my fault. I did nothing to encourage either man toward a fight.
Clara sat with the posture and expression of one who was dismayed at the outcome, but also accepting of her status as a winner. Our features are all we have to recommend ourselves to men. It is obvious by this little experiment that men are as fickle as women when it comes to courting. Personalities do not matter. Many a man has taken a beautiful wife only to discover they have nothing in common once the wedding vows are said. Be thankful for this time and find a husband who will want both your witty personality and your beauty. Hannah shook her head, more determined than ever to see this wager through. I still have time. 4 days to be exact. This wager will not be won until we are standing in the ballroom at Grafton House and Ollie is either standing there with me or hiding away at his ancestral home. Matilda quirked an eyebrow at her. Then what is your plan for today? Hannah retrieved the puppy. She walked to the door with the cute little fur ball in hand. Lead on, dearest Matilda. We must discover if Oliver Fernley is ready to be a father. Clara groaned. Poor Mr. Fernley. I do not know if I can watch his discomfort without reacting. All three ladies considered the situation in silence, and then suddenly burst into laughter. As they made their way up the grand staircase to the second-floor music room, Hannah didn't need her friend to lead her through the hallways. The sound of a tortured violin echoed through the large home like a dying bird screeching out its last song. The noise acted as a guide to the door that lay open just enough for them to peek into the room. Hannah peered into the music room and then reared backward as Peter Gallagher's rosin flew toward them. It hit the back of the door with a clunk, hitting the floor with a dull thud. I will never play the violin well. It is best we give up before we both lose our hearing from this ear-splitting noise. Another foot stomp echoed into the hall. Nervously, Hannah, Matilda, and Clara peered into the room to see the boy was now lying on the ground, his bow in one hand and the violin in the other. Both sprawled unceremoniously away from his body as though he'd fallen over. Oliver stood above him, and even from behind it was clear his arms were folded. If you are finished with this display, we will start at the beginning once more. This time take heed of the symbols on the music. Begin pianissimo, with a crescendo, slowly building with each note. I do not care about the symbols. I simply want to get the notes correct, and it would be nice if it didn't sound like I am torturing a cat. Let us apply another coat of rosin. You should also employ a lighter grasp upon the bow and a more gentle press against the strings. With those alterations, you shall produce a less painful tune. I do not want to practice any more. Can we not be finished for the day? Peter begged. You will never learn the instrument if you do not take the proper time to apply yourself. The beginning is always difficult. One can only succeed with practice and patience. Oliver held out his hand. Allow me to assist you to your feet once more. Peter rolled onto his side and refused to follow the instructions. Hannah exchanged a glance with Matilda and Clara. Their interruption might be better received than originally intended. Pushing through the partially closed door, Hannah barged into the music room ready to enact her newest plan. She placed the puppy on the sleek black surface of the piano before looking in his direction. Ollie, look who I... The words caught in her throat as she let out a cry of shock. His face was far worse than she'd expected. A large purple and black bruise had formed under his left eye, and his nose was a bit off-center. Hannah? Oliver stepped forward and took hold of her elbow, supporting her with the expectation that she was ready to swoon. Attempting to lead her to a chair, he stopped when the puppy barked in their direction. Hannah regained her composure. She wanted to cradle his face in her hands, but was afraid to touch any part of the bruised area. Are you in pain? Not at all. You must be in pain. This looks awful. Hannah gently ran her gloved fingers along his cheekbone, her touch light. Is your nose broken? Oliver took her hand and squeezed it before she could touch his nose to determine if it was broken. It will not be long before this is a distant memory. With the sound of the piano pulling them back to their audience, Hannah remembered she'd placed the puppy atop the instrument. Rushing to the little fur ball, she laughed as he was the one pressing the keys. She sat on the bench and tapped the puppy on his nose. "You are curious, are you not?"
"Is this whom you have brought for a visit?"
Oliver picked the puppy up and cradled the little thing in his arms.
"He is quite charming. Why have you not mentioned him before now?"
"For one reason alone. I only received him today. He is to be our puppy." Hannah kissed the puppy's head and then tilted her head upward so she could gaze into Oliver's eyes. "We have a little boy, Ollie." Chapter 19. A cold sweat hit Oliver's body as he considered the meaning behind Hannah's proclamation. The puppy was for them as a couple. Had she completely lost her senses? He had only himself to blame. He never should have entered the wager with Danvers. How charming. It was the only thing he could say as her bright-eyed, innocent smile left him wondering how best to extricate himself from the mess he had created. He admired her. She'd more than declared herself the previous day by referring to him as my love. But had he done or said anything to make her believe they were engaged? If so, he needed to discover what it was, because he didn't remember offering for her hand. "Would you like to know his name?" Oliver cleared his throat as he forced a smile upon his face. "Indeed." The puppy wiggled in his hands until he placed him on the floor. Once free, the puppy ran toward Peter, who was still lying on the ground as though he had died from his lessons. The puppy licked Peter's face, brightening the young boy's day immeasurably. Hannah bounced on the tips of her toes as she announced the puppy's name. Duke. A bold choice. Oliver walked over to the puppy and lifted him from the ground. "But you must take him home now. Peter and I have a lesson to finish." Peter groaned. "Can we not play with the puppy a little longer?" "I'm afraid not." Oliver handed Duke back to Hannah. He turned to assist Peter from the floor as he noticed Mr. Gallagher standing in the entryway. As Peter had not noticed, he refused to stand.
"Pull yourself together, Peter."
Mr. Gallagher's booming voice startled everyone in the room. He also managed to get Peter off the floor, violin and bow in hand, within seconds of his entrance. "I am sorry if we interrupted you, Mr. Gallagher." Oliver had never been so embarrassed while teaching one of his pupils. He prided himself on keeping to a strict schedule. Mr. Gallagher seemed unaffected by the apology. He waved the women and Peter out of the music room, waiting to speak until he and Oliver were alone and the door was closed.
"Mr. Fernley, I received a word of concern from my wife regarding your employment. I must admit, what I have witnessed here this day does not relieve my concerns. Instead, it intensifies them." "I apologize for the diversion we had today. Generally, we do not have visitors during lessons." "I was unaware that you were accepting visitors at all in my home. You are here to teach my son. We do not pay you to court young ladies in our home."
Oliver's jaw tightened at the accusations. "Miss Hannah and Miss Anderson were here as guests to your daughter. I would never presume to use your home for my own purposes." Mr. Gallagher pointed to Oliver's face.
"What of the bruises on your person? My son needs a music instructor, not a pugilist."
He had never been turned out from a position. Mr. Gallagher hadn't said the words, not yet, but it was obvious the direction in which the conversation was headed. Everything had gone wrong from the moment he'd arrived for today's lesson. Peter had misbehaved, refusing instruction from the very first moment, indicating the session would not end well. Mrs. Gallagher had disapproved of his injuries. The visit from Miss Hannah and Miss Anderson had only exacerbated the situation. Mr. Gallagher concluded the conversation rather abruptly. He pulled an envelope from his frock coat and handed it to Oliver.
"This is your month's salary and a small severance. I have also included a letter of recommendation. I am afraid we have no further use for your services.
Being unjustly turned out from a position hurt, more so than the bruises on his face and his broken nose. Oliver went through the motions of the rest of his mid-morning tutoring sessions. When he was finished for the day, he slowly made his way over to Grafton House to visit with his mother. He needed wisdom only she could provide. Usually, when he visited his brother's home, he would go to the front door. But this time he wanted to avoid visiting in the parlour and sipping tea. The conversation he needed would be better had within the privacy of Gigi's sitting room. He followed the familiar path leading to the servants' entrance. The door was unlocked, allowing access to the back staircase so he could enter the second floor without notice. Sneaking around Grafton House was not one of his usual midday activities, but the last person he wanted to see was Baxter. The disappointment on his eldest brother's face would be far worse than anything he had suffered over the last 24 hours. The wood on the servants' stairs creaked with each step he took until the bottom door opened and the housekeeper called up to him. "What are you doing on the stairs this time of day? Get back to your duties." Oliver turned around, startled by the harsh command. As the poor woman spluttered out an apology, he ran back down the steps. "There is no need for an apology. I am the one who is out of place. Please forgive me for invading your section of the house." "Master Oliver, I am mortified by my words. What can I do to make this up to you?" "Delay in telling Lord Grafton that I am here, at least for an hour." He knew she would have to report his presence in the house, but if he had a little time with his mother, he could escape before Baxter discovered he was there. "The Dowager Countess is in her sitting room, if that is who you seek." Oliver nodded, a smile upon his bruised face. "Thank you. I will go to her straight away." Knowing he only had an hour before Baxter would be informed, Oliver ran up the stairs and peered into the hallway to ensure his path was clear before leaving the stairwell. When he stood outside his mother's rooms, he took a deep breath and straightened his frock coat before lightly knocking upon the door. "Enter." Gigi's voice sent a calming wave through his very unsettled nerves. He opened the door and made his way to her side without waiting for acknowledgement. When he had settled beside her, the nervous tension in his body turned into pure embarrassment. She would love him and accept him no matter his circumstances, but his errors would put a blight on their family name. It would not be long before all of London and the surrounding areas had learned of his expulsion from the Gallaghers' home. Before morning, the other families who had hired him to teach their children would be second-guessing his employment, and by the end of the week, he would likely have been turned out from each position. "What has happened?" Gigi wrapped her arms around him and pulled his head to her shoulder. Oliver wiped at the unbidden tears leaking from his eyes. "I have made so many mistakes over the past week. I hardly know where to begin." He didn't intend on telling Gigi about the wager, but the overwhelming need to confide in someone was taking a toll upon his nerves. Gigi ran her fingers through his hair. It had the calming effect she'd intended. His heart stopped pounding and his shoulders relaxed. "Start with what has brought you to me this day." "I was turned out from one of my positions." Oliver was thankful he didn't have to look into Gigi's face as he said the words. It was far too difficult having to admit to his failure, but watching her reaction would be far worse. Shame filled his chest as he considered the assumptions everyone would make. He didn't much care about the gossip column, and yet he dreaded the words being printed upon sheets and handed out to people who would know nothing about the situation. What reason did they have? The bruises on my face, a distraction of visitors during the lesson, and young Peter's lack of desire to learn. None of them matter as much as the assurance that I have disgraced our family's reputation. Whispers will follow you and my brothers and sisters as they attend societal functions. Gigi's chest shook.
He sat up to comfort his mother, thinking she was crying for his pain and the ruin of their family, but found there was no need. It appeared she was attempting to hold back a laugh. A very poor attempt, in his opinion. She placed a hand over her mouth and wiped away the smile before speaking. "How long have you been stewing over this situation?" "The entirety of this day." "Then you must stop at this very moment." Gigi sat forward and then turned, so he had to look at her. "No situation, no matter how awful, can be made better by dwelling upon misfortune. It will only make things seem worse. In the end, you will be quite miserable." "What about the gossip?" "The gossip cannot be stopped. Oliver, my dear boy, as you have reviewed what happened, is there anything you could have done to prevent being turned out?" Oliver took a moment to go over the morning's events. In truth, he hadn't insisted that Hannah, Miss Anderson, and Miss Gallagher leave the music room. But that was not his concern. His biggest fear was that he hadn't done all within his power to impart a love of music to Peter Gallagher. "I wanted so deeply for Peter to love the violin, but he hated every lesson. He refused to practice. My only regret is not helping him to see the beauty of learning an instrument." "Love of music is your natural talent. It is part of who you are. As a tutor, you cannot force those feelings upon your pupils. They must want to learn." Gigi pulled him back into her embrace as they settled once more against the soft cushions. The silence that ensued allowed him to consider all his mother had said. She was correct in her assertions that a tutor could not teach passion for music. Such sentiments were either innate or found while learning and practicing. He knew that as well as he understood the way musical notes formed in his head to create melody. Either his students would want to learn, or they would resist. Gigi continued speaking. "I am quite happy this happened so early in your profession." Oliver sat up and glared at his mother. He had gone to his mother for loving support, not for her to agree with Gallagher's decision to turn him out. "The learning experience was unnecessary." "It was just an observation." Gigi adjusted her position on the sofa. "Of all my sons, it is you I have prayed for the most." "Me?" Aghast at the implication, Oliver stood and paced the room. "What have I done that would cause such concern? Cornelius went to war and then became a spy for England. If his antics are not enough for prayers, then why not consider Phineas? He could have died in Egypt and is now living in Greece. Of all my brothers, I would think one of those two were more worrisome than me." Gigi patted the cushion next to her. "Stop pacing. You will wear out the carpet." Oliver instantly sat, but he was not about to let his mother make him believe he was the most troublesome of their children. "Well, what do you have to say for these prayers you have sent up on my behalf?" Gigi laughed as she leaned toward him and lovingly bumped his shoulder with hers. "Each of my sons has received ample prayers on their behalf. Baxter is the Earl. He inherited his living and has done a fine job of caring for the estate and the entailment. Archibald inherited my brother's estate. He has also done well with his inheritance. Phineas, Gilbert, Fletcher, and Cornelius chose professions with a steady return, and they will never want for necessities. Each of my sons has chosen a life suited to the man within, with the exception of you." Offended by the insinuation, Oliver again stood and resumed his pacing. "How could you injure me so? I have done all within the scope of my situation in life." "Have you?" The question made him pause. "Indeed, Gigi." "Do not misunderstand. I simply do not agree." "I know you do not mean to insult my endeavors." Gigi picked up her sewing and resumed the project she'd been working on when he'd entered the room. "Oh dear, you did misunderstand. I fully meant to insult your position as a tutor. It is beneath you in every way." His mouth dropped open as he gaped at his mother. When she didn't respond to his dismay, he gathered his wits, ready to defend his position. I am the seventh son. Inheritance is not my advantage in life. Would you prefer I hunt for an heiress? Not at all, dearest. Her nonchalance toward his plight was maddening. Then what would you have me do for a profession? I am nothing like my brothers. They have purpose in life, and I have... What did he have? Nothing came to mind as he stood looking at his mother, his nose throbbing in pain, reminding him of its broken state. He gently touched it and instantly regretted the action. Oliver ran a hand through his hair as he turned away to face the fireplace. He was a failure. The pain in his nose reminded him of the awful insult he'd received the day before. I am gin, and my brothers are Bordeaux. Gigi ignored his comment. You have a passion for composition, and it is wasting away while you toil with pupils who care very little for the maestro their parents have employed. His mother placed her sewing to the side. Teaching is a valiant profession, but not when you have the heart of a composer. What if I leave my pupils to compose music, an opus, only to find it is rubbish? Then you start anew. But I vow you could never produce anything less than perfection. Have I told you what your first tutor said about your talent? He said I was a prodigy. Within 3 minutes of meeting you, he made the pronouncement. Everyone could see you were blessed with a passion for music and the ability to create. Do not waste what God has given you. Her words rang true. Yet it frightened him to consider leaving a paid position to venture out on his own. With the money he'd received from his father's estate and the funds he had tucked away in the bank, Oliver could support himself. He was far more frugal than necessary. The idea had merit. It is worth considering. Before Gigi could respond, a light knock sounded on the door. Oliver's eyes went wide as he looked to the clock on the wall to see his hour had passed. He wasn't ready to face Baxter. Pleading with his eyes, he hoped Gigi would understand. Wait in my bedchamber. Oliver was hiding in his mother's room when Baxter entered the sitting room.
Gigi, I was hoping to find Oliver here. I was informed he was seen on the back staircase.
I see.
Mother?
Baxter only ever referred to Gigi as mother when he was low on patience, which was hardly ever.
I need to speak with him. Did he tell you what happened at the Gallagher residence this morning? I can hardly believe the report. Briar and Rosalind were accosted at the Modiste by Mrs. Gallagher as she regaled the story of what her husband had done. It is an outrage, and I will demand Gallagher reinstate Oliver this very day.
Do you think Oliver wants reinstatement?
I will not stand by while my brother is turned out for having defended a woman's honor. Gallagher had no right to accuse Oliver of pugilism. The bruises will heal, but his reputation as a tutor will not recover from this ousting. Oliver is the most talented musician of his age, possibly within England. This is an outrage.
A relieved smile stole across Oliver's face, and his chest filled with pride as he listened to Baxter's defense. Gigi was right. There was no reason to fear what his eldest brother would think. Facing his brother wouldn't be as bad as he'd imagined. He was ready to re-enter the sitting room when the door opened. Baxter stood before him, concerned and anxious.
What would you have me do?
Oliver swallowed hard. I do not want my position back with the Gallaghers.
Then you will find another position.
Gigi has opened my mind to the possibility of another path, and I intend to make the most of it. Your support is all I need.
You never need ask. Tell me how I can help.
Oliver ran a hand through his hair as he considered the options. He needed a variety of instruments if he were to attempt writing his own music. Daily use of the music room here at Grafton House.
Baxter nodded. It is yours.
Oliver nodded his thanks. As he turned back to his mother, he tilted his head and smiled for the first time since Gallagher had turned him out.
An opus it is, Gigi. I hope it will not disappoint.
Chapter 20.
It has come to the attention of this author that a certain Mr. F has been turned out from his tutoring position by an esteemed noble family. More's the pity, and perhaps Mr. F will find a profession more suitable for his station. For some, it is easier to teach than do. For our poor Prodigy, it is clear he can do and is a failure at teaching. Someone must inform the other patrons who have employed this Mr. Whatever recommendations he had must surely be voided with this news.
Hannah stopped reading and threw the article into the fire before turning on her friend.
Matilda, how could your father ruin Ollie? It is barbaric. He did nothing wrong.
Matilda sipped her tea slowly before replacing the saucer and plate upon the table.
Father said it is better this way. Peter was a poor study on the violin. Not everyone is meant to have a musical accomplishment. Then the columnist has the story incorrect. Mr. Fernley was not turned out due to poor performance? Clara said.
Correct. Matilda removed her right glove and slowly lifted her hand until she was biting her fingernails. Hannah had witnessed this behavior from her friend many times since they'd met at the first of the season. It was a bad habit, one Matilda only resorted to on very specific occasions. Taking the seat across from Matilda, Hannah exchanged a knowing glance with Clara before she lifted her teacup and took a sip.
Are you certain there is not anything you wish to share, Matilda?
No. Her response was muffled as she successfully bit off a portion of the nail. Hannah turned to Clara.
There is obviously something amiss. Why else would Matilda bite her nails?
Clara nodded in agreement.
It will not be long before she has nibbled them raw.
Matilda pulled her finger out of her mouth and replaced her glove.
You are horrible, both of you. What has happened?
Hannah asked.
The puppy was the final breaking point. My father is dreadfully afraid of dogs. He was bitten in his youth, and he has never recovered from the experience.
Matilda removed her other glove and examined all her fingers before finding a nail that wasn't completely gone.
Did you not explain the situation to your father? Duke belongs to me, not Ollie.
Hannah looked down at the sleeping puppy, who was curled up on Clara's feet, innocently sleeping, blissfully unaware that his sweet yapping bark had frightened a grown man. Matilda shook her head.
He will not listen to reason when a dog is nearby. I am afraid it tipped him over the edge. He went into the music room to chide Mr. Fernley over the bruises and to admonish him to avoid pugilism in the future. But when he witnessed Mr. Fernley holding Duke, he lost all sense and turned him out. I am sorry, Hannah.
Clara reached down and picked Duke off the floor to cradle him in her arms.
He is such a sweet little thing. It is hard to believe anyone would be frightened.
Hannah stood and paced in front of the window.
What a ridiculous excuse for treating someone poorly. What if Oliver is unable to support himself now that he has lost his position in your home?
Matilda removed her finger from her mouth and peered up from under her eyelashes.
It is not just my parents who have turned him out. My mother spent her entire day going from one house to the next, decrying the bruises upon his face. By now, he should have received notice from every family he works for in London. He will not tutor any of their children going forward.
What? Hannah was outraged. She hadn't meant to yell, but her cry of anger woke Duke, causing him to yap at her. Matilda raised her voice to be heard above the puppy.
It is for the best, Hannah. He is a gentleman. A man of his station should have an approved profession.
Hannah glared at her friend. What you mean is that he should be a fortune hunter and marry for a dowry. It is an option. Hannah considered her dowry. Her future husband would receive 5,000 upon their marriage. If she married Oliver, the money would be enough for them to live, but it would not leave an inheritance for their children, nor would it provide respectable dowries for their daughters. Mine is not sufficient for a man in need of a fortune. The realization made her stomach turn. She had entered a courtship with Oliver Fernley, expecting it to go no further than a few laughs at his expense, and to prove to her sister that no man would accept a silly wife. But Oliver had proven her wrong. He'd accepted the little faux poor as a part of who she was, although if she were to consider a future with him, she would have to let him know it was not in her nature whatsoever. The thought of losing Ollie, her Ollie, made her want to cry. Chapter 21. No one in Oliver's family had a cruel or harsh word upon finding out he had lost his position. Instead, they defended him. It meant everything, and yet he still suffered from the sinking feeling that came from having been turned out. As he had expected, as soon as the gossip column was delivered that morning, the letters terminating his services with each of the students he'd tutored arrived. This meant his day was completely empty. He had absolutely nothing to do but to think upon the change that had come over his life. Perhaps he hadn't been the right tutor for Peter Gallagher, or maybe he could have avoided the argument with Lord Angley, which would have prevented the bruising on his face and his broken nose. There were so many ways, when he reviewed the situation, in which he could have modified his behaviour. It made him wonder if the Gallaghers and now the other families he'd worked for had been right. Maybe he wasn't fit to be a tutor.
It is what you do after the event that determines the man you become.
Cornelius's comment floated into his head and out before he could completely process what had been said.
You are a Fernley. Nothing can stop you from achieving your goals.
Gigi mentioned you plan to compose music. Write it down and get it published. It is a bold endeavour, and I wish you success. Archie's words were sincere, hopeful, and yet it was hard to process all the words of support as they poured forth from each of his brothers. He'd sat down with Mr. Davenport to review his investments that morning. The meeting had gone better than he'd imagined. Since the last quarter, Oliver's investments had doubled. He was sitting on enough money to keep him in his rented rooms for more lifetimes than he would be allowed to live. This meant, when he married, he could support a wife and children. It made him happy to know he wouldn't have to rely upon fortune hunting to supplement his coffers. Knowing he didn't need to rely upon the earnings from his tutoring positions was a bit of a relief, but it didn't resolve the pain of what had happened. He loved teaching. Sharing his talent with students, some of whom had learned a great deal from his tutelage, had given him purpose.
I think we should get out of London for a few days.
Cornelius reached forward and patted Oliver's knee.
What do you have to say about it?
Pardon me? He hadn't been listening, and now everyone was aware their kind words had fallen on deaf ears. Cornelius continued speaking as though it was perfectly normal.
Let us take a few days and go to Lenoria Hall. We will return in time for the soirée at Grafton House.
It was a good solution. If he left town, he would not be obliged to attend any functions for a few days. He was ready to agree when his thoughts fell upon Hannah. He couldn't leave town. He didn't want to leave her there for Danvers or some other man to steal her away.
Thank you for the offer, but it is not a good time.
If it is your courtship with Miss Hannah that holds you back, you could invite the Andersons to join our party. Baxter made the offer, which was immediately agreed upon by Cornelius and his wife Elise.
Perhaps you should distance yourself from her for a bit. Women have sharp eyes for flaws,
Archie said, completely dispelling the tension in the room. Oliver laughed, but deep down he knew he would have to speak with Hannah about his situation. By now she would have seen the gossip column. She would know he had been turned out. The only question now was if she would accept him as he was, a man without a profession, or if this would be the end of their association. Oliver knew Hannah's visiting hours started at 11 in the morning. He'd never visited so early, which meant he'd never been party to the parade of gentlemen going in and out of Anderson House. He sat on a park bench across from the townhouse, counting each man who went in and watching for when they left. The conversation he needed to have with Hannah could not be done in front of an audience. 2 hours into Oliver's wait, Danvers's footman arrived with a large bouquet of flowers. It appeared his friend had not taken the advice to deliver gifts in person. Danvers continued to parade his wealth, never making an effort to learn anything about Hannah. When the usual time for his previous visits arrived, Oliver wasn't surprised to see the last man who had entered the house was leaving. Oliver stood, straightening his waistcoat and frock coat, and then crossed the road with the flowers he'd gathered from the gardens at Grafton House. As he entered the parlour, he noticed Mrs. Newport sleeping in the chair near the window, the same chair she had occupied on each of his previous visits. Miss Anderson was seated in a chair near her aunt, her embroidery project in hand as she worked through each stitch. Hannah stood near the sofa, her eyes cast down.
Hannah, thank you for seeing me today.
Oliver offered her one of the bouquets of flowers and then offered the second to Clara.
Ollie, I cannot tell you how sorry I am for everything you have been through over the last 2 days. One cannot refute the fact that if you had never sought a courtship with me, you might still have your position.
Do not say such things. I regret nothing.
As he said the words, he realized they were true. He didn't regret losing his position at the Gallaghers and everything that had happened before. The only regret he had was not landing a facer upon Lord Ongley.
What will you do now? How will you support yourself?
Hannah sat and then pointed to the open spot next to her. Oliver accepted her offer, sitting close enough to take her hand in his.
I will be fine. Let us not speak of money. I came here to ask if you would like to join me and my family at Lord and Lady Kent's estate, Lenoria Hall, over the next 2 days. I know it is late notice, but we wanted to leave town and spend a few quiet days in the country.
Hannah nodded as her attention turned to her sister.
Do you think Father would let us go?
Clara instantly leaned toward their aunt to shake her awake.
Will you accompany Hannah and I to the country for a few days?
Hannah didn't wait for her aunt to respond.
Is Duke invited as well?
Oliver nodded.
It would not be a party without the little guy. Where is he?
She pointed to the corner where the little puppy sat in a basket chewing on a toy. Oliver made his way to the corner and picked him up.
Would you like to visit Lenoria Hall?
A few yaps later, and Oliver was convinced Duke had agreed to the visit. He carried the little one over to the sofa and sat next to Hannah as they discussed the puppy. It was a light conversation, the perfect way to avoid the frowns and regretful statements that had plagued the first part of his visit. Day 8. Chapter 22. Hannah held tightly to Clara's hand as she stared up at the regal mansion before them. It was much larger than her father's country estate. Lenoria Hall, the residence of Lord and Lady Kent, was close enough to London for a 2-day escape to the countryside, and far enough away that they wouldn't tire of the location. Since accepting the offer to join the Fernley family for the reprieve from the season, Hannah had had many misgivings. No one in society was aware of her dowry. If they were, she wouldn't have been named the Diamond. Someone with a larger sum would be the most sought after, for beauty was not everything when a man needed a fortune. Ollie needed a fortune, and she feared he would offer marriage only to find out she had a mere £5,000. Hannah slightly turned to the left to whisper so only Clara could hear.
We should have stayed in London. Ollie will need a wife with a generous dowry. Then finish our foolish wager and convince him you are not the right woman for his needs. We are in over our heads.
Clara's tight reply told her she was as insecure about their precarious situation as she.
"Do you think anyone will notice if we scramble back into the carriage?"
Hannah looked at the footman who was assisting Aunt Newport.
"We could leave Aunt to make our apologies. The carriage could be down the drive and out the gates before anyone was the wiser."
Clara tightened her hold.
"She is not the one everyone is expecting to meet. Hannah, have you considered the expectations these 2 days will raise amongst Mr. Fernley's family? By the time we are leaving for London, everyone will be expecting a posting of the banns."
Hannah followed Oliver's movements as he walked toward her, a large smile upon his face. She hadn't considered everyone's expectations when she'd accepted the invitation.
What have I done?
Her head spun as she considered the next 2 days. None of the shenanigans of the wager could be accomplished while in the presence of his family. She must put a stop to it. Pulling on Clara's arm a bit harder than she'd intended, Hannah was able to whisper before Oliver and his mother approached.
"The wager is our problem. He thinks that is who I am. I must be myself, and perhaps he will find me boring."
The decision brought instant relief. Even the prospect of meeting Oliver's family seemed less daunting with this burden removed. She would gladly forego her bedchamber and all bragging rights to admit there were some men who were honourable enough to stay with a woman who behaved in a witless manner. The thought brought her up short, because Oliver had never seemed the sort of man who wanted a brainless wife. But was that the reason he'd continued their courtship? Did he see her as a woman who would worry about frivolous things instead of engaging in intelligent conversation? Or was his devotion in the expectation of a dowry? Before she could lose her mind worrying over her thoughts, Oliver was standing before her. Hannah realized she would have to consider her precarious situation a bit more once she was alone in a guest chamber. "Allow me to introduce Miss Hannah Anderson and Miss Clara Anderson." Oliver turned toward Hannah as he pointed to his family. "My mother, the Dowager Countess of Grafton, and Lord and Lady Kent." There were many more Fernley family members to meet, but she was thankful not to be introduced to the lot of them at once. It was overwhelming enough to have 2 countesses standing before her.
"How was your journey?"
Lady Grafton asked.
"Quite lovely. It is the perfect time of year to travel, especially if one does not have to go too far afield from London."
Hannah pointed to her aunt as she approached the group. With a quick introduction completed, they were ready to enter the grand estate. Lady Grafton reached out and took hold of Hannah's and Clara's joined hands.
"I heartily agree. Lenoria Hall is settled within a perfect distance for the entire family to join us. I do hope you will feel welcome."
As they started toward the house, excitement for the next 2 days replaced her previous trepidation. She'd been welcomed, along with her sister and aunt, in the most genuine manner, making her believe she was not intruding upon a family gathering. Stone columns and a decorative ceiling made the home's entry feel like they were walking into a castle fit for a king. The plaster upon the ceiling was opulent in the extreme, with gold leaf applied liberally to the intricate designs. It was far lovelier than she had expected, and yet it fit the grandeur of the home with such perfection that any other design would have left the observer wanting for more. Hannah followed the housekeeper up the stairs and down a long hallway to the guest quarters. When she was finally alone in her bedchamber, she took a moment to consider her feelings. Clara had pointed out the expectations that would inevitably be formed when word got out that she and her sister were spending the weekend at Lenoria Hall, a little later than she should have. If Clara had made her observations in London, they would be dressing for Almack's. Hannah walked down the marble staircase with Duke slowly taking each step behind her. Her aunt and Clara were both resting in their bedchambers, but her mind was racing, making it impossible to rest. Before any expectations were made, she needed to inform Ollie of her paltry dowry. Overall, her dowry was rather lovely if the man had enough to live upon. But now that Ollie had lost his profession, She couldn't see any way that her dowry could support a family. Halfway down the stairs, she heard the faint sound of a violin. Although it was possible one of the other family members would be in the music room, Hannah knew Ollie well enough to realize that if a musical instrument was in use, he would be close by. Allowing the music to guide her steps, Hannah finished her descent of the staircase, waited for Duke to catch up to her, and then followed the chords down a long hallway filled with oversized vases and agricultural paintings. The tune floating out of the music room was one she'd never heard. The melody was hauntingly beautiful, touching to the depths of her soul and drawing out a longing for an afternoon lying amongst the wildflowers. She'd never expect to feel such an emotion, but the music invoked a tangible passion. The door was open, so Hannah leaned against the frame as she watched Ollie's hand slide the bow across the strings with such tenderness. It made her wish she could play the instrument as well. Ollie's eyes were closed, his expression serene, as though he were no longer in the confines of the music room. She imagined he was in the meadow her mind had conjured seconds before. Hannah didn't realize her eyes were closed until the music stopped. She didn't want to ruin the beauty of the moment, but she had to say something. "That was brilliant." Oliver's cheeks turned slightly pink as he laid the violin on a nearby table.
No one was supposed to hear it yet.
Hannah sighed but made sure to smile so he would know she was playing coy. "A bit impossible, I am afraid. Duke and I followed the notes all the way from the front of the house. I am afraid everyone has likely heard this song."
"I thought you were to rest until supper."
Oliver held his hand out to indicate she should sit on the sofa.
"Did the trip from London not tire you?"
"Sleep is the last thing I wish to do at this hour." Hannah stepped into the room, but she didn't go to the sofa as he had invited. Instead, she picked up the violin and bow. "Will you teach me to play?"
"It would be my honor, but perhaps not the violin."
Hannah placed it behind her back as she leaned toward him. "Is it difficult to learn? I would think with the strings it could be a bit like learning the harp."
Oliver's face brightened with a smile. "Though a harp has 47 strings, a violin can only boast 4.
"Then it should be easy to master." She pulled the violin out from behind her back and held it out to him. "Teach me, maestro." Chapter 23. Oliver accepted the violin and bow from Hannah, but he didn't start instruction. Instead, he pulled her toward the pianoforte.
"Since the moment I fixed the pedal on your piano, I've imagined what it would sound like to hear you play."
"You will be terribly disappointed, Ollie. I am not an accomplished pianist." Hannah smirked at him. "Furthermore, most women of the ton are terribly normal in their knowledge of the piano. Do you not want to court a woman who is unique?" His lips twitched as he tried not to smile. Hannah was the most unique woman he had ever met. He never knew which side of her he was courting until it was too late. He only hoped these 2 days with his family would bring out the sweet, gentle, and witty woman he knew her to be.
"There is little chance of you blending into the crush."
How oddly comforting. Hannah followed his lead and sat next to him on the bench. Oliver lifted her hand and slowly slid the lace gloves from her fingers.
"The first time we met, I took notice of your hands. Your fingers are long and slender, perfect for playing the pianoforte."
Hannah laughed as she allowed him to continue removing her gloves. "Most men would compliment a woman's eyes, but you, Oliver Fernley, must find such statements dull. For why mention something so mundane as the colour of one's irises when one does not need them to play a musical instrument?"
"Why indeed?"
Oliver placed her gloves to the side. He played 5 notes and then encouraged her to do the same. As soon as she had finished, he nodded his head in her direction.
"A natural talent."
"Hardly. Although you have convinced me I can play all of 5 notes in succession without making a mistake." Oliver played the same 5 notes, and then added 5 more before motioning for Hannah to do the same. This was not the way he generally taught a pupil, but there would be time to teach her the names of each note and to explain where they sat on the bass and treble clefs. If she truly wanted to learn a new instrument, he would impart his knowledge until she was known as the most accomplished woman in London society. Hannah. Oliver's heart quickened as he looked at the woman with whom he had quickly fallen in love. Can we stay like this always? Hannah turned her attention away from the piano as she finished playing the final note. If you wish. He knew the eccentric Hannah would likely rear her silly head at some point, but he would gladly accept both sides of her for moments like the one they were currently sharing. The comfort of having someone to spend time with was far more pleasing than the loneliness he'd experienced over the years since he'd taken rooms in London. She gave him purpose, just as his music had done his entire life. It wasn't that she was a missing piece he had to find. It was more that her presence in his life added measure and purpose. What do you wish? His hopes for a future would mean nothing if she didn't share his desires. I want the same that every young lady seeks. A happy life where I am safe and secure. What of love? Hannah reached out and took his hand in hers. The silky softness of her fingers was familiar. She dipped her head, demurring from the intensity of his gaze. If I am so fortunate to have won your heart, then I will treasure it always. Oliver slid his fingers under her chin, lifting her head so he could look into her soft blue eyes. She most certainly had won his heart. It would be easy to declare his feelings, but he wanted her to feel it through every inch of her body. He slowly leaned toward her, giving her time to pull away. Part of him wanted her to slap him for attempting to take liberties, but the bit of him that desired to touch more than her hands, to taste the inviting lips before him, truly hoped she wanted the same. When he could feel her breath upon his lips, he softly touched hers, claiming her with a gentle caress. In the span of a heartbeat, their lips formed a bond that spoke of an eternity and longing that had been formed long before their introduction 8 days ago. As Oliver reluctantly pulled away, a shiver of anticipation danced down his spine. He wanted to kiss her once more, but upon noticing her eyes were closed, he leaned forward and placed his forehead against hers. Oliver ran his thumb along her cheek. Hannah played with the hair at the nape of his neck. There was no need for words, as their silent embrace and tiny touches confirmed they had both accepted the growing connection between them. The sound of footsteps in the hall pulled Oliver and Hannah out of their embrace. But he knew they were forever changed. Hannah placed her fingers upon the keys once more and played the notes he'd shown her in perfect order. He was ready to show her another 5 notes when one of his brothers cleared his throat. Hannah slid off the piano seat and bent into a curtsy faster than a butterfly could flutter its wings in a summer breeze. Her movements were swift, graceful, as if choreographed by the hand of a master. With the same ease, she rose from her curtsy, her cheeks flushed with a tinge of pink, making her eyes shine. Lord Kent, Ollie was... Oliver slowly stood. Not for the sake of his brother, but out of respect for Hannah. Were you looking for us, Cornelius? Nothing slipped past Cornelius's attention. Absolutely nothing. As a former spy for England, his brother was adept at knowing things that were none of his business. Thankfully, Cornelius had the wherewithal to know when he should and should not mention his observations. Cornelius quirked an eyebrow, letting Oliver know the stolen kiss and embrace were not a secret. Oliver had been to Lenoria Hall enough times to know that the carpets would disguise the approach of anyone in the hall, especially his brother, who was as light as a fox on his feet. Cornelius had purposefully made his approach, or likely retreat and then reapproach, heard.
Lord Merryweather and Mr. Danvers are in the drawing-room. I was not aware you had added them to the guest list.
This was a surprise. He hadn't invited his friends, opting for 2 days without Danvers breathing down his neck about the wager.
Nor was I. Send them to the local tavern for all I care.
Before Cornelius could respond, Duke started yapping. Hannah ran forward and picked the puppy up in an attempt to calm his little bark. Cornelius crossed the room and patted Duke on the head. He turned back to Oliver, a resigned expression on his face.
We have enough guest rooms. There is no need to throw them out.
Oliver wasn't concerned.
Any friend of mine would not have shown up uninvited.
What fun would that be? Merryweather asked as he entered the room. Danvers followed Merryweather, his eyes instantly landing upon Hannah. In his most insincere tone, he mockingly stated,
2 days with only one suitor sounds dreadful. I knew we must save you from such a fate, Miss Hannah.
Oliver pursed his lips, unable to find an appropriate response while in the presence of a lady. Instead, he opted to give them an invitation. Danvers was there for his own interests in the wager. He likely considered this 2-day outing a breach of the rules.
I am certain Lord and Lady Kent can find accommodations.
Everyone turned to Cornelius, who nodded toward the intruders.
The drawing-room might be more comfortable than this one. Why do you not join our family while your rooms are prepared?
Danvers shook his head.
We will be most comfortable here.
Hannah stepped closer to the door. If you'll excuse me, I think I should like to look in on my sister and aunt. Oliver watched her leave and then remembered her gloves were sitting on the piano. He held them up and followed her out into the hall.
Hannah, wait a moment.
Hannah stopped, turning back to him. When she saw he was holding her gloves, she smiled. Thank you, Ollie. I would not want to misplace these.
I should apologize for...
He knew it had been wrong to steal a kiss, but apologizing for something he'd enjoyed so much seemed terribly wrong. Instead of mentioning the moment between them, he decided to go another way.
Offending you in any way?
You have not offended me.
Then why did you leave?
Hannah placed Duke on the floor and then pulled her gloves gracefully onto her hands. Is it wrong for me to want you to myself sometimes? Mr. Danvers and Lord Merryweather are worse chaperones than my aunt.
Your aunt falls asleep most of the time. We could murder a footman while she snored, and she would defend us by stating she had been with us the entire time.
Hannah placed a hand on his chest, a mischievous glint in her eyes. As I said, the perfect chaperone. He wanted to pull her into his arms and kiss her once again. But the hallway was not the sort of place to take a woman into one's embrace. He would have to wait for a more secluded moment.
Will you take a walk with me after supper?
It would be my pleasure.
Perhaps Merryweather will entertain Clara so we can walk through the gardens alone.
Hannah pushed him toward the music room. He took one step backward but didn't move any farther. As she turned to leave, she looked back one more time. How fortuitous. And here I stood, annoyed that they had followed us from the city. Oliver slowly walked back to the music room, his mind caught up in Hannah's beautiful blue eyes and creamy complexion. As he re-entered the room, he found his brother and 2 friends waiting for him.
You look happy, Danvers said with an air of disappointment.
Do I? Oliver asked. He avoided meeting anyone's gaze as he set to work placing his violin gently in its case. Merryweather took a seat on the sofa, crossing his arms.
A bit of a silly look upon your face there, Fernley. Do not tell me you have finally fallen for her charms.
Danvers burst into laughter.
Your marriage would be a disaster. Which brother would you beg for a home?
Oliver picked up his bow and loosened the hair before placing it in the case. He ignored his friends' inquiries about Anna. If they wanted to keep the wager a secret, as he did, Cornelius could not hear even a hint about it.
"What brings you both to Lenoria Hall? I would have thought there was enough to do in London for 2 days."
Danvers shrugged his shoulders.
"The season has been a bore. The only good thing about it is watching you attempt to woo Miss Hannah out of my arms."
Oliver's head shot up in shock over Danvers's statement. Had Danvers held Hannah in his arms, the same way Oliver had only moments before? If so, it wasn't polite to brag about things that could harm a woman's reputation.
"Watch yourself, Danvers."
"I apologize." Danvers dipped his head in contrition.
"I only meant to say it will be great fun to find out which of us she accepts in the end."
Oliver turned to Cornelius.
"Perhaps they should take rooms at the local coaching inn. They are uninvited."
The housekeeper entered the music room, a stern frown upon her face. "Mr. Danvers and Lord Merryweather, if you will follow me. Your rooms are ready." Oliver closed his violin case and moved to the piano so he could replace the cloth over the keys and close the lid. As he made himself busy, Cornelius drew closer. As a former spy, Cornelius understood the art of biding one's time. He waited until he had enough information, only then formulating a plan. It was a bit exhausting for Oliver. If his brother wanted to say something, he might as well come out with it instead of hovering, waiting for his subject to reveal its secrets. Oliver closed the lid on the piano and looked about the room to make sure everything was back in its proper place before turning to meet his brother's piercing gaze.
"Say what you must. There is no denying you hold a flame for Miss Hannah. Nothing sneaks past you."
He didn't mean to sound so annoyed, but there were moments when he could not hold his temper in check. Cornelius leaned against the piano and folded his arms.
"Why are you courting the same woman as Danvers?"
"It was a foolish decision, although I would not wish to court anyone else. She is quite lovable." Lovable. Oliver sat alone in the music room long after Cornelius left. His eyes blurred, unfocused upon the harp sitting in the corner. It was the instrument Hannah had learned to play, and she did so beautifully. He could still hear the song she'd performed at the musicale, each pluck of the string stirring his soul. Watching her play the instrument with such emotion and precision, he now knew it was in that moment he had fallen in love with Hannah Anderson. Chapter 24. As the first day at Lenoria Hall neared its close, Hannah sat at a table across from Ollie, partnering him for a game of whist against Lord Merryweather and Clara. They'd enjoyed a quiet evening of light conversation, the perfect antidote to a day of travel. Hannah had not rested well. It had been nearly impossible to do so after the kiss. Even now her lips still tingled from the gentle touch, yearning for another moment alone with Ollie. Hannah rather enjoyed spending time with the Fernleys. The family had been welcoming in such a way that she felt already a part of their tight-knit group. Even Clara and her aunt had been treated with kindness. It made her wish she had met Ollie long before the last week, and before the wager. Hannah bit her bottom lip as she looked over her cards. She wasn't talented at whist, but it had not prohibited her from accepting the challenge. Sitting across from Ollie made her want to learn the game with precision so she would partner with her for every game now and forever.
"Miss Hannah, it is a shame you had to miss Almack's this evening."
Mr. Danvers's comment caused the light conversation between Ollie's family to stall. Everyone went silent, waiting to hear how she would respond. It was uncomfortable having another of her suitors at the same secluded house party, given the expectations of nearly everyone in attendance. Hannah placed a card upon the top of the pile before deigning to answer. "If you have attended one evening at Almack's, you have attended them all." Clara nodded. "They are tiresome after a while. Waiting for a nod from the matron so you can participate in a waltz is a bit outdated. Do you not agree?"
Ollie quickly agreed with both his guests, which caused Hannah to smile appreciatively in his direction. Now, if he could only approve of the card she had played, she would know if her decision had been correct. Mr. Danvers continued speaking.
A pity your other admirers will spend the night seeking you amongst the crush only to be disappointed. I, for one, am most thankful to have discovered your whereabouts.
Merriweather placed a card and then instantly glared at Danvers.
Many a gentleman have gotten over such disappointments in the past. I am certain these 2 days in the country will not harm Hannah's position. How many men are courting you at this time?
Mr. Danvers took a sip of his brandy, a mischievous glint peering over the rim of the glass.
You have 2 suitors in this very room.
Ollie stood up. Reaching over Merriweather's head, he took the glass from his friend.
It is late, Danvers, and you are drunk. You should retire for the evening.
Mr. Danvers laughed as he stepped away from Ollie's reach. At this point, Hannah observed that Ollie would have to walk around the table to avoid the obstacle of Merriweather's chair blocking his way.
Did I approach a sensitive topic?
Hannah placed her cards on the table before running her hands over her midsection. Not at all, Mr. Danvers. It is expected for a woman to have multiple suitors in a season, is it not? I would assume you, Ollie, and Merriweather have courted more than one lady this season. You are quite right, Hannah. Rosalind spoke from her position on the sofa. Why, I was even engaged to another man for 24 hours before I met Archie. Hannah liked Oliver's sisters. They had each insisted on Christian names from the moment they'd been introduced. It had been rather shocking at first, but after spending a little time with them, she understood they were not strict with observing titles and such within their home. Hannah turned in her chair so she could speak to Rosalind. How very intriguing. He was a duke. As soon as Rosalind said the word duke, her duke, the little impish puppy sitting at her feet, stood up and yapped. Hannah reached down and lifted the puppy into her lap. She is not speaking about you, Your Grace. Everyone laughed as Duke let out another little bark. She patted him on the head and then placed him on the floor once more. She hoped the little diversion would have stopped the previous conversation, but Mr. Danvers was not finished with his observations.
A viscount and a duke are amongst your suitors, are they not, Miss Hannah?
As though the puppy was answering for her, Duke stood and yapped once more, but this time it was followed by a growl toward Mr. Danvers. It was telling of the distaste she had for Mr. Danvers that he was the only person in the drawing room that evening who did not have permission to use her Christian name. As far as she was concerned, the cad would never be on informal terms with her. In fact, she planned to end whatever designs he had toward her and the strange courtship he thought they had as quickly as she could. But even with his rudeness, she was not one to be impolite in front of others. She would end their courtship in private. What is your point, sir? Hannah refused to look at him as she realized it was her turn once more. She forgot which card she had played the last time, making it difficult to decide on this round.
I am concerned for my friend, you see. Someone must look out for Fernley.
Mr. Danvers took his glass back from Ollie, the contents sloshing up on the side of the glass as they argued over whether he had drunk too much that evening. Ollie let go of the glass and retook his seat.
I reached my majority many years ago, Danvers. Coddling is not required.
Mr. Danvers brushed Ollie's comments aside as he continued his line of questioning.
But what of your dowry, Miss Hannah? No one seems to know the sum. Is it generous, or was your father stingy?
Any humour she had managed to keep upon her face faded as she turned her full attention to Mr. Danvers. Her tone was clipped, which matched the tension in her jaw, causing her mouth to hardly move as she hissed out her answer. That is none of your concern. Ollie's face went pale as he looked from her to Mr. Danvers. His focus rested upon his friend as he gave the shortest yet most sincere admonishment Hannah had ever heard.
An apology is your only option at this point.
If she thought Mr. Danvers would apologize, she would have been disappointed with his response.
Instead, she was far too offended to feel anything else. Mr. Danvers smirked at her, then met Oliver's glare.
Everyone in this room knows you need to marry a woman with a generous dowry. If Miss Hannah's is not on the level, your courtship must end.
Hannah placed her cards on the table as she listened to the outrage from all occupants of the room, including Duke. Ollie looked ready to attack as his eyes flared with outrage. It was kind of everyone to set Mr. Danvers in his place, but it did little good. He was far too smug and correct about Ollie's financial situation. A younger son rarely received enough from his father's estate to keep him comfortable. How long would it be before Ollie ran out of funds? Or was she wrong? Was it possible he had a reasonable income from the late Earl's estate? She didn't know the answers to those questions and wouldn't discover them in that moment, as it was hardly an appropriate setting for the conversation. Discussing money was vulgar, even though dowries and yearly annuities were constantly whispered about in ballrooms during the season. It was more the manner in which it was done. Everyone knew this, except, perhaps, Mr. Danvers. Hannah allowed Clara to take her hand. They met eyes, briefly, Clara silently asking if she was well, Hannah communicating with a frown that she was terribly upset. When Clara mouthed the words, "I love you," Hannah knew she could survive the shame of this night. The comfort of her sister's support gave her the strength to stand. Her legs wobbled as she excused herself for the rest of the evening. When she was free of the drawing room, Hannah meant to go to her bedchamber, but instead decided a bit of fresh air would be more of a balm to her nerves. Chapter 25. Oliver had fancied himself in love on more than one occasion. He'd always been wrong, proven by each of those women rejecting him. But he hadn't realized exactly what love was until that moment. The pain on Hannah's face, the tears she fought as she left the drawing room, the unsteady way in which she walked made him want to run after her. He wanted to hold her, reassure her that he was not a fortune hunter, declare his feelings, which were ever so thunderously pounding in his chest and likely written upon his face. All of it he would do. He just had to reach her before she entered her bedchamber. Ignoring the harsh rebuke Baxter was rightfully giving Danvers, Oliver ran for the door. He yanked it open without taking care to shut it as Hannah had done before him. He had hoped she would still be close by, but as he turned from the left to the right, he saw the flutter of her dress turning the corner to exit onto the portico. There was no time to catch his breath or consider his thoughts as he followed her retreat. He was ready to race into the dark of night to find her in the garden or the gazebo, but as he ran through the doors, he found she hadn't gone far. She was still on the portico, leaning against one of the large columns. "I need a moment to myself, Ollie." Hannah's eyes, even in the light of the full moon, looked terrifying. She was ready to set him down, harsher than she had Danvers, if he did or said anything displeasing. Oliver held up his hands, nervously inching toward her as he would a frightened puppy. For he was certain behind the flames of her glare, she was more hurt than angry. "Danvers spoke out of turn. Please allow me to apologize for his inappropriate comments." Hannah turned away from him. "I do not care for Mr. Danvers. He has been a cad since the moment I received an introduction to him." "He has a rough interior. Far too easily seen on the outside." Oliver took a few steps forward until he was standing mere feet away from her. He wanted to stay, but knew it was best to respect her wishes. But he could not smooth away the pain of what had been said if she sent him away. Tentatively, he closed the short distance between them. Hannah swiped at a stray tear. He wanted to be the one to dry all her tears. Defend her in all circumstances. Comfort and care for her. Reaching forward, he ran his thumb under her eye to catch the remaining liquid. Hannah touched his hand, stalling his movements as she held it against her cheek. "Thank you, Ollie." "If you wish me to leave, I will."
No, it is not that. Hannah hesitated as she released his hand and slightly turned her head away, bashful over the question she wanted to ask. It took a moment, but she finally found the courage to look at him once more. Will you share a secret with me? Oliver leaned against the column directly next to her so he could look into her eyes.
Do you mean more than the kiss we already shared? For that is a very great secret.
Hannah laughed and then bit her bottom lip. Another one. Something I do not already know, and one you have never shared with anyone else. Secrets were windows into the soul, and if there was anyone he wanted to allow a glance within, it was Hannah Anderson. He held his hand out. When she grasped it, he pulled her off the portico and onto the lawn. They had barely hit the soft grass before he started to run. Hannah laughed as she ran behind him, the torture of the past half hour melting away as they left the house and the portico behind. Ollie, where are you taking me?
To the place where secrets are revealed and promises are kept.
Oliver turned to look at her, his excitement building as he realized the distress that had been etched in her features was gone, wiped away with the last of her tears. Leading the way to the carriage house, Oliver took a lantern off the table near the door before he found the carriage with the crest for the Earl of Grafton. It might not seem like a magical place at first, but he hoped she would come to understand his reasons for taking her to this exact carriage. With the lantern lit, Oliver assisted Hannah into the carriage, and then he followed her in and shut the door behind them. He found the exact hook his father had once used to hoist a lantern, and then he met Hannah's questioning gaze. Neither one of them sat facing forward. They were ensconced in the intimate space, each with one leg folded in front of them so they could sit sideways on the bench. Oliver reached forward and took her hand in his once more.
A very long time ago, one of my brothers made me quite angry.
Hannah squeezed his hand. Which one?
Cornelius. He was not always the proper Earl you met this morning.
Hannah laughed. What did he do to you?
Well, he said I was too young and short to climb the tree out in the orchard.
Oliver hesitated for dramatic effect before admitting.
He was correct on both counts. But what was I to think as a 5-year-old child? I was certain it was a feat I could master.
Hannah bit her bottom lip as she gave a serious nod of agreement. This might not be the sort of secret she had hoped to glean from him, but it would help her understand the reason they were sitting in the carriage and not in the gazebo. Oliver continued speaking.
I did not want anyone to see my tears, so I ran to the carriage house at Primrose Hall and hid in this exact carriage.
Are you certain it was this one?
This was always my favourite carriage, due to the blue interior.
Oliver waited as she looked at the cushions and then once again focused upon their conversation. When he had her rapt attention once more, he continued speaking.
My father found me pouting here on this very bench where we now sit. Cornelius and his friends had long since left the tree, and the sun had gone down. My father was searching for me because it was time for supper.
Did he punish you? Oliver knew Mr. Anderson was not a gentle parent. Nothing like the father who had raised him. It was upsetting to think Hannah and Clara would have had to worry about punishment for something so simple.
He sat in the carriage with me until I was able to dry my tears. He promised that a time would come when I was tall enough and strong enough to climb a tree. And do you know what?
Tell me.
He was right. It was not even 2 years later before I was allowed to climb the tree.
Hannah leaned toward him, a wide smile upon her face. Is this the secret you have never told anyone? Oliver shook his head. He leaned toward her so even the chirping crickets couldn't hear what he had to say.
The secret is that when I miss my father with such fierce intensity that I do not think I can go on living, one of the ways I can overcome that feeling is to find this carriage and relive the night he sat in here comforting me and telling me there would be more than enough time to grow up. But for that moment, I needed to be a little boy who stayed firmly upon the ground so as not to break my neck.
One of the ways? Oliver hadn't expected to share the other way, but he was in the process of divulging secrets. One more would not hurt.
There is one more thing I can do to feel my father near me.
He took a deep breath and let go of his desire to hold in the secret.
I play a song on my father's violin.
The one in the music room?
No, it is tucked away, safe in my rented rooms.
Hannah squeezed his hand. Thank you for sharing with me.
Do you trust me enough to share a secret?
Hannah leaned her left side against the cushioned seat, resting her head and closing her eyes. Her face contorted into the pain of moments before, and Oliver worried he had said the wrong thing. To his utter astonishment, when she spoke, he found it was a confession he could never have expected. I am to blame for the scar on Clara's face. Chapter 26. It wasn't the confession Hannah wanted to make. If only he had kept his secret light-hearted and playful, she would have told him that she still wanted to search his head for bumps to discover if they were a match. But when Ollie had shared such an intimate secret, the only appropriate response was to share in equal measure. Hannah took a deep breath as she watched Ollie's face go pale. It was a terrible confession, one she had never shared with anyone, not even Clara. But each day she looked upon her sister, the scar was a reminder that she was the one who had caused the accident to occur. It was early in the morning. Clara and I had a tradition. On our birthday each year, we would ride out into the meadow and watch the sunrise. Once it had peeked its first rays into the sky, we would wish each other a happy birthday and then spend the morning talking about our hopes and dreams for the upcoming year.
Sounds lovely.
Hannah's eyes fell to their clasped hands. He hadn't released her yet. He would likely listen to her confession and then decide if he wanted to continue their courtship. This was a horrible secret, one she'd vowed never to reveal to anyone. But now that she had started the tale, she had to finish. The night before, my maid put a glass of water on the table next to my bed. At some point during the night, I must have knocked the glass to the floor. The shattered pieces had been cleaned up, or so we had thought, when the maid set the fires that morning. When Clara shook me awake, an errant piece of glass must have wedged into the heel of her riding boots. Once we were out in the stables, mounted and ready to ride to the meadow, Clara kicked the horse to urge him into a canter. That was when the glass tore into his flesh, and he threw her to the ground. Clara fell onto the prongs of a garden tool. Ollie closed his eyes. His breathing was strained, uneven, as though he had run from the portico to the carriage house 5 times over. She imagined he would find a way to end their courtship by the following morning. She and Clara would leave for town, but not before she begged him to keep her secret. Hannah's heart broke at the realization that she had finally told him something to run him off. Even with the little wager between herself and Clara, she'd secretly held out hope that Oliver Fernley would prove her wrong. Up to that point he had. But now, after her confession, the silence was deafening. Instead of waiting for him to release her hand, Hannah pulled away. Please do not tell anyone. One day I will find the courage to tell Clara what I have done. Until then, I will be her champion in every way possible. Before she could find her footing and escape the closed confines of the carriage, Ollie pulled her back toward him.
Why are you leaving?
You do not have to say anything, Ollie. What I did was despicable. Hiding it for 3 years is even worse than having been the cause of her pain. It is my burden to bear, and nothing anyone can say will lessen my regret. Ollie refused to let her leave, pulling her even closer than she had been before.
It was a series of unfortunate events that caused the accident, and that is all it was.
You are wrong.
With your logic, then the gardener who left the tools out is to blame, as well as the maid who failed to fully clear away the glass. But I would suppose neither of them has confessed to their part in this mishap.
No, they have not.
Then why do you get to shoulder the blame?
Hannah sighed. She'd contemplated the entirety of the situation every day since that dreadful morning. It was painful to remember the days after the accident as she'd sat by Clara's side waiting for the wound to heal. She'd prayed infection would not set in and take her sister's life. Prayers had been sent up asking for forgiveness, yet absolution had never come. Finally, when healing had begun, she'd prayed fervently that the scar would fade, only to find that even if it did slightly improve over time, it would be permanent and plain enough for anyone to see with a mere glance. I broke the glass. If it had not been for that one event, the right side of Clara's face would be identical to mine. She might be society's diamond, the one with every suitor in town vying for her attention. Instead, they are turned away by the scar upon her face.
Perhaps the fools are turned away. But I will be bold enough to say it is not the outward scar that has claimed your sister's marital prospects.
Then what is it?
Hannah glared at him, daring him to find another fault with her sister. Clara was sweet and gentle. Oliver cleared his throat before sharing his thoughts. His words were careful and delivered diplomatically.
A lack of confidence.
Due to the scar. I have ruined every opportunity she has for marriage and happiness. None of the gentlemen we have met pay attention to her. My father has increased her dowry and attempted to make a match for her, but all his efforts have been in vain.
Any gentleman of consequence would not allow a scar to stop him in the search for a wife, especially if love was involved.
Love has not played a part in her life. The last man my father convinced to court her left for the country the day after the agreement had been made. Even your Mr. Grayson has ended the short courtship he once professed was desirable.
Oliver nodded, a sense of understanding.
I cannot speak for Mr. Grayson and his reasons for ending a promising courtship. But consider your knowledge of your sister. Was she confident before the injury?
Hannah considered the question. In all honesty, she could not answer in the positive. Although Clara was older by 2 minutes, she had never been the more confident of the two. Clara's inability to converse with men had been a problem long before the scar marred the right side of her face.
Perhaps a little.
Hannah, accepting the blame for a terrible accident will not mask the pain of what happened. Both you and your sister must come to terms with the truth and free yourselves of guilt. Forgive yourself. She shook her head.
I cannot.
Then speak to your sister and find absolution.
The walk back to the house was quiet. She trusted Ollie enough to know he would not tell anyone her secret. She would do the same for him and keep silent on his secrets. It was as though the hour they'd spent in the carriage had taken them both through a lifetime, laying bare the innermost parts of their souls for the other to decide if their secrets and fears were worthy of love. When they entered through the doors leading in from the portico, Ollie still held her hand, not allowing it to drop to her side. If anyone were to see them, those pesky expectations Clara had mentioned would play a very real part in their lives. But she didn't need to worry. They walked hand in hand up the staircase, down the hall to the guest quarters, and stood together outside her bedchamber door.
Thank you for your understanding, Ollie. I am not sure Clara will see the situation as you have, but I will be forever thankful you did not pronounce judgment upon me and cast me out for the horrible person you now know me to be.
Oliver lifted her hand and kissed her knuckles.
I could never be persuaded to believe anything so untrue about you.
Until tomorrow?
Sleep well, Hannah.
As he walked away, Hannah allowed her body to settle gently against the door. Her heart fluttered with the memories of the 2 kisses he had given her that day. One on the lips,
and the other on her hand. A happy sigh escaped as she kept her focus upon his retreating form. Mr. Danvers had been right when he had said she had many suitors. She could choose any one of them and be well looked after for the rest of her life. But none of that mattered, not now that she had experienced this perfect day. Oliver Fernley had suddenly become the choice of her heart. She only hoped he would choose her as well. Day 9. Chapter 27. When Oliver woke, the moon was low in the sky, ready to move aside so the sun's morning rays could take over. But that wouldn't be for another hour. He found a pair of tan breeches, a white shirt, the cravat he'd worn the day before, and a blue waistcoat to go with the brown frock coat sitting on the chair by the window. It took less than 5 minutes to dress, run his hand through his hair, and find his brown Hessian boots. Once he was dressed, he crept out into the darkened hallway, passing by the staff as they pulled open the drapes, dusted tables and wound the clocks, while preparing Lenoria Hall for the new day. Once he had gathered his flute and satchel from the music room, Oliver slipped out the doors to the portico and made his way to the stables to saddle his horse. He was now fighting against time as he knew the sun would soon rise. It was silly, but his soul yearned to be sitting under a tree with his flute as the first rays pierced the night sky. Setting his horse to a steady canter, he rode past the patchwork of lush green fields. He rode along winding dirt roads past the local village, comprised of stone cottages with thatched roofs, nestled along a stream. When he was far enough away from Lenoria Hall and any known building, Oliver found a perfectly situated tree on the greenery to settle in within seconds of the morning sun as it started its ascent into the sky. The first notes quietly sounded out of his flute as a mist rose majestically above the fields in the distance. The rays of the sun touched his cheeks, warming his face and neck. The song he played was the same melody he'd taught Hannah the day before. It was one of his latest compositions, and he was fiddling with the melody, deciding if it was the right motif for the start of his opus. The melody filled every part of his body until it felt like his soul was remembering something from another time and place. It was the strongest sense of déjà vu he had ever experienced, and yet as the tune changed and became something completely alive, Oliver knew the mixture of the melody in that spot of countryside was as new to him as it was to the world around him. When the song came to an end, he sat in quiet contemplation. Whatever had happened within, it was as though his soul had taken over and moulded the melody into what it wanted to become. It was right, wonderful, perfect in every way that mattered.
Your ability improves each time I hear you play. I would not have thought it possible, at least not after all this time.
Baxter stepped around the tree, his riding crop in one hand and his gloves in the other.
Sometimes I even surprise myself,
Oliver quipped, a laugh escaping as he pointed to the soft earth. Baxter sat next to him on a diagonal so he could look out at the beauty around them, while comfortably speaking with Oliver.
It is surprising when something can move your heart so completely that it pierces deep within and changes you for the better. The music? Yes.
Baxter tilted his head back toward Lenoria Hall.
People also have the ability to do that. You mean Hannah?
Baxter playfully swatted his gloves against Oliver's shoulder.
Now you are understanding.
I'm afraid it is not exactly as it seems.
What do you mean?
Oliver needed to confide in someone, and it seemed Baxter was his best option.
Do you think it is possible to have a regret so powerful that it can never be made right, no matter how completely you wish it could?
He would be breaking one of the rules of the wager by telling Baxter about it, but that was no longer his greatest concern.
His decision to enter such an ill-advised bet had been foolish. The actions of a child, not a mature man. Certainly not a gentleman. Although he knew many a so-called gentleman who had made far worse choices. To count himself amongst the most pathetic of his kind was not his finest moment.
Hope is never lost until you give up.
Baxter leaned back, placing his hands behind him as a support.
You may confide in me.
He started off slowly, sharing the struggle he'd faced with the discovery of their father's murder. It wasn't an excuse for his choices, but it was important to get everything out in the open. When he spoke of the wager, he hesitated to share what he had done. The excessive drinking, the frivolous amount of money involved, the introduction to Maestro Frederick von Heusen, and Hannah. Baxter's frown deepened with every detail.
I have brought ruin to myself. You will survive. It is Miss Hannah you must protect.
Oliver understood his duty. Not that it would be a chore. It was one of the most desirable duties he'd ever had to consider.
I intend to ask for her hand.
Baxter nodded, his jaw set, tone deadly serious.
I would expect nothing less. Of course, I will inform her of the wager before I trap her in an engagement. She may not want to tie herself to me after hearing about it. A wise decision. Once we return to London, I will inform her. I would not want her to feel uncomfortable while staying at Lenoria Hall.
Oliver looked down at his flute. The joy he'd felt while playing was completely gone, now replaced by an ache as it settled into his chest. Hannah might never forgive him once he told her the truth.
The longer you wait, the greater the chance for her to find out on her own. Danvers does not strike me as the sort of gentleman to keep his mouth shut, especially when he realizes he has lost.
Baxter stood, straightened his waistcoat.
I will leave the decision up to you.
Oliver placed the flute back in the case. He too decided it was time to leave this beautiful setting, for it had been marred by his confession. Gathering his satchel, he tied it to the horse and pointed back toward Lenoria Hall. Looking to his brother, he realized Baxter had done exactly as their father would have if he'd been alive. It was comforting to see that patience and understanding lived on in at least one of his brothers.
Thank you for your counsel. I certainly do not deserve it.
Baxter put his hand on Oliver's shoulder.
Mistakes will always be made. It is admitting fault and then setting things right that will be remembered. Then you believe there is hope for me yet?
Baxter laughed, the sound echoing across the open fields.
It takes a great amount of humility to admit to one's own faults, even more to be ashamed of what one has done and then desire to make amends. That is all anyone can ask of you, me and every person on this earth. We all make mistakes.
Oliver nodded, accepting that there would be consequences to his actions. He was thankful Baxter didn't offer to fix everything for him. He didn't offer to pay the debt or speak to Hannah. He'd put it all back on Oliver's shoulders to do with as he saw fit. It was exactly what he needed.
I suppose we will see what sort of man I am. Tomorrow evening, the soiree at Grafton House is when the wager ends. I must tell Hannah before then.
Baxter pulled him into the tightest and warmest embrace he'd ever experienced. When they finally stepped away, he pointed off in the distance.
I have a bit farther I'd like to ride. Will you join me?
Oliver agreed. As they rode down to the river, to follow the winding lane next to it, Oliver knew this time with his brother wouldn't be spent speaking of his mistakes. The loudest sounds during their ride would be the clopping of horse hooves, the babbling brook, and church bells off in the distance. The conversation they'd had that morning would stay firmly between them, locked in a vault of confidences between brothers, a bond that would never break. This meant his other 5 brothers and mother would also be kept in the dark, unless Oliver confessed to them. With Baxter on his side, Oliver knew he could explain the situation to Hannah. No matter the outcome, he would accept her decision. He only hoped their courtship would not end. If it did, the kiss they'd shared would be a lovely memory he would cherish. One day, perhaps, they could stand in the same room together without regrets, as friends. But it would take a very long time, for he would always regret injuring Hannah Anderson. Chapter 28. Morning came too quickly. Hannah had spent a sleepless night pondering her conversation with Ollie and his observations about her confession until the sun's rays warmed her face. She had considered how to approach the subject with Clara without causing distress. The coward inside wanted to wait until they were back in London in their own bedchambers. If Clara became angry, it would be shameful to have it happen at Lenoria Hall. Even with that knowledge, Hannah knew she couldn't go another full day without speaking to her sister. If she did, she would lose her resolve. Clad in her night rail, Hannah stepped to the door adjoining their rooms. She knocked once, an internal voice chanting the words, "Do not answer," over and over until her sister's voice called out, "Enter." As she opened the door, Hannah could see Clara was stretching and yawning. "Did I wake you?" "Best you did, especially if we are leaving today." Clara scooted to the side and turned down the covers. Running across the room to join her sister in bed, Hannah snuggled in close. "I will leave that decision to you. I am not the one who was insulted last evening, although I will say Lord Grafton had a well-worded rebuke that sobered Mr. Danvers rather quickly." Hannah laughed. She imagined a stupid, dazed Danvers as he sobered. It would have been a delight to witness, if not for the shame she had experienced at his hand. "Ollie's family is nice. Do you not think so? Lovely people. I wish we could stay here always." "Then it is settled. We will not leave today." Hannah pulled the bedsheets up and nestled further into the comfort of the bed. "That is, unless what I have to say changes anything." Clara instantly sat up. "Oh, Hannah, did he propose? Tell me Oliver declared himself and offered marriage and that you instantly agreed to be his wife." Hannah yanked on her sister's arm, pulling her back down to lie next to her. "Quiet. We do not want rumours spreading throughout the house." "Then you are not engaged?" The disappointment on her sister's face was well earned. A handsome gentleman had chased her out of the drawing room and instead of offering marriage, had divulged his greatest secret, and it had not included a declaration of love. "No, I am not." Clara turned on her side to face Hannah. "Then what is so imperative that you had to wake me as the sun is coming up?" Hannah hesitated. The room went silent, accepting the ebb and flow of breath between her and her sister. When she could stay silent no longer, Hannah asked the question that seemed the most appropriate. "Do you blame your injury for your lack of suitors?" "What sort of a question is that?" Clara's hand instantly went to the white-hot mark upon her face, her fingers tracing along the lines. "It is my fault, you know. The entire accident." She didn't wait for Clara to respond. Now that she had said the words out loud and Clara's attention was fully upon her, it was time to share the shame of her secret. It had been 3 painful years of watching her sister wrestle with a situation that could not be changed. No matter how much medication was rubbed upon the wound, it would not fade. When she finished telling her story, she bit her lips together, waiting for a response. Clara's pity was not expected. "I wish you had told me sooner. The past 3 years I have complained about my features. Every time I look in a mirror, a scowl crosses my lips. But you have suffered far greater than I. Do not try to make me feel better about the situation. I would never want you to think your suffering has been for naught, but the accident was not your fault.
It wasn't even the horse's fault. It was bad luck. Clara reached out to take Hannah's hand. I have known that since the day I woke, broken and frail. Are you in earnest? You are absolved of all guilt in my eyes. Clara squeezed her hand to emphasize she indeed did believe the accident was a stroke of misfortune. Now to your first question. You have been so very honest with me, and therefore I must look introspectively upon my situation. The easy answer is yes. I believe it does play a part. But the correct answer is no. Then what is the cause? Is it not obvious? Clara propped her pillow under her shoulder for support. Hannah waited, wondering what epiphany her sister had had that would explain her lack of confidence when out in society. Do you remember when Grandmother Anderson would visit? Wretched lady. It is no wonder our father lacks paternal attributes. If it were not inappropriate to speak ill of the dead, Hannah would have expounded upon the topic. But there was no need. Clara had also lived through those horrible months each year when their grandmother would visit. Her favourite statements to me were... Clara paused as she twisted her lips to mimic their grandmother. A gentleman does not want to be shocked on his wedding night with his wife's pudgy legs. Stop eating fairy cakes. Save the sweets for others. Hannah nodded. I remember. Or, Clara continued, there was the time she told me to stop speaking because I had nothing valuable to add to the conversation. Hannah couldn't look at her sister as she continued to bring up the awful things both their grandmother and father had said to her, most of them long before the scars had marred her features. They'd made comments about how different the two girls were, even though they were identical twins. The observation would not have been hurtful had it not included the admonishment for Clara to be more like Hannah. Always comparing the twins, only ever approving of one. As her sister fell silent, Hannah decided there must be something they could do to prove Clara was worthy of love, no matter what form it took. Tell me how to help you. Clara shrugged her shoulders. I must simply forget about the hurt such statements have caused. Otherwise I will end up a spinster, husbandless, childless, and alone in a poorhouse. I would never allow you to become a charity case. I want you to find love with a handsome gentleman, for it is the most glorious feeling in the world. Clara rolled onto her back and instantly sat up. You're in love with Oliver Fernley? Hannah buried her head in the bedsheets. She moaned out an answer that was muffled but in the positive. This was not how she'd imagined admitting her feelings out loud. It also seemed strange that she had declared her love to the wrong person. Ollie should know such information before anyone else. Clara pulled the sheet away from her face. Repeat yourself, dearest. This time without the groan. Very well, but you cannot tell anyone. Hannah sat up and met her sister's earnest gaze. What I feel is the fiercest of emotions, which means it can only be love. The term does not do justice to the way my heart leaps when Ollie is nearby. He brings joy into my whole body. When he kissed me, Clara nearly exploded with intrigue. She jumped up onto her knees and pulled Hannah up with her. He kissed you! When? I must know everything. Hannah clamped a hand over her sister's mouth. We must be quiet. You will wake the entire house with all this excitement. Settling back against the bed, Hannah spoke about the kiss in the music room and the tender kiss upon her hand. As she thought about the two separate moments, the tingling feeling on her lips started once more, as though the feel of his touch could be easily accessed with the recollection of the moment they'd shared. It sounds heavenly, Clara sighed. One day, very soon, you will find a gentleman as well. Until then, if I am to be married, I will not allow you to go back to our father's home. Ollie and I would love to have you with us. Clara looked at her with a great amount of doubt. Perhaps you should wait for the offer of marriage and then meet him at the altar before mentioning that you come with a burdensome sister. Ollie is not like other gentlemen. Our wager proves this.
As she mentioned the wager, Hannah knew she couldn't accept an offer of marriage until she had admitted to the little bet between her and Clara. She also needed Ollie to know she wasn't as silly as she'd led him to believe. He would need to know exactly who she was if they were to be bound in matrimony.
He has been generous in introducing me to his friends. This last week has been the best of the entire season.
Clara blushed as she went silent.
Are you thinking of one of the gentlemen?
Hannah prodded.
Lord Merriweather has been very attentive, but I do not expect anything to come of it. We have been thrown together by circumstances. Mr. Fernley needed a friend to join him for propriety. It is too presumptuous to believe anything more.
Hannah shrugged her shoulders as she yawned, her eyes closing as her body wilted into the bed. Her sleepless night was catching up to her, and she was terribly exhausted.
I would like to believe Lord Merriweather set his cap for you many years ago. But you were both too young, and so he has waited, biding his time until he can offer for your hand.
She had no proof of her thoughts, but she hoped the words would prove true. It fully depended upon her sister's actions. If she ran forward from the bedchamber and behaved as a proper young lady with confidence, she could find herself with a good man, whether or not it was Lord Merriweather.
Hannah closed her eyes. You do not mind if I stay here and sleep a little?
The heaviness of her burdens released. Long before Clara responded, her thoughts drifted off to dream about the beautiful moment she and Ollie had shared in the music room.
Chapter 29.
Oliver rested, one arm against a cushion, his legs spread out in front of him as he watched his nephews and nieces playing on a nearby blanket. They were quite young, crawling around and entertaining themselves with little toys. The final day at Lenoria Hall had started with church services in the nearby village, and then a leisurely afternoon tea in the yard with games and conversation. It was one of those lazy days when family could simply be a family. Worries were set aside for another time as they enjoyed conversation. The sun warmed his face as he realized this would likely be the last afternoon he ever spent with Hannah, and he wasn't even speaking to her. She was chatting with Gigi and his sisters. It was best this way. Best he slowly weaned himself away from the desire to be near her. His chest felt heavy with loss as he considered the confession he must make. But he had decided it had to be done before she left Lenoria Hall. He would also have to speak with Danvers before making the confession, for this would affect his reputation as well. As though thinking of Danvers had pulled him out of the house, Oliver sat up as his name was bellowed across the yard, shattering the serenity of the afternoon.
Fernley, we duel now.
Oliver stood, noticing the foils Danvers held. A small crate had been placed on the portico with several lawn games inside. Off to the left, Archie and Fletcher were playing a game of bowls. Cornelius had mentioned the foils, but no one had taken him up on the exercise, opting for a less vigorous day. "Not today," he answered, hoping to extract a smile or laugh from his friend. If so, Danvers could return the foils to the crate, and whatever had spurred this anger once more could be forgotten. Instead, his friend increased his speed. When he was close enough, he threw a foil toward Oliver. Catching it, Oliver pointed the tip downward. He'd truly wanted a quiet day. This competition between himself and Danvers needed to come to a swift end.
On guard!
Danvers whipped his foil so quickly, Oliver had no option but to block the attack. "Have you been drinking?"
"I am deadly sober, Fernley."
He whipped the foil up again.
"We have much of which to speak. I would prefer to do so with a foil in hand."
Knowing it would do little good to put the foil down, Oliver agreed and stepped out to the field. It was chaotic. The anger was unnecessary. Yet Danvers must have decided he'd lost the wager. It gave Oliver a boon to his spirit to realize Hannah hadn't spent quiet moments with Danvers, nor had she allowed him to steal a kiss. If she had, Danvers would not be as angry as he was in that moment. The rules of fencing seemed more a suggestion as Danvers charged forward. Oliver met the foil with his own, forcing his feet to stay rooted to the ground. "Why do we not go somewhere private where we can discuss the matter plainly?" Danvers stepped forward and hissed his response. "Are you worried, Fernley? I assure you, no one will hear about our little wager from my lips, not while I am in the lion's den." "What do you mean by that?" "Your family, your brother's home. Dare I cross the famous Lord Kent? Or perhaps Lord Grafton has a trick or two he hasn't shown before now." Oliver pushed Danvers away. "I assure you, my brothers will not intervene." Danvers had anger on his side. Oliver had righteous indignation. Neither boded well for the match as the foils clashed over and over. The day had been lovely, until this moment. Each step they took moved them farther away from the picnic area, which Oliver thought best. He didn't want his nephews and nieces accidentally trampled in this fight. They were well into the match when sweat began pouring down the sides of his face, making the competition more difficult as both men became winded over the intensity of the fight. There was no time to stop and wipe sweat from his brow to prevent it from entering his eyes. The sting intensified his movements as he blocked each attack before giving back as much as he had been thrown in his direction. Oliver would not let Danvers win the match. The wager he didn't care to complete. The banknote had already been filled out. The games of the last week had been purely for Danvers's entertainment, unless he'd been certain Hannah would choose him. Friendship with Matthew Danvers suddenly seemed more of a farce than it had in the past. Were any of his friendships true? Both Danvers and Merryweather were heirs to their respective fathers. Danvers would never hold a title, but he would inherit a fortune and 3 properties scattered across England. Merryweather would become the Marquess of Powys. Although Merryweather had never done anything to make him believe their friendship wasn't real, Danvers had done so in spades. Danvers's interactions with him had always included a reminder that Oliver was a younger son, worthless in the eyes of someone who had everything and would inherit more money than he could spend in 20 lifetimes. Throwing his foil to the ground, Oliver decided he was finished with the wager and this friendship. Hannah was not a medal to be won. He would pay the debt he owed, no matter his status as winner or loser. Enough. Our friendship, if there ever was one, is done. As he turned away from the seething man before him, he stumbled forward, pulling at his frock coat and wiping the sweat from his eyes. Panting, he leaned forward and put his hands on his knees, taking a moment to catch his breath. It was in a strained yet brief second when he looked up to see how far he must walk to get back to the gentle party, when he realized he might have made a mistake. In the distance, Baxter, Cornelius, and Archie had thrown their teacups to the ground as they took off at a run in his direction. Oliver turned around in time to find Danvers lunging toward him, his hands outstretched. Upon impact, they tumbled to the ground. Oliver was pinned under Danvers's knee, which had settled into his midsection, his hands clenched around Oliver's neck. His only coherent thought was to fight. Exhausted from the intensity of the fencing match, Oliver's vision blurred as little white lights travelled quickly toward him. Where were his brothers? He knew they would allow him to fight his own battles, but were they standing above him, cheering him onward? If so, they were making a terrible mistake. The last thought he had was to try and lift one of his legs to knock Danvers's knee aside, but everything went black as his struggle ended. Chapter 30. Hannah had decided gentlemen were boys in fine clothing. Perhaps it had been wrong of her to accept a courtship from both Mr. Fernley and Mr. Danvers, given they were friends, but they had both assured her it was perfectly acceptable. She now realized it had been the greatest mistake of the last week. Even the wager she'd had with Clara was nothing in comparison to the fight between her two suitors. "Will no one stop this?" Hannah asked. She looked to Gigi, hoping Oliver's mother would do something to stop the foolish fencing match. Gigi patted her hand. "I raised 7 boys, which means I have seen many a fight. Trust me when I tell you this will end quite well. Oliver and Mr. Danvers will work through their frustrations, and then we will have peace restored to this day." Each clash of the foils echoed across the yard, mingled with cheers from Oliver's brothers. Although they were loyal to Oliver, it seemed they were not averse to noticing when Mr. Danvers had won a point. Hannah couldn't watch the fight. She knew this was about her. Finding Merriweather next to her sister, Hannah hoped he would intervene. "Merriweather, can you not take Mr. Danvers back to London? Restore peace to Lenoria Hall?" Merriweather shook his head. "Danvers was bound to lose his temper, especially after he discovered Fernley had stolen a kiss from you." Hannah gasped. Her hand flew over her mouth as she turned to Clara. The only other person besides herself and Oliver who knew about the kiss was her sister. She didn't believe Oliver would brag about that moment, not even to win one over on a friend. Clara shook her head vehemently, denying she'd had any part in spreading the information. She turned on Merriweather. "Who would have told Mr. Danvers?" Merriweather sighed. "The maid who was in the hall outside your bedchamber this morning shared the information with the entire staff. Apparently, it was discussed far into the afternoon while we were at church. When Danvers woke this morning, his valet was there with the gossip. I had hoped he would take my advice and leave Lenoria Hall. It seems he decided against it. No matter where I go, my life is fodder for gossip. I will hope no one at Lenoria Hall is in contact with the writer of the horrible society column." "I must apologize for my staff, Hannah. They will receive a set-down for their actions." Elise's sincere apology helped soothe her ruffled feathers a little, but it did nothing to stop the predicament Ollie was in at that moment. Hannah didn't have time to respond before she saw movement out of the corner of her eyes. Tea and teacups flew in the air as Ollie's brothers left the shade to intervene in the duel. When she realized Mr. Danvers had tackled Ollie to the ground, Hannah left the comfort of her shaded chair to try to stop the fight. They were arguing over her for some ridiculous reason. She ran behind Ollie's brothers, lifting her skirt so she wouldn't trip. Behind her, Clara, Aunt Newport, and the other women yelled for her to return to safety. Allowing the men to sort things out never occurred to her, for it was 2 men who had gotten themselves into the mess. She thought only of Ollie, and he needed saving. Out of breath, Hannah slid to a stop and knelt next to Ollie's unconscious body. She partially acknowledged Lord Kent and Mr. Archibald Fernley restraining Mr. Danvers, but her focus was fully upon Ollie. Lord Grafton hovered over him, gently patting Ollie's cheek to bring him back to consciousness. Hannah pulled her smelling salts out of her reticule and stuck it under his nose. Within seconds, Ollie's eyes fluttered open. Placing a hand over her heart, Hannah sat back on her knees. Relief flooded through her, her aching heart racing as she noticed Ollie's eyes were watering. Were they tears? Or was it due to looking up at the sun? Lord Grafton pulled him to a sitting position, then helped him to his feet. Hannah wanted to stay where she was. She needed a quiet moment to consider how her courtships had gone so awry. When Lord Grafton extended a hand to her, Hannah shook her head. "I need time." Thankfully, he understood and did not press her to follow them into the house. Hannah stared down at the grass that had been smashed down by Ollie's body,
now bouncing back, erasing evidence of the duel. Memories were much harder to erase. Before her mother had died, she'd spoken of courtship, joyful memories of her own season, and the excitement of becoming a wife. Was it so easy to forget about distressing moments such as this? Or had her mother never experienced the sort of mess Hannah had created? Had she broken a rule of courtship? She was hardly the first lady to court two men who were close friends. It was moments like this when she missed her mother the most. She wished her mother was there to offer guidance. Her aunt would be very little help. She had likely taken notes on the fight so she could share them with her gossiping friends when next she was at a ball. It was time to leave Lenoria Hall. She'd had a few beautiful hours at the majestic estate, but London awaited. Hannah's arms were shaky as she pushed up from the ground. The white muslin of her day frock was stained green from where her knees had hit the lawn. With a sigh, she slowly walked to the house, stepped up onto the portico, and then made her way to her bedchamber. As soon as she entered the room, Aunt Newport wagged her finger in chastisement. "You have ruined your dress. What am I to do with you?" "I am sorry, Aunt." Hannah slowly walked to the wardrobe and found a travelling gown. When she returned to the main room, she laid it on the bed. "I would like to go home now." Clara had been sitting on the bed, her knees pulled up to her chest. "Are you certain?" "It is time we leave." Hannah didn't want to discuss her decision. Tears were too close to the surface, and she would prefer not to say her farewells with red-rimmed eyes. Gathering her personal items from the room, Hannah threw them into her trunk without care for order. Aunt Newport placed a gentle hand upon Hannah's to stop the frenzied packing. For a moment, she thought her aunt had understood she needed compassion, but as she considered the situation, she knew it would be short-lived. "We will leave now. The maids can pack our items and follow." It took 20 minutes for them to change their clothing, get the carriage prepared, and say farewell. Although Hannah wanted to leave without any pomp and circumstance, Lord Kent would not allow their carriage to take the 2-hour journey back to London without his protection. Therefore, he ordered his horse to be saddled as she spoke with the Dowager Countess of Grafton. Oliver's mother held firmly to Hannah's hands, as though letting go would mean they would never see each other again. "Will you promise to attend the soirée at Grafton House tomorrow evening?" Hannah wanted to deny this gentlewoman's request, but it was difficult to do, as she didn't want to cause offence. "I will consider it." "That is all I should ask. Do travel safe." Hannah turned to leave, but hesitated. Leaving Lenoria Hall without confirmation of Ollie's well-being would cause her distress until she knew for certain. Biting her bottom lip, she turned back. "Is Ollie well?" "The bruises will heal." Hannah didn't look back at the enormous house or the people she left behind as the carriage rumbled down the long drive and out onto the country road that would take them back to London. Choosing not to speak about the time spent with Ollie's family, Hannah curled up next to Clara and rested her head against her sister's shoulder. 2 hours of sleep seemed heavenly after the shock her heart had taken. Day 10. Chapter 31. Oliver's hands shook as he tried for the 5th time to tie his cravat. Pulling the end through the knot, he was certain this time would be a success, but in the end, the knot was lopsided. He pulled it off once more and started over. If he had endless cravats in his wardrobe, he would throw it to the ground and start anew with a freshly pressed rag. But this was his best and most pristine cravat, which now looked like a used towelette. On his 6th attempt, the knot was passable. It would not stun any of the women in attendance,
but there was only one woman he cared to impress that night. Hannah would not put emphasis on his untidy knot. If she could forgive him for the wager and find a way to love him, he was certain his cravat would mean very little. He now had to find her and confess before the deception went on much longer. When he'd started out with the wager, he hadn't expected to both lose and find himself. It had been 10 days of self-discovery. No matter what happened, good or bad, Oliver knew the wager would end at the party with either the confirmation that Hannah loved him as he did her, or Oliver didn't want to consider the other possibility. The introduction to Maestro Frederick von Heusen was no longer his focus. He wanted love. He needed love. The journey he planned to embark upon would be rather lonely without Hannah by his side. Quirks and all. A light knock on the door brought him out of his reverie. "Enter." As the door swung open, Baxter entered.
"Oliver, I wanted—"
He stopped speaking, and his head tilted to the side as he examined Oliver's presentation.
"What happened to your cravat?"
Oliver turned back to the mirror to see it once more. It was rubbish.
"Looked worse a moment ago. This is the 6th attempt."
Baxter went out in the hall and called to his valet. Within minutes, the man was in the chamber with one of Baxter's starched cravats. While the valet worked his magic, Baxter sat on the nearest chair, his posture one of a very relaxed man who hid his concerns well.
"Oliver, I cannot express how profoundly you have changed over the last 10 days. Truly remarkable. Was I so horrible before this? You were struggling with mediocrity, wanting to break free of what you thought was duty to family and your own dreams. I am proud to see you have taken the path to happiness."
The pride shining in Baxter's eyes was undeserved. Yes, Oliver had made decisions to change his life, but he had made one choice that would forever hang over his head. Hannah's possible reaction to his confession weighed heavily on his mind.
"Hold your praise for a different brother, Baxter. Once you see the pain on Hannah's face, you might not find I am as honourable as you thought."
Baxter's head came up a little, a tightness in his expression.
"I trust you will stick to the decision to offer for her hand."
Oliver nodded. There was one request he must make of his brother. One he didn't know if Baxter would accept.
"Danvers must be permitted to attend the party this evening. I do not know if he will, but he deserves to be here when Hannah makes her decision."
Baxter stood. He walked over to Oliver and placed a hand on his shoulder.
"As long as we do not have to pull him off you, he will be welcome."
As Baxter took his leave, Oliver called out, his greatest worry bursting from his mouth.
"What shall I do when she refuses me?"
Baxter sighed, his hand on the doorknob, his head pressed against the door.
"She will rightly refuse your offer. It will hurt, more than a broken nose or the loss of our father. Over the next weeks and months, you will mourn for the lost love, and one day, perhaps in the distant future, you will forgive yourself and eventually open your heart once more. Would it be wrong of me to stay silent forever? Would you prefer she hear your version of events, or read it in the society column over breakfast? My friends are bound to secrecy. No one will ever find out."
Baxter turned back to him, a sad smile upon his face.
"Secrets have a way of finding their way to the surface."
Once Oliver was alone. He lay on the bed staring up at the ceiling, as he had many times over the years. Honor, duty, love. Those were 3 things his father had impressed upon him. The advice his brother had given amplified those qualities in abundance. There was no way to get around the situation. Oliver would have to tell Hannah of the wager, and then pray she would forgive him for his folly. The ballroom was hot. Grafton House was well attended and stuffed past capacity, making it difficult for Oliver to find Hannah. But once he spotted her golden curls, he kept his focus upon her as he moved around the outskirts of the crush until he was feet away from her. Their eyes locked, and a heart-melting smile pierced her entire body as she brightened upon seeing him. His plan was to take her out into a secluded alcove where they could find privacy. He'd wished to delay the confession until the following morning, but since it was the 10th day, the words had to be said before he and Danvers settled their spoils. Feet away from her, Oliver was ready with an excuse to leave the ballroom when Mr. and Mrs. Gallagher stepped in his pathway, blocking his progression.
Mr. Fernley, allow me to apologize most profusely for the last conversation we had.
Mr. Gallagher held a hand out in friendship.
My wife has reminded me that it is always best to seek understanding before acting rashly.
Oliver accepted the man's outstretched hand.
I must thank you, Mr. Gallagher. If not for your bold decision to relieve me of my duties, I would never have considered the path of composition. I am better for having been turned out.
Our Peter misses your lessons quite terribly. His new tutor is not as understanding and encouraging. Will you not reconsider even one lesson a week? Mrs. Gallagher's plea brought him a bit of pleasure, but he had decided upon a new course. He would not be swayed. Oliver's eyes fell upon Hannah as he noticed Danvers and Merriweather approaching the Anderson sisters. Would Danvers be so bold to confront Hannah for an answer to her feelings in the ballroom? The thought of his friend drawing a declaration from Hannah in the middle of the beau monde made his feet twitch to carry him toward her. Turning to Mrs. Gallagher, Oliver responded to her question.
I am afraid not. Peter will soon find his new tutor quite likable. I know the man. He is knowledgeable and very good with his young pupils. Now, if you will excuse me, I have secured the first 2 dances of the evening from Miss Hannah Anderson, and I would not wish to disappoint her.
Mrs. Gallagher waved a hand in the air and let out a harumph. Do not waste your time on that particular young lady. By morning she will lose her title as the Diamond and find herself without any partners at every ball for the remainder of the year.
Pardon me?
Oliver could see the excitement of fresh gossip on Mrs. Gallagher's face as she leaned toward him. My daughter was one of her confidants, Mr. Fernley. My understanding is that Miss Hannah Anderson has been playing a young man in this very room for a fool. Oliver's eyes moved slowly over to gaze at Hannah as Mrs. Gallagher continued to boast of her knowledge. She mentioned every uncomfortable moment he'd had with Hannah, all of which sounded far more scandalous with her gross interpretations. With a sudden pounding of his heart and a strain of breath that hurt to inhale, he realized their courtship had been a complete sham on both sides. She has used this man ill for a few laughs between herself and her sister, and I, for one, think her reputation is nothing more than that of a scarlet woman. Worse yet, the young man believes himself in love. Better he discover her betrayal before an offer of marriage is accepted. Both are conniving women with little in their brains, undeserving of... When Oliver looked back at Mrs. Gallagher, he was unable to form a coherent sentence. A ringing in his ears left him momentarily out of sorts. Had the last 10 days been a jest between Hannah and Clara? What reason did they have for this, other than to make a fool of him? Without speaking, Oliver took a step backward and then turned toward Hannah. It seemed they both had a confession to make, and it would have to be done out of sight and hearing of those in attendance unless they wanted to read about it in the society column over the morning meal. Chapter 32. Smoothing down her dress, Hannah knew there was something terribly wrong with Ollie. The expression on his face was one of pain, possibly betrayal. He'd told her the previous day that he held no ill feelings toward Mr. and Mrs. Gallagher. Whatever the topic of conversation they were discussing should not distress him so.
Miss Hannah, did you hear me?
Mr. Danvers's question did little to pull her attention away from Ollie. He was distressed. She needed to go to him. "Hannah!" Clara yanked on Hannah's arm, pulling her back to the conversation. "What has you so preoccupied?" It took Hannah a moment to gather her wits. She would wait for Ollie to retrieve her for the first dance instead of interrupting his conversation with the Gallaghers. "Nothing in particular. What were you saying?" Mr. Danvers smirked at her.
I believe it was a compliment, Miss Hannah. You are shining brighter than the candles lighting the room this evening.
"Thank you, Mr. Danvers." Hannah curtsied, hoping he would leave so she could calm her nerves before Ollie approached. "I am happy to see you have not been drinking to excess this evening. Perhaps you and Ollie will end the night as friends once more." Mr. Danvers followed her gaze and then turned back to her.
That depends on one little item we must resolve. Since you are distracted by his mere presence, I will assume he has won the wager.
"What wager?" Hannah and Clara asked at the same time. Mr. Danvers put a hand over his heart and feigned a look of shock.
Oh dear, I was not to say anything. I do have a blasted tendency to say things I should not.
Hannah schooled her expression so Mr. Danvers couldn't hide behind an apology for his profane language. She'd heard her father say words such as blast, but never had a man said such a thing in front of her. And in a ballroom. "Sir, I am no more shocked over your slip of the tongue regarding a wager than I am over your profanity. Speak now." As Danvers finished his tale with a smirk, Hannah pushed him out of her way, throwing him into the back of one of the other guests. The poor man flew forward, knocking a glass of punch out of a young lady's hand. Hannah didn't stop to apologize. Seething anger erupted, causing the sides of her head to hurt as she met an equally disturbed Ollie in the middle of the ballroom. "A wager, Ollie?" Hannah's whisper carried to the people nearest, a hush falling around them. She knew it would be best to leave the ballroom without making a scene, but that meant her feet would have to carry her out of the room. In that moment, she was rooted to the floor. Her heart wanted to fall out of her chest so Ollie could stomp on it and end the pain filling her entire body. Ollie hissed his response as he leaned toward her and then slowly backed away for propriety.
"It seems we have both engaged in wagers over these last 10 days.
His face contorted in rage.
"Did you succeed at making the fool out of me? I imagine you and your sister will spend the night laughing at my expense. Your next wager could be to find out how many times I nearly ran for Yorkshire after an encounter with you and your wanton advances."
Hannah's voice rose in pitch. "The only fool in this room is me for believing myself in love with the man who said he could have any woman within the ton. How blessed I am to find out I was worthy of your notice." Oliver shook his head.
"Do not flatter yourself, Hannah. You were picked by someone other than me. An assignment of sorts, from a sea of debutantes begging to be noticed."
Her voice shook as she realized he meant every word. The moments she'd cherished over the last week and a half had meant nothing to him. Now she wanted him to experience the same pain that was ripping through her heart. "And you were chosen from a sea of younger sons, desperate fortune hunters who need a generous dowry to support them instead of seeking out a proper profession." Hannah wanted to march away from the argument, but found the room so full of people it was impossible to make a hasty escape. Knowing her reputation was already in tatters, Hannah no longer cared about propriety. Lord and Lady Grafton pushed through the crush on her left, trying to reach the spot where she and Oliver stood. Lord and Lady Kent were fighting their way toward them on the right, with Archie and Fletcher approaching from behind. She saw the only way to escape would be to go to the hallway. Once there, she could leave Grafton House, never to return. "Out of my way!" Her words had an instant effect upon the crowd. Everyone scrambled to clear a path as she charged forward, set on escaping the ballroom. When she exited into the hallway, the heat and tension of the previous room was gone,
and her anger turned into tears. Her entire body was shaking as she burst into the hall and then ran for the door that would take her away from this horrible place.
Hannah, stop!
She was nearly to the bottom of the 4 steps when Ollie burst out of the house behind her.
You do not get to make a scene and leave me to make apologies.
Hannah turned around, expecting to find the same hatred upon Ollie's face that he'd shown in the ballroom, but instead she found a man as broken as she felt. Wiping at her tears, Hannah fought back a sob. "What do you want from me? Nothing either of us say at this moment will change what happened in there." Ollie took in a deep breath and shook his head.
We are both ruined. Our reputation's fodder for the society column today, tomorrow and the rest of the year.
Hannah laughed. The sound coming out of her throat was strangled and desperate. "You will recover. Rather quickly, I might add. It is I who will suffer the long-term effects for the indecency of this night. My name, forever tainted while you seek out another dowry to fill your coffers."
Very well, Hannah. You wanted to find out what it would take to lose a man. Now you have.
It is impossible to lose something you never had. She turned to leave, but found her pathway blocked by her father and Lord Grafton. Evidently, they had exited the house from another direction, and now they stood before her. Tears gushed out of her eyes like a waterfall as she waited for her father to speak.
Look at what you have done, you foolish girl!
Hannah's words came out in gasps as she tried to gain control of her nerves. "I am most apologetic, Papa." He stepped forward and took hold of her arm, pulling her toward the carriage which was rambling up to the front steps. When she was settled upon the seat, Clara and Aunt Newport joined her. More than anything, Hannah wanted to leave Grafton House. If she could convince her father to leave London for their country estate, she would. When the carriage lurched forward, Hannah noticed her father had stayed behind. Tears streamed down her cheeks as her aunt started in on a sermon condemning her poor behaviour. She held her head high. The tears were enough weakness. She didn't need to cower away from her aunt's lecture.
A disappointment indeed.
Her aunt clicked her tongue as she brushed at invisible specks of dirt on her pristine dress.
One which you will not soon recover.
Gathering her courage, Hannah wiped away her tears as she faced her aunt. "I am aware of my folly. There is no need for a rehashing. Can we not ride in silence?" Aunt Newport shook her head.
"It is not only your reputation at stake. Do you not realize how you have hurt your father's chances for an advantageous match? He was already hindered by his responsibility to you and your sister. Now it will be nearly impossible to snatch his desired woman."
Hannah sat up as she turned to Clara. The surprise upon her sister's face told her this information had been kept from them both. "Then he has made a choice. Who is the woman?"
"Miss Blanchard."
Clara burst into laughter.
"The outspoken heiress from New York! Father would never tolerate her behaviour."
Aunt Newport narrowed her eyes in the nearly darkened carriage. "A woman can be taught her place, especially one from good breeding stock. She is the first female in 2 generations of males." "Father expects to sire a son?" Clara asked. "Your mother was never able to give him what he wanted, an heir for his estates." Aunt Newport turned a disappointed glare at her.
"Now it seems you have destroyed his happiness."
Hannah chose not to speak. There was little that could be solved by arguing with her aunt. Settling against the cushions of the carriage, Hannah turned away from the conversations to look out at the setting sun. This night had been a lesson in the bitterness of regret. She would always regret Oliver Fernley. "Perhaps all is not lost. Father will fix everything." Clara patted Hannah's hand. "When Father arrives home, he will tell us of his success with Miss Blanchard, and we will wish them happiness." Aunt Newport laughed, a sound that was more maniacal than cheerful. What chance of happiness is he to have with 2 unmarried daughters draining his finances? We were always bound to be his responsibility, even without the shame of this night, Clara argued. My brother expected Hannah to marry Mr. Fernley and to take you with her, thus providing his new wife with her own home free of his prior family. Clara's face fell. The positivity she'd tried to bring to the moment faded from her as quickly as the words left Aunt Newport's sharp tongue. What of my chances at a marriage? Lord Merriweather has paid special attention to me this season. Does father not think I will be successful with a match? Lord Merriweather took pity upon you. Aunt Newport rubbed her nose and sniffed loudly. The only way you will secure a match is with an intervention from your father. Hannah wanted the carriage to move faster so she could hide away in her bedchamber. She would bury herself under the covers on her bed and never emerge. But she couldn't escape into herself at that moment. Clara needed her. Pushing away her tears, Hannah pulled Clara into her arms as a new sob sounded in the carriage. Words were unnecessary and would do little good. Clara was the only person in this world who loved her, and the same counted for her. She was the only one who truly loved Clara. Chapter 33. The orchestra played their merry tunes, while couples continued to queue up for each dance planned for the evening. He had hoped the ball would end and he could leave Grafton House. Instead, he'd been exiled to the library, sent to the room by his elder brother to think about his actions. Oliver stood at the window, his head pressed against the cool glass to curb the ache in his head. It wasn't helping. Instead of finding relief, he found his mind replaying every awful word he and Hannah had spoken to each other. He hadn't meant a single thing he'd said, yet his tongue had been sharper than a knife. The door opened as Merriweather and Danvers cautiously entered. "Are you alone?" Danvers asked. "You have eyes, do you not?" His words were still sharp. The aftermath of the last 24 hours. Danvers took a small step forward, his hands clasped in front of him. "I came to offer my apologies, Fernley. Will you not hear me out?" "Apologies?" Oliver ran a hand through his hair as he considered the man standing before him. "We are no longer friends, if ever we were. I should not have acted so rashly." Danvers took a seat, completely unrepentant. "You know how I get when I lose a wager. A duel here, a punch to the gut there, and a slip of the tongue, as one would say." Merriweather sighed as he sat across from Danvers. "I would remind you both that I declared this wager a disaster from the onset, but I am not the sort of man to brag when my predictions are realized." Oliver threw himself into a chair. Merriweather had warned him against the situation. He'd claimed it would lead to ruin, and he'd been right. "You were clairvoyant, as always." "There was nothing untoward in my prediction. My warning would have done you both a world of good if you had chosen to accept it." Danvers grumbled. "No one likes a braggart, Merriweather." "It is obvious from the pain in Hannah's words that she is in love with Fernley. This means you must hand over the money and perform an introduction to Frederick von Heusen this very evening," Merriweather said. "I no longer care for the spoils of the wager." Oliver buried his head in his hands. He would give anything to turn back time to the carriage ride 10 days previously when Danvers had pitched his plan. If he had been wiser, he would have pressed the payment into his friend's hand and ended the affair. But he'd been extremely unwise. "It is best you feel this way," Danvers said. Oliver wasn't surprised by the tone of Danvers' voice. He had never intended to lose the wager, which meant the introduction would never have happened. "You do not know Frederick von Heusen," Oliver said. "Of course I do. I did not tell a falsehood.
but it is not possible to perform the introduction because he left for France this morning. I'm sorry, Fernley."
Oliver stood and walked back to the window. No matter. As he rested his forehead against the glass once more, he expected his friends would leave and rejoin the other guests, allowing him to commiserate alone. His spirit was far too low to be bothered with more discussion upon the matter. When they didn't leave, he thought about making the request but didn't have the energy to do so. The door to the hallway opened once more. Relieved that his friends had finally taken their leave, his heart nearly stopped beating as he heard Baxter's command.
"Merriweather, Danvers, leave."
The tone of Baxter's voice was every bit what Oliver expected for the situation, and exactly what one feared when facing a bear. He knew it was better to face his brother than to ignore him. Once the door closed, Oliver turned around to accept the consequences of his actions.
"I imagine the society column will be preening with the gossip by the morrow. They might even fabricate information and claim the remnants of my bruised face are from a well-deserved slap or two."
Oliver tried to force a smile, but it ended up feeling crooked and cheap. Baxter's glare softened as he took a seat on the sofa.
"No need for exaggeration. You and Hannah defied all decorum. All of London will be scandalized for weeks."
Even though he knew there was little they could do to stem the flow of scorn, Oliver had grown up thinking his elder brother could correct any mistake thrown in his path, much like their father had done so many years before. In a way, Oliver had replaced his father with his elder brother, and now he needed the wisdom that came with the role. Sitting upon the window seat, Oliver decided he would put his fate into Baxter's capable hands. Whatever he was told to do, he would do so without delay. "You can fix this, can you not?"
"What do you mean?"
"Last year, you wanted to send me on a tour of the continent. I thought it was poor timing, but perhaps now is the right time." Baxter looked as though he might consider a trip as a viable option.
"Who shall I send you with?"
"No one. I could meet new people."
"I suppose that could be done."
Baxter sat back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and folded his arms. The candles throughout the library seemed to brighten, and a lightness lifted the burden of the last few moments. Oliver was certain this plan would work. By the time he returned to England, a new scandal would have taken the place of this little argument, and no one would remember what had occurred. "I could spend a year, maybe two, seeking out the greatest maestros of our day. Many of them are on the continent. It is the perfect plan. I could learn much from them." Instantly, his mind conjured imaginings of nights at the Théâtre du Palais Royal in Paris. He could then go to Venice and attend a Venetian opera. He would create connections with other composers and one day discover a muse to help him create a masterpiece of his own. Perhaps with this future, he would never return to England to face the long memories of society's matrons. Baxter cleared his throat, instantly pulling Oliver's thoughts away from the Teatro alla Scala in Milan and all the other influential places and people of the musical world.
"Of course, there would be obstacles involved, given the publicity of this evening. But what would that matter if you are not here to suffer the consequences of your wager?"
Oliver's happiness instantly evaporated. The hope that had squeezed through the glum of that night was dashed within seconds.
"Consequences?" "Since our father's death, you have replaced his guidance with mine. I am quite honored to have your estimation. Naturally, you would ask me to fix this little brouhaha between yourself and Hannah, and despite my better judgment, I have done so."
Oliver left the window seat to get closer to his brother. "You have?"
"What sort of an example would I be if I did not assist my youngest brother when he has made such a mess out of a courtship?"
A frown pierced his face as he realized Baxter was not indulging him with a tour of the continent. He knew exactly to what his brother was referring, and it was an unacceptable option.
"You cannot force me into a marriage, Baxter."
"Force?" Baxter narrowed his eyes, the softness of his features disappearing behind the mask he employed when he had to stand as magistrate.
I am not forcing anything upon you. This is a decision you made 10 days ago when you entered into an ill-advised wager. You knew the consequences of your choices. Now it is time to pay the piper."
Oliver laughed.
"You do have a sense of humour, Baxter."
At first it was more like a little chuckle that escaped, and then it turned into a roaring laugh that had him doubled over, clutching his middle as tears poured from his eyes. It was a few moments before he could speak. He wiped the tears away and went down to his knees before he looked up and realized Baxter wasn't laughing. This wasn't a jest. Panic seized his body as he finally crumpled fully to the ground and lay on his back. He stared up at the ceiling as he considered his situation. Where would they live? What would he do with a wife who despised him? Would she ever feel compelled to forgive him?
"When you come to your senses, I would suggest you retire for the evening. There are footmen barring any of the guests from this section of the house. You know the servants' staircase enough to get yourself up to your old bedchamber. Perhaps in the morning, things will look a bit brighter."
When will the wedding occur?
"A week from today. You will be married from Primrose Hall."
"And who will obtain the special license?" Baxter stood over him as he pulled his gloves out of his pocket and gingerly slid his hands into them.
"It is time you stopped relying upon me to fix your missteps. You will set an appointment with the Archbishop of Canterbury on the morrow, and you will obtain the proper license."
"Yes, my lord."
"Very good."
Baxter knelt and put a hand on Oliver's shoulder.
"I wish with all my heart that I could grant you a tour of the continent. But it would be wrong to leave Hannah alone to suffer the consequences of this night. Her reputation will never recover."
"You mean she will not recover without a marriage?"
"Unfortunately, you are right."
Oliver shook his head in despair. "She despises me, hates me. What sort of a marriage will it be?"
"Perhaps a few days will allow you both to reconsider your feelings."
When Oliver was finally alone in the library, he argued with himself over the possibility of finding a way out of the marriage. Logically, he didn't want to marry a woman who had deceived him, nor did he want to force her into a marriage, especially one in which she could never love him. By the time he was ready to sneak up to his bedchamber, he had decided he loved Hannah, but that didn't mean he wanted to marry her. Not for her deceptions, but for his. Each morning he would have to wake knowing that the wager he'd made had caused his wife unrelenting pain. That was something from which neither of them could recover. Chapter 34. When she had previously dreamt of her wedding, Hannah had imagined her husband would feel the same about the union as she did. It seemed her fanciful thoughts had been right. Oliver seemed as inconsolable about the situation as she. The radiant glow of love was nowhere to be seen. When the gossips spoke of this union, they would tisk and feign sorrow over the melancholy of the day, yet they would find great satisfaction in knowing no one was happy about the marriage. There might even be a few bets placed in the books at White's surrounding the longevity of their nuptials. Her father offered little comfort on the matter. The last words he'd muttered as he'd closed the door to her carriage still echoed in her thoughts.
"You were the rage of the season, and this is the end you have chosen."
The entire trip to Primrose Hall was punctuated with Aunt Newport's lectures on propriety and the perils of a lost reputation. Hannah was able to ignore most of the sermons, but some of what her aunt said left a mark upon her heart, especially the remark that her scandal would be the reason Clara would never make a match. Gone were the laments about the scar. It was as though it had been healed and wiped completely from Clara's cheek. It was now Hannah's fault entirely. She'd known the ruse had been risky, but everything she'd done had been for the love of her sister.
Unfortunately, her father and Aunt Newport had not thought it a good enough excuse. Looking back upon the infamous 10 days, she fully understood their concern. If the details of her lingering touches were ever exposed, she would be tossed out of society, proclaimed a wanton and forced to endure the shame of her actions. Choosing not to associate himself with her ruin, her father had made the bold decision not to attend the wedding. Instead, he had stayed in London, providing the excuse that someone had to temper the conversation amongst the ton. More than likely, he was attempting to patch his courtship with his American heiress. If her ruin would stop her father from parading around ballrooms like a man in his first season, then she would gladly take the next step toward her future. But she doubted her father had enough humility to accept the censure of the ton. He would likely wiggle his way back into their good graces with a flash of his handsome smile and high cheekbones before a new scandal rocked the perfect world in which the overly elegant people lived. Peeking through a small slit in the door to the church, Hannah noted the number of pews separating herself from the front of the chapel where Oliver stood next to the vicar, Mr. Gilbert Fernley. It would be a very long and lonely trek to the front. Hannah put a hand over her mouth as a small squeak escaped, belying her confidence. Tears threatened to drip from the corners of her eyes as she realized for the millionth time that her future would be less than the perfect love match she'd once imagined. It hardly seemed fair, and yet she knew the heated words spoken 7 days previously in front of all and sundry would stand forever as a chasm within her marriage. There was no apology sincere enough to fix what had been broken. The love blossoming within her chest for Oliver Fernley would be marred by their angry outburst and distrust of one another, never to reach its potential and to forever take a corner seat in their interactions. Turning away from the door, Hannah pressed her back against the cold stones of the chapel and closed her eyes as she fought the onslaught of tears slowly rolling down her cheeks.
Hannah.
Hannah furiously wiped at her cheeks. With her features set in a hard glare, she turned to face the Earl. "Lord Grafton, is it time?"
"I am afraid so."
The Earl's gentle smile reminded her of the loveliest moments she'd shared with Oliver. Would she ever again see Oliver's eyes soften toward her? Or would he forever stand with a tight jawline and a glare of disappointment? Would she ever again be able to think of him as her Ollie? Pressing her hands against her middle, Hannah took a moment to calm her nerves. She couldn't allow her misgivings and tears to be on display in front of the guests at her wedding. There were some within the pews who would gladly run back to London with tales of a bride sobbing at the altar. Lord Grafton stepped forward with a handkerchief in hand.
"Might I offer assistance?"
Hannah nodded. "I must look a fright."
"Not at all."
He dabbed the corners of her eyes and then gave a nod of approval. With a deep inhale of air, Hannah decided it was past time for her to accept the fate her actions had produced. She was alone in this cruel world from this moment onward. Or so she thought. Before she could take the first steps toward the door, she was surprised to find Lord Grafton had lifted her hand and tucked it around his arm.
"You are soon to be my sister. I cannot in good conscience allow you to enter the chapel on your own."
Hannah held back her emotions of moments before. "Even if your brother does not want to marry me?"
Lord Grafton patted her arm. "I think you will be surprised that with a bit of time, you and Oliver will find an accord."
The walk up the aisle was less lonely than she had feared, which helped with the wobble of her knees and the jittery movements of her hands. Lord Grafton lent his strength as he led her toward the inevitable unhappy ending. Or was it the beginning? Hannah truly couldn't say what this was. Only that it wasn't what she had dreamed. Hannah refused to meet Oliver's gaze. Instead, She turned slightly toward the vicar and focused her attention on the podium. It was a very uninteresting piece of furniture. She held her hands to her side, grasping the edges of the sheer overlay on her frock. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see that Oliver's head was slightly to the left, tipped down, his focus on the flooring. With the slightest of movements, she was able to examine his posture. The anger she'd seen upon his features the night they'd fought was now gone. His jaw was still tight, but his shoulders were slumped, as though his head was too heavy. If she didn't know how completely she had ruined his life, she would think he was heartbroken. Turning her focus back to the podium, she silently reiterated the words her father had said upon the announcement of the marriage. No part of this marriage is to be celebrated. Your families are scandalized. The friends who haven't yet abandoned you will do so as soon as society fashionably allows. It had all been true. The sun was shining, birds were chirping, and she had a truly lovely dress. But none of those things did anything to quell the ache in her heart as the vicar pronounced them man and wife. She accepted the well wishes from family and friends, all of which were given with forced joy and smiles that failed to reach anyone's eyes. Lord and Lady Grafton had gone to extreme measures to see that the wedding celebration would be elegant. Primrose Hall was decorated to make it seem like the wedding was a happy situation. Food, drinks, dancing, and a line of guests all hoping to look upon the scandalized couple. Hannah found she could no longer accept the forced wishes for marital bliss upon realizing this somber affair was much like what she had experienced at her mother's wake. An ache long buried deep inside bubbled to the surface. It didn't matter that there was a line of people waiting to look upon her and exclaim without the least bit of sincerity that she would have a wonderful life. Hannah knew if she didn't escape the ballroom in that moment, she would make a scene every bit as horrible as the one at Grafton House. Her voice squeaked as she turned toward Oliver. "I need a moment." The grumbling of their well-wishers followed her retreating form as she ran down the hallway, seeking an escape. This was the first time she'd been at Primrose Hall. She knew nothing about the intricacies of the ancient home. As each hallway turned into another without an obvious door leading to the outside, Hannah finally chose a room as she threw open the door to discover she had somehow chosen the music room. A piano sat as the focal point, surrounded by an array of instruments. Perhaps one day she would take the time to play the majestic harp sitting in the corner, but it would not relieve her need for fresh air. Although there were no doors leading to the outside, the natural light of the sun warmed her face and neck from the large windows. If she wanted air, she would have to content herself by opening the windows. As she pushed one open, she sat on the window seat to find the tightness in her chest had not released. The air did little to relieve her distress. "May I join you?" She didn't have to turn away from the sunlight to know who had followed her. They were married, which meant they would never be apart from this day forward. Chapter 35. Gingerly entering the music room, Oliver wound his way around the instruments until he was standing a short distance from the window, where Hannah sat with her legs curled up to her chest, her head resting upon her knees. It had taken too long for his anger to subside, but as she'd run down the hall, he'd realized she was his everything, his only source of felicity, and yet he'd never told her as much. "I know this was not an ideal wedding." Hannah's head came up, her expression unreadable. "I need a moment to compose myself, and then I will return and accept more false sentiments from our guests." "Might I sit with you until you are ready to return?" He understood her reasons for having left the crush of their wedding guests. None of the well-wishers were genuine. Everyone who had travelled for their wedding seemed more like a spectator lying in wait for the next big argument. Even now he was certain Primrose Hall was bursting with chatter about their escape. Hannah pointed to the unoccupied portion of the window seat. When he was comfortably seated, she asked, "What do you want, Oliver?"
"I want your happiness."
It was the truest statement he could have made without declaring himself. There would be an appropriate time to do so, but he didn't think this was that moment.
How very generous of you.
Hannah's sincerity caught him by surprise. He'd expected an angry retort about how he'd ruined her chances by forcing her hand in this marriage. After all, he was to blame for all of it. Any sensible man would not have formed an attachment with a woman who had made him blush from embarrassment on more than one occasion.
"Hannah, I know I am not the husband you wanted. As the diamond of this season, you had far better options than I. But I vow today, and for the rest of our lives, to put you first in this marriage. If only to make up for ruining your chances at a title and a life of ease."
Is that what you believe?
Everyone is saying it. I have been told more than once over the last week that your options were far and away beyond what a younger son can provide. But you will not have to worry. I have secured more investments, and it will not be long before we have our own home.
Oliver didn't want her to think it would be as grand as Primrose Hall, so he quickly amended his statement.
A small home, a cottage.
Hannah released her legs and scooted to the center of the window seat.
I thought you cared little for the whims of society. A gentleman who refuses to take an approved profession should pay no heed to the opinions of others.
My views have changed since I met you.
As have mine.
Her head lifted, and their eyes met for the briefest of moments before she turned away. Oliver's breath caught in his chest as he considered what she had said. He slowly released the air before reaching out to take her hands. Each movement, her hands resting in his, all of it took him back to the last moments before every lovely thing they'd shared with each other had shattered.
Hannah, the mistakes of our past need not follow us through this marriage. With you by my side, I have tasted the bitter sting of regret and the sweet nectar of joy. You have made me the man I am in this very moment. Without you, I would be a lifeless soul in the daily pursuit of happiness. Please have mercy upon me, and grant me the grace of your forgiveness."
Hannah squeezed his hands, sending a thrill of hope racing from his fingers up his arms and down his back. He wondered if this feeling would ever fade into the distractions of daily life, soon to be a distant memory or a feeling they once had that died over time. He prayed with all his heart that it wouldn't. He wanted every interaction between them to remind him of his adoration for his wife. Oliver wasn't naive enough to believe their love wouldn't grow as their relationship became more comfortable. But he wanted the giddiness of love to erupt in his chest each time she was near.
I forgave you the moment my carriage departed Grafton House.
Oliver gently pulled her toward him. He helped her settle into his embrace, her head resting against his shoulder. The scent of rose water wafted up from her hair as she curled her body more completely against his. They sat in silence, enjoying the peaceful aftermath of their confessions. The strain of their argument and the wedding no longer mattered. Oliver was certain that overcoming this obstacle was the first step toward complete marital bliss. He nearly suggested they should rejoin their guests when Hannah spoke.
Ollie, if I had not been so completely in love with you, learning of the wager would not have cut so deeply.
A smile spread across his face as he pulled her closer.
Hannah?
Yes, Ollie?
I believe our marriage will be quite lovely.
Hannah instantly sat up and pointed toward the door. Our guests! Oliver coaxed her back into his arms.
but this time he held her a little differently, allowing their eyes to meet, their noses to touch, their lips to kiss. He wasn't ready to leave the solitude of the music room, not yet. Oliver whispered, his voice a bit deeper and airier than usual.
Let them enjoy the splendor of our wedding. They will do very well without us.
Earlier that day, when they'd been pronounced husband and wife, Hannah had dipped into a curtsy before leaving Oliver in her wake. He had followed behind, attempting to ignore the whispers and tisking of disapproval from those in attendance. It had been a ceremony that would be discussed for many years. The story would grow over time to make it sound more scandalous than what it had been. But no one would ever know about the moment Oliver and Hannah had finally become husband and wife. The music room was located in a secluded section of Primrose Hall, where two very impetuous young lovers were making the best out of a scandalous situation, one that had somehow given them everything they had ever wanted. The sun was setting and the orchestra was playing in the background, unknowingly providing a serenade. Oliver ran his thumb along Hannah's cheek as he repeated the vows from the Book of Common Prayer.
I, Oliver James Fernley, take thee, Hannah Edith Anderson, to be my wedded wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, according to God's holy ordinance.
You forgot the middle part.
Did I?
Hannah's eyes lit up with mirth. You know very well which part you missed, Ollie, my love.
Well, our wedding resembled a wake, so I vow to never part from you, even after death.
Hannah repeated the vows, leaving out the same portion he had apart from the words to love and to cherish. I will cherish you always, Oliver. Their lips met. Briefly at first, filled with innocence, yet brimming with the depth of their affection. Wrapped in each other's arms, their kiss deepened to a soft caress which formed a ballad in Oliver's head. He could see the notes, unwritten, yet to be played, as he held Hannah in his arms. There was no need to rush to write anything down. He knew the notes would never leave his heart and mind, for they were Hannah's ballad. Chapter 36. Hannah loved the way Oliver's hands felt against the nape of her neck as he gently kissed her, claiming her lips and heart with every soft caress. This kiss was far lovelier than the first one they'd shared at Lenoria Hall. As husband and wife, they didn't have to worry about proper distance and interruptions, which allowed them to explore each other for as long as they desired. As he released her lips and rested his head against the wall, Hannah let out a sigh of pure happiness. If he were to kiss her in that exact manner every day for the rest of their lives, she would never have to question his passion for their marriage. She would stay wrapped in his embrace for the rest of the night, never moving away from the warmth of his adoration. But she knew it wasn't possible. Hannah hated to break the magic of the moment, but it was time to return to their guests. We must return. Elsewise, someone will start looking for us. Oliver groaned. He kissed the tip of her nose as he played with the strand of her hair.
I know a secret passageway that will take us to the back staircase. We could escape, steal a carriage and run away from our own party.
Hannah ran her fingers gently along his crooked nose as she gazed into his eyes. I would love nothing more than to leave with you, but if we do not face society now, we never will.
The proverbial sentiment that one must get back on the horse.
I am afraid so. A chill rushed up her arms as she pulled out of his embrace. It would be but a few hours, and then they would have the rest of their lives to avoid parties as they held each other close. They walked, her arm tucked through his, back to the entryway where they'd been lined up to welcome their guests, but found the area empty. It seemed everyone who planned to attend had already arrived. Hannah, I was so worried about you. Clara ran forward and pulled her into an embrace. Hannah laughed as she smoothed away the wrinkles around her sister's eyes. There is no need for concern. We have reconciled. Clara laughed as she embraced Oliver as well. I am happy to hear this. Clara? Hannah looked at her sister, a glow she'd never noticed before dancing upon her sister's countenance. Has something happened? Dipping her head, Clara looked to the ground. I should not wish to say anything at your wedding party. This is your day, not mine. Hannah gasped, then put a hand over her mouth. She knew there was only one event that could make her sister beam like a lighthouse on a clear night. Merryweather proposed. Clara laughed. Her joy was contagious as she confirmed Hannah's guess. Only moments ago, in the rose garden. Hannah turned to Oliver. We must make an announcement. Oliver tucked her arm back into the crook of his own. Dearest, you must allow Merryweather to properly request permission for Clara's hand before an announcement can be made. Oh, I suppose you are right. But he must go to London to speak with our father, and we will be on our wedding tour by then, and I will miss everything, even the posting of the banns. Oliver smiled down at her, his expression one of mixed confusion and adoration. He tucked an errant curl behind her ear and then ran his thumb along her cheek. Your father and I made an arrangement regarding Clara. Merryweather need only speak to me, my love. I am to oversee her dowry and her protection until she is wed. While we are away, she is to stay here at Primrose Hall with Baxter, Briar, and Gigi. Hannah looked to Clara. It was obvious from her confusion she also hadn't been informed. What of Aunt Newport? She is leaving on the morrow. When she'd woken that morning in the coaching inn, Hannah had considered the bright sunlight, the happy songbirds, and blossoming flowers to be absolute rubbish. Now, as she stood next to the only two people in the entire world who loved her as much as she loved them, she finally knew everything would be all right. This day had turned into the beginning of something quite wonderful. As the next set was announced, Oliver pulled her toward the ballroom. Perfect timing. Will you grant me your waltz? You may have all my dances for the rest of our lives. The ballroom was well lit, with thousands of candles adorning the walls, tables, and candelabra chandeliers. Garlands of flowers and trailing ivy brought, with the sweet sense of the outdoors, a feeling of natural beauty and romance into the ballroom. Oliver led her to the queue, placing his arm around her waist as he pulled her close enough to kiss her if he so desired. She almost wished he would, given the whispers that had followed them from the moment they'd entered the room. Everyone is watching us. Oliver quirked an eyebrow at her. I do believe my suggestion to escape this place was thrown out moments ago. We must endure the torment of being the center of attention. Hannah smirked as she took a half step closer to him. I only mention it because I think we should give them something more to whisper about. You are devious, my love. As the orchestra played the opening strains of the waltz, Oliver led her around the room, twirling and gliding across the polished floor with effortless grace. In the embrace of the dance, their eyes locked as they silently enjoyed each other's company. The world around them faded away into a blur of colours and sounds, leaving Oliver and Hannah in their own enchanted embrace. The warmth of his touch and the weight of his gaze let her know nothing else mattered outside of their love. With each turn, each step, she wondered if his heart was racing as wildly as her own. She wondered if he had understood her statement of moments before. The tingling in her lips hoped he would be daring enough to cause at least one more scandal with her before they became a fully respectable and boring married couple. She knew the song was nearing its end. The last of the notes would soon be heard, and their enchanting waltz would become a beautiful memory. Just as she feared the spell cast over their dance would end, Oliver swept her off her feet. In that breathless moment, as the final notes hung in the air like a promise, he claimed her lips in a fervent kiss, ending their dance with a flourish of passion. Epilogue. London, England, March 1820. Oliver stood from the pianoforte and bowed, first to the left where King George IV sat in his box, then to the box on his right where his family sat. Finally, he bowed to the crowd, who had filled every seat in the Theatre Royal. His attention pulled to a row of seats halfway up the lower gallery as he recognized every person sitting in the 3 rows. His former students and their families were in attendance, even Peter Gallagher. A lump formed in his throat as he realized his efforts as their tutor had not gone unnoticed. It was one of the most perfect endings for the final performance of his grand tour. He'd performed these exact pieces in 20 countries throughout the world. He'd played for kings and queens, parliaments, and even the President of the United States. And now his final performance was for his king and his family. His status as a world-renowned musician mattered very little. Even King George IV's nod of approval was second in his estimation to the response of his family. They stood and applauded his performance with vigor, their pride evident in their demeanor and exuberant movements. His mother and all 6 of his brothers and sisters-in-law sat in the box. Every one of them had travelled to London to support him in this performance. Hannah had spent the last year on the same adventure he had taken. She'd attended every performance, and still she stood with the others, showing her delight in his achievements. He had worried she would become bored with him, at least after so many performances of the exact same program, but her devotion had never wavered. As he gazed upon her, her lips moved, and he knew exactly what she had whispered. Each time she admitted her love for him, his heart fluttered the same as it had the first time they'd declared themselves. He mouthed the same words, and then blew a kiss for her alone. As the applause slowed, Oliver stepped toward the violin to play one last song. On this night, he'd decided a little selfishness wouldn't hurt. This one was for him, although he didn't mind allowing the attendees to eavesdrop. He knew they had come, in part, to hear him play the Stradivarius gifted to him by his family before he left on his grand tour, but he walked past it this time. He had used that violin for 3 of the songs he'd already performed, but for this final moment, the last of his tour, he decided to open an old, dilapidated case he had brought for this purpose alone. Even with his mother and brothers present, there was one person missing. Removing the old violin from the case, he took a moment to tune the strings and then lifted the instrument to rest against his shoulder. It reminded him of the first time his father had allowed him to try the instrument. His father's violin, though old and worn with years of use, still had a powerfully rich tonal quality that filled the lower and upper galleries and hushed every whisper as he ran the bow across the strings. The song he played didn't matter as much as the instrument he used. It was his way of remembering where his love of music had originated, and the only way he could have his father with him on this final evening, the closing of his grand tour. This has been The Prodigy and the Diamond, the 7th and final book in the Fernley family series, written by Angela E. Johnson. Narrated by Grace Noble. Copyright 2024 by Angela Johnson. Production copyright by Angela Johnson.